The mystery of Katyn massacre, the evidence, the solution. Grover C. Furr, translations by Grover C. Furr. ACJ Acknowledgements and dedication, for preface. 5 Introduction. 17 Chapter 1. The evidence that can't be impugned, 25 Chapter 2. The German report, Amtliches M. Alpha Terial. 35 Chapter 3. The Burdenko report, 56 Chapter 4. Closed packet number 1. 67 Chapter 5. The excavations at Volodymyr Volensky, 74 Chapter 6. What the unimpeachable evidence shows, 95 Chapter 7. The German report, 107 Chapter 8. The German report, continued. Sakharov's article Secrets of Katyn. 117 Chapter 9. The German report, continued. Sakharov's article German documents, 128 Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission report, 149 Chapter 11. Anne Emberg the Madden Commission, 190 Chapter 12. The excavations at Volodymyr Volensky, 218 Chapter 13. The Ukrainian Trail of Katyn, 231 Chapter 14. Conclusion, the Katyn Forest Mystery Solved. 246 Appendix 1. Testimony of Sapruninko, Syromyatnikov, Tokarev. 252 Appendix 2. Image Attribution, 261. Bibliography, Photographs, Errata, 263 Index, 264. My deepest thanks to each one of you. Dedication. 1. Dedicate this book to my friend Bill Sachs. Bill has proofread this and several other books of mine with G1E CA1E, and made excellent suggestions that have improved my work immeasurably. No one has been more encouraging, supportive, and helpful. Thank you, Bill. Preface. Many a reader will wonder, why another book on the Katyn massacre? And, particularly, why call it a mystery? For the mystery, if there ever really was one, was solved long ago, in the early 1990s, when the Soviet, then the Russian governments admitted guilt and produced the smoking gun documents of closed packet No. 1, the primary source evidence of Soviet guilt in that atrocity. One used to think the same thing. When one read in the New York Times that President Gorbachev of USSR had admitted the guilt of Stalin government at Katyn, one had no cause to doubt it. The revelation in the same newspaper a couple of years later that President Yeltsin of Russia had given these smoking gun documents to Lech Walesa, President of Poland, confirmed what one already thought. One did not care very much. To me, the Katyn massacre seemed long ago and far away. Meanwhile, the number of mass murders committed by the Germans and Japanese, and the scale of mortality in the Second World War, were so great that Katyn hardly added to it. Nor were my sympathies engaged by the fates of the Polish POWs said to have been murdered at the places which, collectively, came to be known as the Katyn massacre, or Katyn. Why sympathize with them rather than with the tens of millions of others murdered in that war? It is simply impossible, overwhelming, even crippling, to try to truly feel for all those long dead people. But since the mid-1990s there has appeared research claiming that this is all wrong. That Katyn is a frame-up, anti-Soviet, anti-Russian, and anti-communist. One was not convinced, but thinking back, one realized today that one still did not care enough to be either truly convinced or one truly unconvinced. One did become intrigued, however. Katyn, a term one will use in this book without scare quotes from now on as shorthand for the Katyn massacre, was now a mystery. And one like mysteries. Especially historical ones. There was more to my attraction to Katyn than just liking a good missed one. Why? Since my student days, when one became involved in the P10 test movement against the AIM-1 icon WA1 in Vietnam, one have been ATT1 acted to Ma-1ism. One sympathized with the Vietnamese ST1 UGL FO1 independence. One learned that anti-communism was not exactly a fraud, the United States government was genuinely anti-communist, but that anti-communism also se1ved as camouflage for imperialism and for ordinary capitalist exploitation. France, then Japan, and then the United States, wanted to dominate Vietnam. In the cases of France and the United States, anti-communism became the rationale for a war to preserve empire. In Vietnam and around the world, it was the communists who were the major force organizing opposition to this imperialist war by the United States. At a huge anti-war demonstration in Manhattan in 1967, an older PE1 son, an onlooker, not a participant, told me in a friendly manner that one should not be supporting the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. Why not? 7-1 asked. Because the NLF was illegally led by the Vietnamese Communist Pa Quan Thai, which was led by Ho Chi Minh. Ho had been trained by Joseph Stalin. And Stalin, he said, had murdered 40 million people. One did not just believe what he said. But one did not disbelieve it either. One determined that one would look into this matter seriously once. One had the time to do so, once one had my feet on the ground in teaching and my doctoral dissertation was well on the way to completion. One was confident that one possessed the tools to do this. One could read the Russian language well, it was one of my languages. FO1 my deg. 1 EE in comparative literature at P1 in Sitan University. One also knew that to do valid historical research the student must locate, obtain, study, and D1 the logical conclusions. Preface. 7. From primary sources. One had learned this from a master teacher, D.W. Robertson, Jr. In the early 1960s, his insistence on primary source research had shaken the state field of medieval literary research to its foundations. Robertson, his students called him Robbie, had been attacked as an enemy of scholarship, even of the Enlightenment itself, because he dared to question received knowledge. Robbie's publications had changed the field in a definitive way. And, as he informed us, he had done it by insisting on the primacy of primary sources. He told us what that meant, to never be afraid to question, and in fact to challenge, the prevailing orthodoxy within the field, no matter how monolithic, how indestructible it appeared to be, if prima 1 y su 1 ce evidence demands it. I also embarked on the study of Soviet Histo 1y as a project in self-CLA1ification. I had questions about the Stalin period in the Soviet Union that challenged my opposition to the Vietnam WA1, to American imperialism, and to the conventionally accepted Cold WA1 paradigm of understanding history and politics. One had the tools. One had a little courage, learned F10M my participation in the anti-war movement T. So I began to research 1ch the Stalin years in the USSR. By 2006 I had read enough on Katyn till Mao that the 1E was a analytical mass of research that rejected what one called the official version of Katyn, that the Soviets were guilty. So one created a web page to which one gave the title The Katyn FO1 Studunity. At that time it was the only 1E source in the English language where one could learn about the 1SE1CH that challenged the official version. One did not endo 1SE either VE1 Zion, the official, Soviets did it, 01 the positional Germans did it, Soviets we 1E F1 aimed. One was agnostic. One also determined that one myself would never W1ite anything about Katyn. For almost 7 years one concluded my Katyn web page with these words. So he 1E is my last thought, FO1 now, so what? 8 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. I'm serious. I do not think it matters to very many people, and maybe to nobody. The Katyn massacre is not an historical question, it is a weapon, a cudgel. You use it to make war on the other side, and that's it. Those who say the Soviets did it are never going to accept that they did not, no matter what the evidence. Those who say or hope, the Soviets did not do it are never going to shed their respect and admiration for the USSR, even if you manage to convince them that the Soviets did it. And I do not think that's going to happen either. It's like convincing a Christian that Jesus never existed. That is, it's no longer history, it's religion. Good luck. So it is interesting. But at this point one confine myself to reading about it, and reminding those who know of their bad faith. You can imagine how popular that makes me. But being unpopular in this way is something I'm very content to be. One hope this has been interesting, maybe even helpful. Believe me, there is so much more to say that you do not even want to know. Preface 9. In 2006 and 2007 my conclusions were sharply challenged by Sergei Romanov. Mr. Romanov proved to me that one had made some errors in my page. One corrected them, and thanked him explicitly on that page. He also put our exchange online on his own website. 1. Mr. Romanov also made a significant error in historical method. At the time one had not studied Katyn enough, 1 thought deeply enough about it, to be able to recognize his error. So one thanked him, but one refused to do what he demanded, acknowledge that the Soviets were indeed guilty. One remained agnostic about Katyn. As it turns out, one was correct to do so. But one did not fully understand that then. In January 2013 one learned about excavations by a joint Polish-Ukrainian archaeological team of a mass murder site at Volodymyr-Volynski, Ukraine. One found the Polish archaeologists' report on it online and studied it. One recognized the importance of the discoveries made there for any objective understanding of Katyn. Violating my own promise to myself never to write anything on Katyn, one set about doing some intensive study. One found a journal willing to accept an article, which was published in August 2013. One also realized that, unless one did something to publicize it, this discovery and its importance for our understanding of Katyn would remain almost entirely unknown. So during the next 18 months one printed up several hundred off-prints of this article and mailed them around the world. After 18 months one put a link to that article on my homepage. The title of my article is One will it mains as of this writing, hp/holocaustcontroversies.blogspot.com/2007/03/ and now file something not completely.html. 10. The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. The official version of Katyn Massacre disp Roven. Discoveries at a German mass murder site in Ukraine, 2. During the pre-publication process my very helpful editor asked me, why the question mark? Once the article had been published a few other people asked me the same question. One did not have a good answer. In truth, one did not know why, except that it felt right. Once the article was published one concentrated on mailing off prints and on researching and writing another book. When that book was published, one went on to research and write 2 more. It was a very busy time. But that question mark nagged at me. Why had one put it there? At length one understood, one was still not fully convinced that the FFICHL version of Katyn had indeed been disp Roven. As much as one knew about Katyn, and one already knew more than most specialists in Soviet history, one realized that one still did not know enough. When confronted with a mystery a detective sets out to solve it. If a crime is involved, Katyn is surely a massive crime, he, 01 she, doesn't care who is guilty. The detective approaches the task of solving the crime objectively, for the sake of the thing itself, that is, for him 01 herself. In it, The Adventure of Red Circle, we find the following exchange between Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. It is art for art's sake. Watson, one suppose when you doctored you found yourself studying cases without a thought of a fee. It for my education, Holmes. Education never ends, Watson. It is a series of lessons with the greatest for the lost. This is an instructive case. There is neither money nor credit in it, and yet one would wish to tidy it up. 2. Socialism and Democracy, 27, 96-129. Preface, 11. Holmes' words, that is, Conan Doyle's, precisely express my deeper motive in researching and writing this book. For there is neither money nor credit in it. On the contrary, one can be assured that one will be attacked and slandered by those who are horrified to look the truth in the face and discover that it is not at all what they want it to be, yet one would wish to tidy it up to solve the mystery. To solve any mystery we must first identify the relevant evidence. And concerning Katyn, there is a mountain of material that is often taken to be evidence. Holmes can help here too. LT is one of those cases where the art of the reasoner should be used rather for the sifting of details than for the acquiring of fresh evidence. The tragedy has been so uncommon, so complete, and of such personal importance to so many people, that we are suffering from a plethora of surmise, conjecture, and hypothesis. Maria Konnikova explains. In other words, there is too much information to begin with, too many details to be able to start making them into any sort of coherent whole, separating the crucial from the incidental. When so many facts are piled together, the task becomes increasingly problematic. You have a vast quantity of your own observations and data, but also an even vaster quantity of potentially incorrect information from individuals who may not have observed as mindfully as you have. This is exactly the situation that faces us in the case of Katyn. Holmes concludes. 3. Maria Konnikova, Mastermind, How to Think Like Sherlock Holmes, New YOLK, Viking Pen. Ginn, 2013. Learning to Tell the Clochial FR01L1 The Incidental. 12. The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. The difficulty is to detach the framework of fact of absolute undeniable fact, from he embellishment, of theorists and reporters. Then, having established ourselves upon this souffled basis, it is our duty to see what inferences may be drawn and what are he special points upon which he whole mystery earns. As it happens, this is a good, succinct outline of the proper method of doing historical research too. In the case of Katyn there is much information, too many details. A bigger problem is that very few of the persons involved in studying Katyn are objective. They have decided that the official version is correct, that the Soviets killed the Polish POWs, and that there is no doubt remaining about this. Moreover, they have decided that it is perverse to even raise the question. That simply to approach Katyn as a mystery implies that the solution has not been definitively determined for all time, and is therefore a dishonest thing to do, since it implies the possibility that the Soviets might not have done it. This attitude has discouraged objective study of Katyn. So one have undertaken to solve the Katyn mystery more for self-clarification than for any other reason. For my education, Holmes. Can one apply my own principles? Am one capable of approaching this important topic with objectivity? Can one look with a special suspicion on all evidence that tends to support my preconceived ideas while giving an especially generous reading to evidence that tends to contradict my own ideas? In my case, can one discover the truth, even if the truth is that the Soviets, the Communists, with whom one have been in sympathy ever since the Vietnam War, were indeed guilty? At a debate in October 2012 one said that one had researched alleged crimes of Stalin for many years and had yet to find one crime that Stalin committed. At that time one was still agnostic, undecided, about Katyn. But if the evidence demands it, am one capable of Preface, 13. Cludding that Stalin and the Soviet leadership did indeed kill the Polish POWs, as the official version states? Yes. 1am much more interested in the mystery itself than in what the solution might be. Besides, it is more satisfying to demand objectivity of oneself than to take the coward's way out and either decide for the stronger side 1 to assert the unpopular side out of bias and prejudice, and thus know, in my own mind at least, that 1am afraid to face the truth. One agree with historian Jeff 1 Robe 1ts when he says, in the last 15 years 1 so an enormous amount of new made 1 on Stalin has become available F10M Russiana 1 chives. One should make clear one that as a historian one have a strong orientation to telling the truth about the past, no matter HOVV uncomfo one table 01 unpalatable the conclusions may be. One don't think the one is a dilemma, you just tell the truth as you see it. My one SEA 1ch concludes that the GE1 mans, not the Soviets, a 1 guilty of the mass murders known as the Katyn massacre. This is the same conclusion as is drawn by a few Russian researchy ones, including the late Sergei Strigin, Vladislav Shved, Valentin Sakharov, Elena P1 Udnikova and Ivan Chigi 1 But one have not followed the method that these 1s searchers use. Instead one have used the method that a detective would employ. A detective who did not see a 1 who was guilty, but whose aim was solely to find out the T1th and 1 port that T1th, and let the chips fall WHE1 they may. For Stalin's Walls, Blulal Y12, 2007, at HP//HNN, LLS/101LNDLLP/NTLIES/35305, HTML. 14 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. To a person less familiar with the history of the scholarship on Katyn it might well appear that, in Konikova's words, there is too much information to begin with, too many details to be able to start making them into any sort of coherent whole, separating the crucial from the incidental. After all, just think about that library full of books and articles on the subject. But by that time one had been studying Katyn for years. One knew that there are only a few documents that constitute the primary source evidence in this case. Once one began to systematically sort, categorize, and study this evidence, one came to the realization that there is really very little evidence to support either the official Soviets did it version or the opposite, Germans did it version. Upon even closer scrutiny one realized that there is even less evidence Th alpha and Th alpha T and Phi alpha Ct only alpha few bits of evidence, that cannot possibly have been fabric alpha ted or falsified in order to bias a case in favor of one or the other version. Consequently, in this study one concentrate on these few bits of what one call unimpeachable evidence, meaning, evidence that it is impossible to discredit as evidence. You, the reader, will make up your own mind whether this evidence is as clear and unambiguous, and my interpretation of it as correct, as one believe it to be. This book is written for the student of history who wants to know the truth, even when that truth is disillusioning in that it forces her to set aside her own illusions, her preconceived ideas, and actually ch alpha and ge her mind. Researching and writing this book has changed my mind. 1 am no longer agnostic on the subject of Katyn. 1 predict that those who have built their professional careers around the official version of Katyn will, as a matter of course, reject the conclusions of this research. They will reject it not because my method 01 my analysis of the evidence is faulty, but for alpha priori reasons, they are biased, unalterably prejudiced in favor of the view that the Soviets are guilty. No amount of evidence will change their minds. Obviously, this book is not written for them. Prefac ls. Before a juror can be seated on a jury in a criminal trial in the United States, that juror is instructed that he or she must decide the guilt or innocence of the accused strictly on the basis of the evidence, not according to any preconceived idea, info 1 machine learned outside of the coup 1 trum, or bias. Historians too are profess Iona 11y obliged to act in this way. Unfortunately, very few of those who have studied Katyn can honestly claim that they have adhered to this vital principle. This book may not be pleasing to those students of history who are convinced that the Soviets were innocent of Katyn but think that this can be established by means that, in my judgment, are not valid, for example, by attempts to prove through internal analysis that the documents of closed packet number 1 are forged 1 IES. The defenders and detracto ones of closed packet number 1 have argued back and forth FO1 yet once. One think this is a sterile argument and explain my one reasons for thinking so in these pages. Another one approach must be taken to solving the Katyn mystery. One believe it is the one have taken here. This may seem arrogant to those historians and writers who have spent years following a quite different, and, to my way of thinking, incorrect, Approach to the question. In writing this book one do not expect praise from any side. One do expect one per attacks from defenders of the official viewpoint. After 11, they are not interested in the truth. In reality, they are not really interested in the Polish POWs who were killed at Katyn. If they were, they would welcome the discovery of who the real culprits, the real mass murderers, were. Instead, they are interested only in how the notion of Soviet guilt at Katyn can be used today to justify their own political, historical, and cultural projects. Despite the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on memorials, conferences, books, articles, educational materials, and indoctrination of 11 kinds, neither the Polish nor the Russian governments of today, nor their phalanxes of researchers, Schola ones, and politicians, really care about the Katyn victims. What they care about is their own political agendas. 16. The mystery of Katyn massacre. One could claim that one do care about the men murdered at Katyn and that one demonstrate that in the only way it can be legitimately demonstrated, by solving the mystery and identifying the guilty party. But one do not make that claim. The mystery of Katyn has both intrigued and challenged me for years. That, and not concern for the victims as such, is the reason that one have done this research and written this book. Of course, it does give appropriate respect to the victims of a murder to identify the guilty party after many years and bring closure. However, in time the relatives and friends of the Katyn victims will pass from the scene, as all of us will. What will remain is the historical event. Now we know what happened, and what did not happen, who is guilty, and who is not. That will remain for posterity. It is that posterity, not the political purposes of yesterday or even of today, which will be served by discovering the truth about Katyn. Hu iota eefluo hu aeoi 17. 04 IPBUDORA plus LHWHH. The official Soviets. It version. The official version is the only version reflected in the Wikipedia article on K-alpha tin alpha http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/KTN_massacre. This P-alpha RGE is relentlessly anti-communist and anti-Stalinist. It makes no alpha attempt to be objective or neutral, in that it has no serious discussion of the scholarly controversy alpha about this question and LT's useful only as a short and accurate summary of Tiffacia L Vergio N. In April 1943 Nazi German authorities claimed that they had discovered thousands of bodies of Polish officers shot by Soviet officials in 1940. These bodies were said to have been discovered near the Katyn forest near Smolensk, which is why the whole affair, including executions and alleged executions of Polish POWs elsewhere in the USSR, came to be called the Katyn Massacre. The Nazi propaganda machine, headed by Joseph Goebbels, organized a huge campaign around this alleged discovery. After the Soviet victory at Stalingrad in February 1943, it was obvious to everyone that, unless something happened to split the Allies, Germany would inevitably lose the war. The Nazis' obvious aim was to drive a wedge between the Western Allies and the USSR. The Soviet government, headed by Joseph Stalin, vigorously denied the German charge. When the Polish government in exile, always ferociously anti-communist and anti-Russian, collaborated with the Nazi propaganda effort, the Soviet government broke off diplomatic relations with it, eventually setting up a pro-Soviet Polish authority and Polish army. In September 1 foot 1943 inches the Red Army drove the Germans from the Katyn area. In 1944 the Soviet Burdenko Commission carried out a study and issued a report that blamed the Germans for the mass shootings. 18. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. During the Cold War the Western capitalist countries supported the Nazi version, which had become the version promoted by the anti-communist Polish government in exile. The Soviet Union and its allies continued to blame the Germans for the murders. In 1990 and 1991 Mikhail Gorbachev, General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and, after 1988, President of the USSR, stated that the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin had indeed shot the Poles. According to this official version, the Polish prisoners had been confined in 3 camps, at Kozaleskie, Starobeleskie, and Ostashkov, and from there transferred to Smolensk, Kharkiv, and Kalinin to cities show destinations on NKVD transit documents. Burial sites in the nearby countryside are also shown, as is Volodymyr Olinsky, which is about 700 miles from Kaliningrad, Medno. Introduction. 19. In 1990, 1991, and 1992, 3 aged former NKVD men were identified and interviewed. They discussed what they see they knew of executions of Poles in April and May of 1940. None of these executions had taken place at the Katyn forest, site of the Jenin exhumations. In 1992, the Russian government under Boris Yeltsin handed over to the Polish government documents supposedly signed by Stalin and other Politburo members which, if genuine, would put Soviet guilt beyond reasonable doubt. These documents are said to have been found in closed packet No. 1, where closed meant the highest level of classification secrecy. One call these the smoking gun documents, since they are conventionally assumed to be proof positive of Soviet guilt. However, no evidence is even univocal and definitive. All evidence, with one documenta 1y01 mate 1 eel, can be inte1 p1 edited in multiple ways. By 1992, the 1FO1E, the Soviet, and then the Russian, governments had officially declared the Stalin E1 as Soviet leadership guilty of shooting somewhere between 14,800 and 22,000 Polish P1 Isone ones to death in April and May 1940. The Soviet Germans did it version. On April 13, 1943, the GE1 mans charged the Soviets with murdering I1G the Polish POWs at Katyn. On April 16, 1943, the Soviet government responded in a press release by Sovinform which blamed the Germans. It explained the fate of Poles. The German fascist reports on this subject leave no doubt as to the tragic fate of former Polish POWs who in 1941 were engaged in construction work in areas west of Smolensk and who, along with many Soviet people, residents of Smolensk region, fell into the hands of German fascist hangmen in the 20. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Summer of 1941, after the withdrawal of Soviet troops from the Smolensk area. In September 1943, Smolensk was retaken by the Red Army. On November 2, 1942, the Extraordinary State Commission for Ascertaining and Investigating Crimes Perpetrated by the German Fascist Invaders and Their Accomplices had been formed, of which Dr. Nikolai N. Erdenko was a member. On January 12, 1944, Erdenko was appointed chairman of the Special Commission for Ascertaining and Investigating the Circumstances of the Shooting in the Katyn Forest by the German fascist occupiers. Known as the Erdenko Commission, this group researched the Katyn massacres from October 5, 1943 until January 10, 1944. Its one report, first published in Pravda on January 26, 1944, blamed the Germans. It claimed, the Special Commission established that, before the capture of Smolensk by the Germans, Polish war PL-11s, office ones, and men, worked in the western, Dist-1 ICT oft region, building and repairing roads. These war prisoners were quartered in 3 special camps named, Camp No. 10, Camp No. 20N, and Camp No. 30N. These camps were located 25 to 45 kilometers west of Smolensk. The testimony of witnesses and documentary evidence established that after the outbreak of hostilities, in view of situation that arose, the camps could not be evacuated in time and all the Polish war prisoners, as well as some members of guard and staffs of camps, fell prisoner to the Germans. The Erdenko Commission claimed that the Germans murdered the Poles. In the spring of 1943, the Germans. 1 Cianchala, document 102 pages 306. Introduction. Resolved to launch a provocation, using for this purpose the atrocities they had committed in the Katyn forest, and ascribing them to the organs of the Soviet authorities. In this way they intended to set the Russians and Poles at loggerheads and to cover up the traces of their own crimes. The two versions compared. 21. 80th. The official version and the Soviet version agree that more than 10,000 Polish prisoners were held by the Soviets at three POW camps, Kozel in eastern Russia, Starobel in Ukraine, and Ostashkov, near Kalinin. In April and May, 1940, the Polish prisoners were shipped out of these three camps to the directorates of the NKVD in Smolensk, Kharkiv, and Kalinin respectively. According to the official version, the prisoners were executed there 01 at the burial sites, and buried at Kozygo 1Y, Nia 1 Katyn, Piata Katka, Nia 1 Kharkiv, and Medno, Nia 1 Kalinin, 1 respectively. Ako 1 ding to the Soviet VE-1 Zion. The prison ones were sent from the three NKVD Sente ones to camps 1-0N, 2-0N, and 3-0N Nia 1 Smolensk, and oth ones were sent to the western UK 1-Ain. All we 1 to do 1 Odwo 1K. All were captured 1 ed by the Germans and they won Ukrainian nationalist allies in June 1941, and subsequently murdered. 80th versions agree that small numbers of Polish prisoners were sent to other camps and were not killed. Crucial points. The Soviet NKVDists of prisoners shipped from the three camps to the NKVD at the three towns have been preserved and published. Everyone agrees that these lists are genuine. 3. The official Soviet stated version relies on the alpha assumption that the Polish prisoners were executed by the NKVD at the three towns named and then buried at the three burial places named. These shipments of prisoners are routinely stated to be death transports. The book Iadin, A Crime Without Punishment by Anna M. Sienchila, Nata, IAS Lebedeva, and Wojciech Materski is the definitive academic account of the official version. It refers to the shipments of prisoners this way. The final .dirt left Kozielsk. The last Le Ostashkov for Kalinin on May 19. Lists of those to be sent out of the camp PS. And reporting on the number sent. Sienchila, who did the writing in this volume, added all the largage about execution. Likewise in her discussion of the documents, none of which mentions executions, shootings, killing, death, etc., at all, Sienchila continuously adds language to remind the readers that, in her interpretation, these prisoners were being transported to places where they would be executed. Here are a few examples. They were transferred to NKVD prisons. OT there. The same as the order in the death transport. The first lists of victims to be D. The delivery of lists for dispatching prisoners to their deaths. 8 Areas Directive of 4 April 1940 indicates the goal of exterminating not only the officers and police. This is the first of many reports by the UNKVD head of Kalinin Oblast, Dmytro Tokarev, on the IHAD is R. Sapruninko's instruction to Korolev of 6 April 1940 was, in fact, I list T. The dispatch of prisoners of war L5. This April 11, 1940 report from Kozelsk shows that 643 officers we won in 9 days. The moods of the P1 ISON ones as they were being dispatched unwittingly won their death. Most P1 ISONers sent to Yukhnov camp, were exempted from 1 he death LTSFO1 VA1 ES reasons. 8 May 3, the UPV together with the 1st Special Department NKVD and with the personal help of Me1 Kulov, had processed the cases of 1408 prisoners and 24 the mystery of the Katyn massacre. It is likely that they simply signed or stamped the Kobulov forms with the death warrant already filled in. This report gives the number of lists of names received in the camp and the number of prisoners sent out from Kozelsk camp their deed for each date between April 3 and May 11. A report to Sapruninko shows the number of people for according to the lists received. One of the last executions of POWs from the Ostashkov camp took place on May 22, 1940. Ostashkov prisoners were still H that day. LT is important to emphasize that not a single one of the transit documents themselves refers in any way to executions. With very few exceptions, All the bodies identified 01 supposedly identified at Katyn by both the Germans and the Soviets were identified by documents said to have been found on the corpses. No bodies identifiable as those of Katyn victims have been found at Medno 01 Piotrkatka. The official version assumes that the corpses exhumed at Katyn were all from the Kozaleske camp, having been sent there from Smolensk. If any bodies at Katyn are those of POWs who, according to the Soviet transit lists, were sent to Kalinin or Kharkiv, the official version would be undermined 01 Dis Pirovan. Likewise, any bodies of POWs from any of these three camps found at other places would also undermine the official version. Chapter RL The evident that can't be impugned. There is an enormous amount of writing about the Katyn massacre. The books about it would certainly fill a small library. At least one journal, Zesity Katynskie, is devoted entirely to Katyn. There are thousands of articles in historical journals, newspapers, and other periodical publications. The 4-volume Polish document collection Katyn Dokumenty Zbrodni is more than 2,000 pages long. However, once one undertook to study Katyn, one soon discovered that only a tiny amount of this material is primary source evidence of who killed the Polish POWs. The vast number of documents published in KDZ and a few other collections, however useful they may be for other purposes, obscure those few documents that do constitute real primary sources, the sole valid evidence, concerning the question, who killed the Poles? All the rest concern peripheral issues. These side issues are important only for those who believe that they already know the guilty party and just want to round out the story. So in reality there is not much evidence. What's more, most of the evidence that does exist could have been fabricated in order to support one version 01 the other, either the official Soviets did it version, 01 the Soviet Germans did it version. Indeed, some of it H-alpha-S to be fabrication. 80th The Germans and the Soviets produced reports, each with its own exhumations, autopsies, expert testimony, and witnesses. The German Repo 1T concluded that the Soviets had killed the Poles, while the late one Soviet report concluded that the GE1 Mans had killed them. Clearly, they can't both be correct. Nor can they both be incorrect. FO1 There was no third party aside from the Germans and the Soviets that could have killed the Poles. 26 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. In 1992 the Russian government produced documents which it claimed had been hidden in a top-secret Soviet archive and proved that the Soviets had murdered the Poles. The documents of closed packet number 1, I call them the smoking gun documents, looked genuine. For a few years it seemed that the question of who killed the Poles had been solved for once and for all. In 1995 Yuri Imukhin, a Russian metallurgist, published RHE Katyn Mystery. In it Mukhin argued that the smoking gun documents are fabrications. Mukhin's book soon gathered supporters, mainly in Russia, and started a movement. In 2003 Mukhin followed up his first book with a 750-plus page work titled Anti-Russian Villainy of 1943 and Related Documents. B. The Soviet Burdenko Commission Report of January 1944 and Related Documents. C. Closed Packet No. 1, the existence of which was announced in 1992. D. The Archaeological Report on Excavations at the Mass Murder Site in Volodymyr Volynskiy, Ukraine of November 2011 and Related Documents of 2010 to 2013. The vast majority of studies of Katyn assume the validity of AM and CP, thereby also assuming that the Soviets were the guilty party at Katyn. This is the official viewpoint. It is the only one tolerated in academia and in the mass and semi-popular media. In this version Bulletin is assumed to be a fabrication and receives no serious consideration. This official version is so hegemonic, and the contrary version so marginalized, that even informed researchers often do not know that any other version exists, or simply assume that anyone who doubts the official version is willfully ignoring the evidence. The contrary position, that Bulletin is honest and AM and CP are fabrications, is held by a few Russian researchers. This position has received some limited attention in Russia. Outside Russia it is virtually ignored. The VV discoveries are either ignored 01 denied by everyone except by those few Russian researchers. The NE theta D for objectivity. The only way to arrive at the truth in any investigation is to proceed with objectivity. It is impermissible to allow one's own preferences 01 preconceived ideas to interfere with the search for the truth. Therefore we must be determined from the start to treat Katyn like an unsolved mystery. We have to set aside our own preconceived ideas, preferences, and prejudices. More than that, we have 28. The mystery of Katyn massacre. To recognize our own preconceived ideas and prejudices, and then take definite steps to prevent them from biasing our investigation. We have to work out a method of looking with particular skepticism upon evidence that tends to support our own prejudices and preconceived ideas. We also need to give especially generous consideration to any evidence that tends to contradict our own prejudices and preconceived ideas. If we fail to do this, we will do the opposite, give an especially generous reading to evidence that tends to support our preconceived ideas, and be quick to reject any evidence that tends to disprove our preconceived ideas. We will inevitably fall prey to confirmation bias. Then we will have no chance at all of discovering the truth, for even if we stumble upon it we will not recognize it. Virtually all the purported research on Katyn, including every one of the book-length academic studies in all languages, is guilty of exactly this failure. Their authors make no attempt to be objective. Instead, they misinterpret some evidence and ignore other evidence in an attempt to bolster their own preconceived idea, that the Soviets were the guilty party. Method. There are many fascinating aspects to each of the document collections A through O. To discuss them all would require yet another voluminous work. But that would sidestep the question of primary importance, who was guilty? The present book focuses narrowly on that question. Therefore this book is not an attempt to review the history of the Katyn issue. We have set ourselves a more limited but much more important aim, to solve the Katyn mystery and to determine, on the basis of the evidence now available, who was the responsible party, the Soviets 01 the Germans. What is the proper, objective method for approaching and, hopefully, solving the Katyn mystery, for determining which side, the Germans or the Soviets, murdered the Poles? As far as one can tell, up till now no one has asked this question. Our first task must be to decide whether, in all of the materials that constitute document collections A through D, there exists any primary source evidence that cannot possibly have been fabricated, forged, or faked. The unique value of evidence that cannot have been fabricated should be obvious. Because we want to solve the mystery, to determine who murdered the Polish POWs, only evidence that cannot possibly have been faked is worthy of our attention. The rest of the mountain of Katyn information can be used only as a mine from which to extract that limited amount of evidence whose bona fides cannot be questioned, which is the only relevant evidence. If we focus on this evidence, and do not permit ourselves to be distracted by the enormous quantity of writing on Katyn, we should be able to solve the Katyn mystery and discover who murdered the Polish prisoners. To determine whether any such evidence exists, all of the documents in collections A through D must be carefully studied. We must also study the voluminous scholarly works on Katyn in order to review the results of previous researchers. Primary source evidence that cannot have been faked does exist. This evidence is of two types. Evidence found in a source which the authors of that source would never have fabricated because the evidence appears to contradict their bias. Therefore, they must have included such evidence because they simply could not do otherwise. 30. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Evidence cited by a source before its authors recognized the significance of that evidence for its own position on the Katyn matter. In at least one case the authors never did recognize the significance of that bit of evidence and so never used it. The evidence. What follows is the list of the evidence that almost certainly cannot have been faked too and which therefore enables us to solve the Katyn mystery. We list this evidence according to the 4 document collections A through D. A. The German report, Amtliches Material zum Massthaten Mord von Katyn of 1943 and related documents. Asterisk the spent shells found at Katyn were German. The Germans would never have fabricated 01 invented this detail. In his diary Joseph Goebbels expressed dismay at the discovery of this fact. The Germans went to some trouble to argue that the Soviets could have used German bullets. We will study their argument closely. Asterisk a badge from the Ostashkov camp was discovered at Katyn. The German report AM records this detail. It sets forth the explanation that it was associated with the remains of a Polish soldier who had received it from fellow prisoners who had been previously imprisoned at Ostashkov. AM presents no evidence that any such prisoners existed. As we will see, proponents of the Soviets did it camp have not succeeded in accounting for the presence of this badge in a way that supports their contention. Asterisk the Polish POWs whose bodies were buried at Katyn were presumed to have been in the Soviet POW camp at Kozlsk, near Smolensk. 8 UT many POWs listed among the bodies which the Germans claimed they exhumed at Katyn had in fact been in the Starobielske 01 Ostashkov POW camps. The Germans did not remove these names. Perhaps, in a rush to complete and publish the one report, they did not have time to do so. 01 PE1 haps they could not do so because other ones, including the Polish observers, had already seen them. 01 because 01 they did not recognize the significance of the fact that POWs from Starobielske and Ostashkov were found at Katyn. 01 because they did not know that these men had been in Ostashkov and Starobielske. 01 for some combination of these one reasons. The main point is this: the Germans would never have invented these names. Today both sides recognize that their presence at Katyn undermines the official Soviets did it case. The Soviet Bertonello report of January 1944 and related documents. Like the Germans, the Soviets also exhumed bodies of murdered Poles and searched them for documents. Details concerning documents found on 4 bodies were published in Bulletin. A list among the 8 Erdunko Commission materials in a FOIMER Soviet archive gives details about materials found that were not included in the final report. One document found among the bodies is from a prisoner who was shipped from the Ostashkov POW camp to Kalinin. The Soviet investigators were unable to identify him because the first part of his last name is illegible. Therefore they did not realize that he had been in Ostashkov. They did not recognize that his presence at Katyn undermines the GE1 man report and supports the Soviet case. So they made no use of this information. Therefore 1e they would not have fabricated it. 32 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. See closed packet number 1, the existence of which was announced in 1992. This collection of documents contains one document that has been faked in a clumsy manner but for some reason not discarded. There is no plausible alternative explanation for it except that it was part of a broader forgery job. The archaeological report on excavations at the mass murder site in Volodymyr-Volynskiy, Ukraine of November 2011 and related documents of 2010-2013. Asterisk badges of 2 Polish POWs were found in a mass grave in this town in western Ukraine. These 2 men were from the Ostashkov POW camp. According to the official version they were shipped to Kalinin, Russia, where they were executed and buried at Medno. Their names are on memorial plaques in the Polish cemetery there. No one, in particular the Polish-Ukrainian archaeological team that uncovered these badges among the remains of many victims of execution, questions that the remains of these men must be among those murdered and buried at VV. Asterisk between 96% and 98% of the shell casings found at this mass execution site are of German make and are dated 194-1. Asterisk the execution method at VV was shown by the Polish archaeologist to be characteristic of the Einsatzkommando, 01 GE1 man mass murder team, led by SS Obergruppenführer 1 Friedrich Jeckeln, the so-called Sardinenpackung. Asterisk independent research by another scholar has confirmed that German T1 UPS, aided by Ukrainian nationalist Auxilia 1 IES, shot many Soviet citizens and Jews at this place soon after the invasion in June 194-1. Chapter 1, The Evidence That Can't Be Lumpun 33. Soon after the publication of the Polish archaeologists 1EPO1T of the findings at VV Polish and UK 1INIAN scholars 1 recognized that the discover 1IES of these two badges in Dange ones the official the Soviets did at VE1 Zion of Katyn. After the 1EPO1T on the discover 1IES at VV was published it was withdrawn. The excavation was closed and the mass Mu1 Derza 1E now attributed, without any evidence, to the NKVD. Conclusion: the Germans murdered the Poles. All the evidence that is of undoubted authenticity, that cannot have been faked, supports the conclusion that the Germans, not the Viets, are guilty of the mass murder ones of Polish POWs that are null as the Katyn Massacre 1E. All of the unimpeachable evidence either points to 1 ectly to GE1 man guilt, 01 contradicts the official and only version of Soviet guilty. None of it is compatible with Soviet guilt, provides support for the official version, 01 tends to DISP1 of German guilt. Therefore we must conclude that it was the GE1 mans who murdered the Poles. The evidence simply does not permit any other one solution to this mystery. One predict that this conclusion will be rejected regardless of the evidence. It de one ectly contradicts the official version which is accepted by the Polish and Russian governments, by every scholarly study since at least 1992, and by a host of other influential bodies including the United States Congress and the International Court of Justice at The Hague. The one eater may wonder, doesn't the AG1 element of so many auto 1 ida ca1 re some weight? Indeed it does. The all-ut unanimous AG1 element that the Soviets were guilty at Katyn has served to make a closed book of the Katyn issue. The official version that the Soviets murdered the Poles dominates both Exp1T and public opinion. Dissenting views are not tolerated. Such views, and they one authors, a 1E ostracized, ridiculed, and otherwise. 34 The mystery of Katyn massacre. Ignored in the sense of never cited or referred to in further writings. But consensus is irrelevant to the question before us. That question is, what is the truth? This question cannot be decided by appeals to authority no matter how respectable or how numerous those authorities may be. It can only be decided on the basis of primary source evidence. The evidence is unequivocal. None oft evidence th alpha tc alpha noth alpha ve ben fake supports the hypothesis that the Soviets shot the Poles. All of it supports the contrary hypothesis. In this book we will carefully scrutinize each of the document collections A through D. In the conclusion we will address the question of why the approach employed in the present book has not been applied to Katyn before this. Chapter 2. The German Repo. Amt Likes material. The German report AMT/ICHESM alpha Terial Zoom M alpha Senmord von alpha Ting contains many contradictions. Several local resident witnesses whose testimony is included in it later repudiated their testimony. Its result were rejected by at least 3 members of the international scientific team which examined bodies at German request and who signed statements claiming Soviet guilty. 2 of the separate team of Polish scientific experts also withdrew their support from it. Each of these problems could be accounted for by assuming that the German report was faked. They might also be explained by other factors. Those local resident witnesses and scientific experts who later repudiated their statements might have done so in fear of Soviet reprisal. Or they might have made their initial statements to the Germans under threat from that side. The contradictions in the report might be due to haste and carelessness as the Germans rushed the report into print. Various documents, diaries, calendars, notebooks, envelopes, letters, newspapers, inoculation certificates, and other kinds of documents, were found in the mass graves. According to AM, none were dated after sometime in April 1940. 80th The German and Polish teams falsely concluded that this meant the prisoners had been executed around this time. Of course, the Germans would not have reported, 01 allowed the Poles to see, any documents dated later than April 01, at latest, early May 1940. The Germans, not the Polish observers, controlled this process. And the German-Polish conclusion was false anyway. The latest date is only the terminus post quem, evidence that the victim in question was killed sometime RJ that date, perhaps long afterwards. Some, at least, of the Germans and Poles must have under 36 the mistar of the Katyn massacre. Stood this elementary fact. Therefore, dishonesty was surely present from the beginning in the compiling oft reperti. But the fact that AM was compiled tendentiously, with some lying, and in haste, does not in itself establish who shot the Poles. It does not establish that the Soviets were not guilty and therefore that the Germans were. The fact that AM is privily dishonest on many counts proves only that the report cannot be trusted. In a later chapter we will outline some oft more important contradictions and falsehoods in the German reperti. However, our purpose is not to show that AM is a highly flawed documentee. Our aim is to solve the mystery, to answer the question, who murdered the Poles? Showing that the German report is T1 odd and dishonest cannot do that. We might surmise that the Germans would not have had recourse to falsification if the Soviets really had killed the Polish POWs and all the Germans had to do was to tell the truth. But this reasoning, however suggestive, is not evidence. The evidence in AM that cannot have been faked and therefore 15 genuine 1. The spent shells found at Katyn were German. This is stated multiple times in AM. Außerhalb der Graber wurden in Ansel beschossener Pistolen Halsen mit dem Boden auf Druck Gecko 007.65 gefunden, desgleichen Varianzelt in den Grabern zwischen den Leichen. Translated. Outside the graves were found a number of pistol shells with the head stamp ECO 007.65. Individual examples were also found in the graves among the corpses. Chapter 2. The German Report. 1 Grab 2 War a Lich beim Burgunder Leichen nach original Patroni auffindbar Joasen, bei der sich Pistolen Munition mit der Hulsenboden Pragung Gecko 7, 65-0 handelt. Translated. Owing the retrieval of the corpses there was found in Grave 2 an original cartridge, pistol ammunition with the Gecko 7, 65-0 head stamp. Oi Hulsenboden Weisen Übereinstimmend die Pragung Gecko 7, 65-0 auf, in Sprechen Sonak dem der Aufgefundenen Unversrten Patroni erhobenen Befund. Translated. The head stamps have the same stamp Gecko 7, 65-0, which corresponds to that on the unused cartridge that was found. Analog Außer Befunda Boten wir weitere Gecko hu, sen, die am Sudlichen Rand de Graves 1 nahe in diesen Niewinkel aus dem Gewachsenen Erdreich leicht Rexiatlich vor einer daselbst stehenden Kiefer freigelegt worden waren. Translated. Analogous exterior findings were 4 more Gecko shells which had been left on the southern edge of Grave 1 near its knee angle to the undisturbed earth and slightly to the right of a jawbone. 37. 38 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Die in Katyn Nachgewiesene Massen benut St. Pistolen Munition Gecko Caliber 7, 65 mm Gleich der Munition, wie sie seit vielen Jahren in der Munitionsfabrik Gustav Jenschow & Co. in Durlach bei Karlsruhe hergestellt word. Tr Alpha NSL Alpha TED. The Gecko Caliber 7.65 mm pistol ammunition used at Katyn, is the same as the ammunition which has been manufactured for many years in the ammunition factory of Gustav Jenschow & Co. in Durlach near Karlsruhe. Hierausser gibt sich in Verbindung mit den früheren Ausführungen über die Hulsenboden Pragung Gecko 7, 65d, das die zu den Erschießungen im Wald von Katyn verwendet Pistolen Munition 1930 oder 1931 hergestellt wurden sen Mus. Tr Alpha Enslated. It follows from this, in connection with the earlier remarks on the head stamp Gecko 7, 65d, that the pistol ammunition used for the executions by shooting in the Katyn wood was produced in 1930 or 193 1. 1 Gleischen Untersuchungsgang wurde daselbst unter einer Nachbarlichter Unterstänzigkeit auf der Grabsäule Geschosshuls aufgefunden. Chapter 2. The German Report. In the course of the same investigation, a bullet shell was found on the FJ or oft grave under an adjacent corpse oft Iowast layer. 39. The Germans claimed that only German GKO cartridge shells were found at Katyn. They found no other shells there. The Germans would never have freely invented this fact. Had any Soviet cartridge shells been found among the corpses, the Germans would surely have reported this. Therefore we can be confident that only German shells were found at Katyn, though not necessarily only the kind of shells identified in AM. The Germans claimed that German cartridges were exported to the USSR in the 1920s and early 1930s. The Soviets did not deny this. But, absent countervailing evidence, German shells suggest German guilty. Neither the Soviets nor the P10 Soviet researchers have one on the following two curious facts about the German repo 1T of these shell casings. First, the German CJ aimed that the shell casings bore exactly the same head stamp ECO 7.650 or GKO 7.6500. No matter one who did the shooting, it would be unusual for a team of at least a half dozen shooters, shooting several thousand individuals during a period of about 6 weeks, to all use exactly the same shells, with the identical markings, and all at least 9 years old. At the German mass murder site at Volodymyr Volensky, 3 different types of German shells were discovered. The 2 most common types of shells found there are dated 1941 on the head stamps. The number of victims at VV was about 1/10 of the number at Katyn. Second, none of the photographs of the shell casings in AM are of the head stamps. The head stamps are the only way the shells can be identified. AM contains side photographs only, useless for identifying the shells. 40. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Image 2.1 AMP 304 Build 34, bottom. The Germans at Katyn knew this, of course. When they sent some shell casings to the Gustav Genschau firm, manufacturers of the GKO ammunition, for identification, the Genschau firm replied with a note showing the different head stamps that identify the ammunition produced during different years. 1. Chapter 2. The German Report 41. Only photographs of the head stamps could provide evidence that it was precisely these shells that the Germans found in the Katyn burial pits. The Germans could have sent photographs of any shell casings they wanted and just CJ aimed that they had been found at Katyn. But they did not. Instead, the Germans took side views of the shells. They could easily have photographed the head stamps, but they failed to do so. The Germans were asking their readers to believe them. But then why bother with reproducing side views and views of bullets at all? It seems this can only be explained as an attempt to deceive the readers of the report. Yet the Germans were right after all. Anti-communists have relied on the German report, which is the only evidence to support the Soviets' THIRD version. And anti-communists have no incentive at all to be objective. To this day they have not questioned the fact that the Germans did not photograph the head stamps. We shall see that there are many more contradictions in the German report that have gone unremarked. All accounts of Katyn except the German CJ aim that only these undated GKO shells were found at Katyn. This means that they accept the German AM as truthful, they believe the German report. This is an error, incompatible with the search for the truth, just as it would to believe the Soviet Burdenko report. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's Minister of Propaganda, CJEA1 Leon Day 1 stood the P1 oblum that the finding of German shell casings should have post FO1 the German P1 propaganda campaign a 1 ound Katyn. Unfortunately, German munitions we found in the graves of Katyn. The question of how they got the 1E needs CLA1ification. It is either 1 a case of munitions sold by us do 1ing the PE1 iot of OU1F1 Eindley arrangement with the Soviet Russians, 01 of the Soviets themselves th1 owing these munitions into the graves. In any case, it is essential that this incident be kept top SEC1ET. If it 42 the mystery of the Katyn massacre were to come to the knowledge of the enemy, the whole Katyn affair would have to be dropped. The Goebbels Diaries, 1942 to 1943. Praeger, 1970, p. 354. Goebbels was correct. The use of German ammunition and only German ammunition at Katyn is prima facie evidence of German guilty. It is not evidence of Soviet guilt at LL. 2. A badge from the Ostashkov POW camp was discovered at Katyn. 9424. Stat Ostashkov. Another Pole from grave 8 is Władysław Czerniszewicz, born on 2-1-10-1898 in Slonim, Zamkora 75, in the civilian life an auxiliary clerk in the office of the district captain of the Slonim district T. In addition to a wallet with the monogram WC, 190 zloty in banknotes and a tobacco pouch of linen cloth, an oval sheet metal marker was found among the exhibits that contains the following information. Chapter 2. The German Report. TK Unk 10 KO. 9424. Ostashkov. 43. The finding of this badge caused some confusion in the German repertoire. The report concludes that Czerniszewicz was brought from the Ostashkov POW camp to Kozaleske by the Soviets for some purpose and Thanchoti. However, no one named Czerniszewicz, Czarniszewicz, Czerniszewicz, etc. is on the list of more than 4,000 bodies in AM. The volume UBV/the B1 AC ETS indicate that there is no evidence FO1 this. UBV assumes that the Russian Charnyshevik API-I1 LEBH1, was one Illiche one Nushevik. 44. The Misterov the Katyn Massacre. Among the Kozaleske POWs Tucholsky names Chernyshevik. Czerniszewicz Władysław or 2-1. 10.1898. Kor. Prakaunik Starostwe W Slonimiu. This only confuses matters further since this is the spelling of the prisoner not in Kozaleske or Ostashkov but in Starobolske. Here is an individual named in the text of AM but not in the AM lists and about whom Tucholsky and Guryanov is very important for the defenders of Stalin version that the Germans were responsible for the crime of Katyn. Namely, if these was Shkuta, and Shkuta was from Starobolske, that would mean that at Katyn there were buried prisoners not only from Kozaleske but also outsiders, and that would mean that doubts were creeping in about the results of the German investigation of 1943 and the Soviet-Russian investigations of 1990-2004. According to these results, at Katyn prisoners from Kozaleske were shot and buried, and prisoners from Starobolske were shot and buried at Kharkov. The outsiders. 47. We begin by examining Pamiatnika's attempt to resolve the question of the identity of one of the POWs on the AM list T. Number 2398 in that list reads 2398 Skuta, Stanislaw, LTN. Impfschein, Mitgliedskarte D. RES Office. No prisoner by that name is on any of the Soviet Kozaleske TL transfer lists. The only Polish POW by that name in the Soviet transfer lists was a Starobolske pensioner. 48. The Mystery of Katyn Massacre. Number 3729 3729. Bukida Tokjiapayu, EBHF 1913. The basic assumption of the official version of Katyn is that these prisoners were shot at Kalinin and Kharkov and buried outside those cities at Medno and Pyatakatki respectively. The presence of Starobolske POWs at Katyn would disprove that assumption and thereby would undermine the official version. Accordingly, Pamiatnik attempts to show that Skuta was actually someone else, Sikula, whose name was spelled incorrectly by the Germans. IL's hypothesis is that the Soviets misread the Polish barred 1 for a T, then the E for a Z and so wrote I, Skuta, for Sikula. Pamiatnik found a preliminary German list which appears to bear this out. A Sikula Stanislaw is named in Tucholsky's Kozaleske list. Asterisk Sikula Stanislaw or 2.1.1903, S. Zacapena I Antonini. Per. Peach. Res. 72. pp. Kieronikskali Pauzeknij W. Swerzikak, Pal. Rodom, Instructor Lop. A Sikula Stanislav is number 4 on Soviet Transit List 040/3 dated April 20, 1940. A Skuta Stanislaw is also named in Tucholsky's Kozaleske list. Skuta Stanislaw Marian. Ur. July 5, 1913. Furr. ART, Daoud Kanine. BAT. Chapter 2, The German Report 49. 65, PAL OD 7, 9, 1939 W3 Diane 21, PAL. PCKNR 01398. Here Tucholsky identifies this man as number 1398 in the AM list T. But no such number exists in AM. The AM list skips directly from 1397 to 1399. 1397, Uniformierter. 1399 Lieutenant. Verschiedenzettel, Impfschein 2869. Tucholsky does not explain why he states that Skuta is number 01398 in the AM list when there is no such number in that list T. Skuta is a problem for the official version because the presence at Katyn of a Starobileske prisoner is incompatible with the official version, according to which prisoners shipped from Obileske to Kharkov must have been shot there and buried nearby at Pyatakhatka. Pamiatnik, writing in 2011, could not account for the fact that the draft German list reads Sikula but the print version reads Skuta. Perhaps we can do so today. In a later chapter we will see that the Germans captured the Soviet transit lists of POWs shipped from Kozeleske to Smolensk, near Katyn. A Sikula in Russian, C, MyJIA, is indeed on that list T. The Sikula reading on the draft German list must have been the result of consulting the Soviet Kozeleske transit lists. We discuss the fact that the Germans possessed these lists in a later chapter. When the German list was revised, the reading was changed to Skuta. The German editor must have thought that was a more accurate reading of the material before him than Sikula. He did not realize that the only Polish POW named Skuta on the Soviet transit lists was a Starobileske prisoner. The Germans had captured Soviet lists of POWs shipped from Kozeleske to Smolensk but could not have known whether 01 not they were complete. They did not have the lists of POWs shipped from Ostashkov and Starobileske. 50. The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Tucholsky's Skuta Stanislaw Marian, to whom he gives the non-existent number AM01398, must be an attempt to avoid the inconvenient presence of a Starobileske prisoner at Katyn, a fact that contradicts the official version. But Tucholsky's entry has to be wrong. The Soviets had no Skuta in Kozeleske, so they could not have transferred any Skuta to Smolensk. Skuta was transferred from Starobileske to Kharkov. But he was not shot there. Instead he was transferred further to Smolensk, where he was eventually shot and buried. But the official version of Katyn is wedded to the notion that the POWs were shot once they had arrived at the city to whose UNK they were shipped, Smolensk, Kalinin, or Kharkov. According to the official version, a Starobileske prisoner transferred to Kharkov, as Skuta was, but killed at Katyn, cannot have been shot by the Soviets. Other outsiders. In his article, Pamiatnik identifies two lists of outsiders persons on the AM list who cannot be identified with a prisoner who, according to the Soviet transit lists, was at Kozeleske. One list, that of I.U. Anzoria, is unpublished. The second list is the following. Tarchinsky Marek, I Glossa du Ksig Komentarnij Polskiego Komentar Zawojanego WKD in Zbrodnia Katyńska po 60 latach. Polityka, Nauka, Moraln. Zesili F1 Alpha Enskier 12 pages 191-198. This article lists 231 outsiders 01 unidentified names in the German AM that are not on the Soviet Kozelsk lists. One subtracted those that Pamiatnik claims he has identified and searched for the rest in TLL-Kolsky. One succeeded in identifying 23 more Kozeleske POWs who had not been identified by Tarchiki in 2000. These are not relevant to the present study. One also identified 4 more POWs named in the AM list who are on the Soviet Starobileske lists and OL1E who is 011 the Soviet Ostashkov lists. Chapter 2. The German Report. Starobileske. AM 0741, 74-1. Hauptmann. Starobileske. 51. Visitankert auf den Namen Lapinski Stanislava, Gesangslehrer, Photos. There is no Mikowski in Ubita. There is no Mikalski in Ubita. Ubita 512 reads possibly Michalowski January. Asterisk Tarchinsky 218 Vrobel, MAM 161. 52 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Vrobel Zygmunt. Per. Prodop. Jest 2. Vrobel Zygmunt me College. Ur.19.11. 1913. Per. Peach. Res, Bayon. Kop. Orani. There was no prisoner named Vrobel M. at Kozaleske. Oziashkov. Asterisk Tarchinsky 211 Wojanowski AM 1948 equals Bo I1 HOBCK Oro I03 E APA HLJ I11 I1 E ISKI P 856, number 88, Ostashkov of March 5, 1940. The academic discussion is signed by Alexander Guryanov, a Memorial Society researcher. One Memorial is a strongly anti-communist organization. As one might expect, Memorial and this book support the official, Soviets did T version of Katyn. Chapter 2. The German Report 53. 011 pages 882 to 884 Guryanov names 41 persons in the AM list whom he says no one has as yet identified. One have studied all these names and have identified 3 POWs from the Ostashkov camp. 1, Wojanowski, is identified above. The other 2 Ostashkov prisoners exhumed by the Germans at Katyn are. The bold-faced text says that in part of the PLS run of AM Dudek is listed as Budik Karo L. AMP 186 number 778 reads. 778 Budel, Karel, Uniformierter. Impfzatel, Zettel MIT Namenda Abidjan. This must be the following person. 38 AEY.L. Z Katowic. PCKNR 02857. This must be, 64. 5 ICOB I1M I1 Ka JLR ERM. 1892 RP 3224 Duchalski P 766, number 64, Ostashkov. Yet more outsiders. The Burdenko Commission identified yet more corpses as belonging to Polish POWs from Ostashkov and Starobel SK. Most are reported in Bulletin. 1, not used in the published report, is recorded only in a working list of materials recovered from the corpses by Burdenko Commission investigators. We will examine it in the next chapter. The mass grave of German victims at Volodymyr Volynski, Ukraine, contains the bodies of at least 2 and probably more Polish POWs who had been Ostashkov prisoners who had been transferred to Kalinin. But they had not been shot there, as the official version requires, but instead were killed at least 15 months later and 700 miles distant from Kalinin. The official version. Chapter 2. The German Report 55. Cannot accommodate this, so they must have been shot by the Germans and their Ukrainian allies. Another piece of unimpeachable evidence. In Chapter 8 we examine the information about another outsider, a prisoner from Ostashkov whose corpse was tentatively identified by the Polish Red Cross at Katyn as that of Krytosiowski. Conclusion. The unimpeachable evidence from the German AM is asterisk the Genin shell casings, asterisk the badge from Ostashkov, asterisk the presence of corpses of Ostashkov and Starobelsk prisoners found at Katyn. All this evidence points towards German, not Soviet, guilty. Chapter 3, The Burdenko Report. The Soviet 8 Burdenko Report of January 1944 is the main document in which the Soviet version of Katyn is set forth. Proponents of the official version which blames the Soviets normally dismiss it without serious criticism. 8U contains one piece of evidence that cannot possibly have been faked and so is of prime importance for determining the guilty party. We will examine it here. In 2007 mail sign 011 Andrei Pamiatnik published an online article titled From the Unpublished Materials of the 8 Burdenko Commission L. In it Pamiatnik, a firm adherent of the official Soviet stated version of Katyn, reproduces without comment 29 pages of a List 01 inventory of materials found by 8 Erdunko Commission investigators among the bodies exhumed by the Soviet Commission at Katyn in January 1944. Among these materials are documents that the Soviet investigators found on the bodies. Some of those documents postdate the time that, according to the official version, the Polish POWs had been executed by the NKVD. They are proof of life later than the time that the Official version insists the Polish POWs had been killed, in April and May, 1940. If they are valid, the official version of Katyn must be false, since the official version states that all the prisoners were shot by the NKVD during April and May, 1940. Are these documents valid? 01 Are they fakes, forgeries created to exculpate the Soviets and pionted on the bodies 01 in the graves by the NKVD 01 the 8 Erdunko Commission? In this chapter 1 we will 1 at http://kdnfiles.com/content/pamiatnevi-burden left brace and date 4.1 v41. 5 Dates of September and November, 1940. Tomasz Zygo dates 12.ix.40, 28.9.40, 15.11. 40. Zygoli's case is important. T. Duchalski p. 260 col1 reads. Zygoli. Tomasz. U17.3.1897s. Tomaza I Ursuli. Podov. Res. Erzdeniksik Pronajibas Pizalna Spolesnich W Warzai, Zam. Golkk. Wa1 Sai. Wymieniany W Imyan Ilmsi Koluisg Berdunkai. Kozielsk Lub Starobielsk. Poronij List Starobielsk. Mentioned in the 8 Erdunko Commission Reperti. Kozelsk 01 Starobeleske Kompa 1 E the Starobeleske List T. On page 519 column 2 there is exactly the same entry, except the last sentence reads, Poronij List Kozielsk Q, compare the Kozeleske List T. Duchalski has no record of Zygoli. In the Soviet transit lists, 8 UT Zygoli is on the Ukrainian list. 58 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Translated. Zygon Tomasz son of Tomasz and Ursula born July 3, 1897 in Saborzys, Reserve Under Officer Mobilis to Olajimirt's Direction Off Legal Section of the Social Insurance Office in Warsaw, resident of Golbek named in the report Oft Berdunko Kamelslo on. This means that Zygo was arrested in the Ukraine. The list doesn't give us any more information than that. Logically, therefore, he would have been imprisoned in Starobeleske camp. But he is not listed on the Soviet lists as one of those transferred out of Starobeleske in April, May 1940. Body number 92 searched by the Berdunko Commission 2 must be Zygo's because there is too much personal material on it to be anybody else. Here is the complete entry from the Berdunko Commission's text. Letter from Warsaw, addressed to the Red Cross at the Central Bureau of POWs in Moscow, 12 Kuibyshev Street. The letter is written in Russian, in which so FIA. 2. I use the translation in Volume 3 of Madden Commission Hearings. The Katyn Forest Massacre. Hearings before T/JE Select Committee, Part 3 J13 and 14, 1952, 228 to 247. This translation is identical to the Soviet translation published as a supplement to the Soviet War News Weekly. Chapter 3. The Berdunko Report. Zygon asks to be informed of location of her husband Tomasz Zygon, Sergeant of CA Ralry. On the letter is the date September 12, 1940. On the envelope is a German postage stamp from Warsaw. 940 and the stamp Moscow. Post Office 9, sent 28.9-40 and a determination in red ink in Russian, find out which camp and send it for delivery. 15.ix40. 59. Since this letter was found on Zygon's body, he must have received it. By this time he must have been in another camp, Eventually he ended up in a camp near Smolensk, probably in one of the three camps 1-0N, 2-on, 013-0N.3. As we shall see, the existence of these three camps is documented in other materials found by Burdenko Commission investigators on other bodies. So Zigan was alive sometime after September 28, 1940, the latest date in Moscow. His body, along with many others, was exhumed at Katyn. This means that these men were also alive at that time, or ZYG could not have been buried among them. Therefore they were not shot by the Soviets in April-May 1940. That means that they were shot by the Germans and their Ukrainian nationalist allies. This fact dismantles the official version of Katyn. 7 date OFJ UN 29, 1940. Body number 95. 2 postcards dated 13. 1.1940 and 29.vi 1940. 18 dates of April 6 and May 5, 194. 1. Receipt of Camp 1 of November 19, 1939 for a silver cigar case and Mont Blanc ballpoint pen from Pryapulskogo Przemysława. Chapter THR The Burdenko Report. Boleslavovi Shah, Dwi Mi1 CJIABA 60 JIECJIABOBI1 Law. 63. The Burdenko investigator could not read the first part of the surname. He believed the surname ended in dy back L111/Polski or y back L111/Kulski. The name and patronymic are clear, in Polish, Przemysław S. Bolesław, in Russian Dwi Mi1 Kjiab 60 JIECJIABOB. No Katyn from any of the camps has a surname that ends in Polski. There is only one POW whose surname ends in Ulski and whose name is Przemysław and whose father was named Bolesław. He is in Ostashkov list 050/3 of some time in April 1940. In fact, no other Katyn POW in any of the POW camps had the Christian name Przemysław and a father named Bolesław. This is the only one. So this has to be the man. Koziatulski Jan. Furr. 22.10.1899. PORARTSTSP, Officerska Kadra OK1. Poronaj listy Ostazkauslo Istarobielslo. At Ostashkov, Duchalski P310 Ko L2. Koziatulski Jan. Furr. 22.10.1899. PORARTSTSP, Officerska Kadra OK1. Poronaj listy Kozielslo Istarobielsk. At Starobielske, Duchalski P435 Ko L2. 64 The Mistilov The Katyn Massacre. Koziatulski Jan. Furr. 22.10.1899. PORARTSTSP, Officerska Kadra OKL. Poronaj listy Kozielslo I Ostazkausk Q. Nevertheless, Volume 1, page 425 of the Medno Cemetery book Miednoj. If ZG alpha Kmentarna Polski Gokment alpha RZ alpha Wojan theta, go. Does have an entry for Przemysław Koziatulski, son of Bolesław. Semetmi book entry Rekre alpha TED based upon original entry. The editors of this book probably took this entry from the Ostashkov transit list T. But in reality Koziatulski is buried not at Medno but at Katyn. Despite the fact that Duchalski mentions this Koziatulski 3 times Kuryanov, in Ubida, fails to mention anyone named Koziatulski. Duchalski himself does not mention Przemysław Koziatulski, son of Bolesław, at all, despite the fact that he is in the Soviet T1 Anzit list and the Medno Semit 1Y book. Together with Uth-1 prisoners F1OM the Ostashkov camp Koziatulski was shipped to Kalinin. Youth and no doubt many 01 even all of his fellow Ostashkov POWs, was not executed at Kalinin but was sent on to Smolensk. This fact dismantles the official version. Chapter THRE. The Berklenko Report 65. I interpretation. The most important thing about the Koziatulski receipt is that Bulletin fails to mention it. The Burdenko Commission investigator was unable to identify the person because the Burdenko Commission did not have the transit lists FLOM the 3 POW camps. Even if they had realized that this was an Ostashkov POW, they probably would not have mentioned in the reperti. Judging from what was included in bulletin, the investigators were looking for documents dated later than May 1940. As we have seen, they found some. But this receipt is dated November 19, 1939. It would probably not have attracted their interest. It is this lack of interest by the Burdenko Commission that makes it such a valuable piece of evidence. Asterisk, it cannot have been fabricated. Therefore the Burdenko Commission expert really found this receipt. Asterisk, the fact that Koziatulski was in the Ostashkov POW camp and that the Burdenko Commission did not recognize this fact suggests that the other Ostashkov prisoners they identified, Goecki Irazkiewicz and Lewandowski, are probably also genuine. Bulletin did not use GOE2, without double spacing between the letters of the word. Asterisk, at the bottom of the document the words have been typed in capital letters that stand clearly out from the much darker and heavier type of carbon copy. Asterisk, at the bottom of the carbon copy but not of the original is the seal of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Soviet Union. The name of the party was official changed from AII Union Communist Party at the 19th Party Congress in October, 1952. The earlier name for the party is on the letterhead. The form itself is from the 1930s, with 193 preprinted where the date should go. Asterisk 011, the Shalepin document but not on the 8 area document. There is a faint stamp in the upper left corner, above the first word in the letterhead, Nezhigat, do not burn. See the figure below. 70. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. 1M Alpha GE 4.1, the Shalepin document. No one has come up with a satisfactory explanation for this document. Asterisk, it is not mentioned at all by either Cianciola or Sanford. Sanford's book is an important study in English too, while Cianciola and Materski is the definitive one-volume study in any language. Asterisk, in the official Polish government publication Anus 1. Zawodny, it is published on pages 12 to 13 but without any comment what evil. Despite the fact that the documents of closed packet number 1 are the only evidence that the Soviet government ever planned to shoot the Polish POWs, this document is passed over in silence by defenders of the official version of Katyn. It is easy to understand this as the silence of embarrassment. This document undermines the case for the bona fides of all the closed packet number 1 documents. Shved and Prudnikova and Chigorin cite Shalepin's friend Valery Karazov as saying that Shalepin did in fact learn about the Katyn documents early in his tenure as head of the KGB. Document number 4 of closed packet number 1 contains a proposal F10M Shalepin that all the files 1L adding to Katyn be destroyed. According to Karazov, Khrushchev did not agree with this P1 PSL. So either K1 Azov was mistaken and the files were destroyed, 01 they we 1 not destroyed at LL. At any 1 it appears that this destruction, actual 01 only contemplated, had something to do with the stamp do not burn on the Shalepin version of document 2. It is hard to imagine archivists giving permission to alter archival documents in the way that the Shalepin VE1 Zion of document 2 has been altered. But if the Beria version of document 2 we1 EA forgery and carbon copies were made, then the Shalepin version might be understood as an experiment to see what further FO1 Jerry was possible. But what Eve won the motive, the Shalepin document has been falsified. The addition of Stalin's name at the bottom also suggests an attempt at FO1 Jerry. Khrushchev organized an attack on Stalin over a number 1 of FI1s. A genuine document of 1940 signed Secretary of the CC. Would not need to carry Stalin's name. There we re a new IMBER of Secretars, any one of whom could sign a document as S. Secretary. In 1940 there was no longer a post of General Secretary. But by Khrushchev's day the office of Gen 1 Al Secretary had been revived for Khrushchev himself. An attempt to implicate Stalin in the Katyn massacres might be less persuasive if Stalin's name were not on the letter. Conclusions *. The Shalepen version of Document 2 was certainly created during Khrushchev's time. *. The manipulation of the Beria version of Document 2 suggests that it may have been created at the same time and so may also be a forgery. 72. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. *. The do not burn stamp on the Shalepen version suggests that there was a plan to burn at least some documents. *. The addition of Stalin's name suggests that this was an aborted attempt to produce false evidence in order to accuse Stalin of guilt in the Katyn massacre. In turn, suggests alpha T such documents did not already exist. For if the Beria letter with Stalin's bold and one-eatable signature had been available in 1959, there would have been no need to contemplate adding J. Stalin to Document 2, as the Shalepen Let 1 does. Karazov's testimony, and Rema 1Ks made by an aged Shalepen to Investigato 1s in the early 1990s, are good evidence that some kind of Katyn forgery was contemplated during Khrushchev's day. It is no wonder that Kh1 Ushchev did not go Th1 with it. He himself was in the Politburo in March 1940. Khrushchev was in the Ukraine but visited Stalin's office during these months, FO1 exam PLE on March 1, April 3, 4, and 5, and May 21 and 22, 1940. 3-1 Khrushchev decided to blame Stalin. For the Katyn massacre he would have also implicated himself. We do not know what process led to the fabricatio I1 of the Shalepen version of Document 2 or why it was not destroyed. We are fortunate that it wasn't destroyed, since it provides solid evidence that the other documents in closed packet number 1 may also have been forged. Therefore, at the very least, we cannot accept the CP documents at face value as prima 1y source evidence. There is a lot of other one evidence that these documents are forgeries. We will examine some of the most important points of this evidence in a later chapter. But in my opinion none of the internal 3 Pozitidlii Kremlovskogo Kabineta IV Stalin. Storishevsky Archiv 2, 1996. Chapter Foul. Closed packet number 173. Problems in these documents are in themselves conclusive evidence of forgery. And, it is important to recognize this also, it is likewise impossible to prove from internal evidence that the documents in closed packet number 1 are genuine. They are of questionable validity. As such they are useless as evidence. On the basis of a study of the documents alone we cannot say that all the documents in closed packet number 1 are forgeries. But we can make that statement about the Shalepen version of Document 2. It is definitely a forgery. The presence of a glaring forgery in closed packet NO1 casts a shadow of suspicion over the other documents in that packet. Chapter 5. The excavations at Volodymyr Volynski. In 2011 and 2012 a joint Polish-Ukrainian archaeological team partially excavated a mass execution site at the town of Volodymyr Volynski, Ukraine. Shell cases found in the burial pit prove that the executions there took place no earlier than 1941. In the burial pit were found the badges of 2 Polish policemen previously thought to have been murdered hundreds of miles away by the Soviets in April-May 1940 during the Katyn massacre. The badges. 1. Joseph Kolegowski. In May 2011 Polish news media reported that in the western Ukrainian town of Volodymyr Volynski a numbered metal badge had been unearthed which had been identified as that of a Polish policeman, Joseph Kolegowski. According to the official 01 Soviets did it version of Katyn, it had been assumed that Kolegowski, along with thousands of other Polish POWs, had been executed by the Soviet NKVD at Kalinin, Russia, and buried with other such victims at Medno, outside of town. 1. My translation. 3. Were persons from Katynli St also murdered at Grodzisk in Volodymyr Zwolinski. This is indicated by the National Police Badge number 1441/2 found by Ukrainian archaeologists. As Mr. Pyotr Zawilski, director of the National Archive in Lodz has informed us, The badge with this number belonged to Constable Joseph Kolagowski of the 4 Commissariat in Die.Ln. Information concerning the issuance and service number is from May 1939. The surname Oft Constable figures on one Oft dispositionalists for the camp at Ostashkov. Up to now it was believed that he had been murdered in Kalinin and lies in Medno. How to explain the fact that Joseph Kolagowski's badge has been found at Olodymyrts Wolinski? Was he killed at Kalinin 01 at Olodymyrts? 73 All translations are mine. 76 The mystery of the Iadin massacre. This account continues by identifying Kolagowski as one of the men who, according to the official version, were killed as a part of the Katyn massacre. The discovery occasioned considerable discussion in the Polish press about the relationship between the Katyn massacre and the site near the Ukrainian town of Volodymyr Tenlinsky. 4 At that time no one doubted that this was a site of Soviet NKVD killings. 5. The Ukrainian media also reported the excavations under the assumption that the Soviet NKVD was responsible for the killings, as in the following account in the Ukraine-wide online newspaper ZHDENU of October 4 201-1. 6. 4 The surrounding Ion of Volhynia was part of Austria-Hungary until the end of World War I, then part of Poland, then part of the Soviet Ukraine, then occupied by the Gelmans, then again Palty of Soviet Ukraine, and is now Palty of Ukraine. Tr Alpha enslated. And although there is as yet no official version of who these people were and why they were shot, scientists are inclined to think that the murdered people were victims of the NKVD in 194-1. Polish citizens, military, and civilians, the wealthy class. This is what the artifacts found at the execution site suggest. Here are 2 badges of officers of Polish police, and since there are numbers on them we already know to whom they belonged, to Joseph Kolagowski and Lyudwig Malowiecki. Both were from Lodz. According to NKVD documents one often was shot at Kalinin, 35-6, ZA, Red. Ziga Jonazek, B. Gronek KCG Mentarna Miednoj, T1, Warsaw 2005, S 465. Ojnika została pierzelzana do Miejskiego Muzeum. 8. It was a Polish National Police badge number 144-1, which belonged to Constable of National Police Joseph Kolagowski, son of Stephen and of Josephine Sajerska, B. March 12, 1898 in the village of Strych. In the Polish Army on June 20, 1919. 10 Pap. Participant in the 1920 war, particularly distinguished himself at the Battle of Mariampol May 24, 1920. In the police from 1921. Initially served in the Tarnopol region. Then from 1924 for many years in Lodz, in 1939 in the Vikomis. In August 1939 mobilized to Tenpa 1. As NR 679.L Class VVM. 026/1. 35-6, according to, ed. Ziga Jonazek, B. Gronek Mednwayi Cemetery Book, VO1. 1, Warsaw 2005, p. 465. The badge has been transferred to the local museum. B. Sprawozdanie z nadzoru nad badaniami archeologiczno malsine kasiumasygenami na terenie. Rezerwatu historyczno-kulturowego miasta Olodymyrca Wolinskiego. Oprakownie zespolowe pod kierunkiem dr Dominiki Simiskiej. Rada Ochrony Pomysłu I Wakiemczynstwa. A team description li under the direction of Dr. Dominika Similijska. Concil for the commemoration of Strugla and martyrdom. Torio, 2012, note, pages 1. At http://www.kressikatzienlkazeli.home.pl/aegments/pileyurapf. Chapter 5. The Excavations at Volodymyr Volynski 79. Image 1. Artists rendering off badge of Constable Police Constable Joseph Kolagowski unearthed at Volodymyr Volynski. Here is the entry for Kolagowski from Volume 1 of the Medno Cemetery 800K, 9. L. Cemetery book entry recreated based upon original entry. Kolegowski was taken prisoner by the Red Army sometime after September 17, 1939, when Soviet troops entered eastern Poland to prevent the German army from establishing itself hundreds of miles further east at the USSR's pre-September 1939 border. He was held in the Ostashkov prisoner of war camp in Kalinin Oblast, now renamed Tver Oblast. In April 1940, along with other prisoners, he was transferred from Ostashkov to the town of Kalinin. After that there is no further information about him. 9 Miednoj. Kasakokmentamapal/Dgok Mentarza WC Nago. Walsaw, Rada Okrany. Pamiasi Wak I Mechenstwe 2005. Tom 1, 465. 80 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Kolegowski is counted as one of the victims of the Katyn Massacre. What purports to be a record of his transfer, with the word mord adkled, is on one of the official Polish websites about Katyn. 10. As stated in the Polish media account of May 25, 2011, Kolegowski's name is on the transfer lists of Ostashkov prisoners reproduced in the official account by Jędrzej Tucholsky Publishekl in 199-1. 11. Kolegowski is also listed in other recent Polish lists of Ka. 10 http://www.indks.karta.org.pl/pl/Zachigali ID equals 11036 according to the homepage. Index Reprezionanek. This online record is a digital version of contents of official volume, Maria Skrzynska-Plawinska, ed. Rozstrzelanie WTW Alfalfabichny Sp 6314 Jan 6W Polskich z Ostazko Warostrzelanek W Quietnil Maja 1940 I Pogorzabanek W Miednoj, Wedlg TR 6 Del Sowiekich I Polskich. Warsawa, Ozrodek Karta, 1997. 11. Jędrzej Tucholsky. Mord W refers to the Delo 01 case file in the NKVD list information that is irrelevant since this file has not been found and was probably destroyed long ago. One might assume that this, by far the most significant discovery of the whole Volodymyr Volynski dig, would be highlighted. Instead it is buried in this footnote and virtually disguised with obscure words. There can be little doubt that this was done for one fear that this discovery would undermine the claim that the Soviets committed the massacre at Katyn, a claim which Polish authorities want not only to keep alive, but to continue maintain is unquestionably T1UE. No doubt that is why, Malowiecki's name is omitted altogether from the Polish A1 geologist 1 EPO1T. This important discovery is completely ignored. These two facts, the burying of the 1F1 insta Kolegowski and the complete omission of the discovery of Malowiecki's badge, A1E good evidence that the Polish archaeologists wanted to play down the Katyn connection at Volodymyr Volynski. But in the UK are alpha in 88 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. An archaeologists' report on the Volodymyr Volynski dig, neither man's name is even mentioned. The shell casings. Details of the shell casings, 150 in all, found in grave number 101E given in footnote 3, page 8 of the Polish 1 report but are absent from the UK 1 and 1 report. 5 units. 101 ed 44, 01 96% of the 150 shells found, were of GE1 man make and can be dated to 194 1. These identifying marks on shell casings are known as head stamps. According to the analysis by Sergei Strigin Cam, 67, 19, 41 signifies the Hasig FAC leftward arrow M. Tori in SKA1 bullet 9 the lot number, and 41 the A1 of P1 Oduction. DNH1, 41 signifies the Do1 latch factory 11 means the shell was jacketed in brass, 1 is the lot number, and 41 the year of production. Chapter 5. The excavations at Volodymyr Volynski 89. 1M Alpha Guess 5.6 Alpha and D7 artists' rendering of shells of the type found in graves number 1 and 2. The Polish report, but not the Ukrainian report, Also species the shells found in grave number 2. Of 225 shells found in this grave, 205 are the GER Men 1941 Hasig type, 17 are the German 1941 Durlach type, 2 are of the unmarked 1930s Soviet type, and 1 is marked 1906. 3 hence 98.67% oft shells are of 1941 German manufacture. B 1906 appears to be Austrian rifle ordnance made for the TSHT Army during the Russo-Japanese War. See the drawing at http://7.62x54r.net/mosynid/mosinamoid02.htm number sign Austria and the photograph obtained by Sergei Strigin at http://kdn.ru/images/news/2012-hyphen-12-b_1906.jpg. 90 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. By contrast, neither of two Ukrainian reports cites the numbers of each type of shell. 01 The fact that German shells made in 1941 constitute the overwhelming majority of those found. The following paragraph appears word for word in each of the Ukrainian reports. Translated. In the burial pits were found identical shells, mainly of caliber 9 mm. Most often have the mark DNH, and CAM in 194-1. However, several shell casings of Soviet model were also found. All this requires more research inasmuch that it is not OB. Results of archaeological exhumation recovery investigations at the Vala site in the town of Volodymyr-Volynskiy in 2012. Lutzke, 2012. Available at http://www.formmuseum.info/upload/files/3it2012_bojlol/ilmlp/bojlilhcblm.pdf. These are two versions of same report. The much fuller PDP version contains many pages of photographs, graphs, tables, and drawings, but no clear accounting of the cartridge shells as the Polish report has. Chapter 5. The excavations at Volodymyr-Volynskiy. Objective to assert that the shootings were carried out by the Hitlerites even though shells of Soviet model were found in the burial pits. Examples are known that the Soviet organs oft NKVD used German weapons in executions. 91. There are some problems with the conclusion in the Ukrainian reporti. First, it is an example of circular reasoning. It assumes that the mass killings at Katyn, which even the Germans admitted were carried out with German ammunition, was a Soviet crime. But that is the very assumption that the discoveries at Volodymyr-Volynskiy call into question. Second, it assumes that even the overwhelming preponderance of German ordnance is not enough to establish that the killings were done by the Germans, since the Soviets could also use German ammunition. And zero doubt this is the reason the Ukrainian report does not give the numbers of shells. 01 The percentage of them that are German and of 1941 manufacture. The Ukrainian report does note that women clutching children to their breasts were also found in the mass graves. Translaced. 25 Emphasis added. 92 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. It is also noted that those killed often covered their faces with their hands, or embraced another victim. There are no examples anywhere of the Soviet NKVD shooting children. Ukrainian archaeologist Oleksiy Zlatohorsky has pointed out the political problems raised by the Polish archaeologists' identification of the Germans as the murderers. Gaze.ua. Tr Alpha Enslated. Incautious statements by Polish archaeologists about the belongings of the remains found on the land of the castle of Kazimierz Wielki in Volodymyr-Volynskiy could cast doubt upon the already known crimes OHHE NKVD in relation to Polish officers, said the Direction of State Enterprise Volyn Antiquities Alexei. 26. Zlatohorsky in a commentary to Gaze.ua. Chapter 5, The Excavations at Volodymyr-Volynskiy. 93. The only already known crimes of the NKVD in relation to Polish officers is the Katyn massacre, or to be more precise, the OFFICHL version of the Katyn massacre. Prof. Zlatohorsky does not explain how the Polish report casts doubt upon the official version of Katyn, The Ukrainian report cited above appears to be a shorter, perhaps internet version of a longer report written by Zlatohorsky and two other Ukrainian archaeologists, S.D. Panishko and M.P. Vashita. This report omits any mention of Kolegowski, Maloyoisky, 01 their badges. Its appendix does include some photographs also found in the Polish repertoire. Among them are a photo of the Polish policeman's epaulette and of the sardine packing arrangement off bodies in grave No. 2. The opening of an exhibition concerning this site at the Val. Dymyr Volynski Historical Museum on March 5, 2013, was announced. The accompanying article states only that in 1997 researchers assumed that the victims buried there were Poles shot by the NKVD in 1939-1940 and suggests that this is still their conclusion. Point 27. Kachanovsky and Musichenko cited evidence that the Germans killed the victims at Volodymyr Volynski. More than 96% of the ammunition found in the mass graves is German and was manufactured in 194-1. The Transit 01 shipment lists from Kozaleske, Ostashkov, and Starobilke are from April and May 1940. Kolegowski and Maloyoisky could not have been killed earlier than 1941. And 01 has suggested that they were killed in Kalinin and Kharkiv in April-May 1940 and then their badges brought to a 94. The mystery of Katyn massacre. Mass grave in Volodymyr Volynski, hundreds of miles away, and there thrown into the burial pit. Kolegowski and Maloyoisky were indeed shipped out off their POW camps in April 1940, as recorded in the Soviet transit lists published by Tucholsky in 199-1. But neither of them was being sent to execution. They were killed in 1941 in Volodymyr Volynski, Ukrainian SSR. According to the evidence now available, they were killed by the Germans. The badges and the shell casings are primary source evidence that cannot have been forged. 01 faked in any way. The Polish archaeologist would never have fabricated the badges or invented the identities of their owners. Nor would she have fabricated the fact that the shell casings found in the mass graves were not only German but were manufactured in 1941, long after the Katyn killings. On the contrary, the Polish authorities are now denying the report of the Polish archaeologist T. Funding has been withdrawn, the mass graves have been filled in. A small number of victims, unidentified, have been reburied and are now officially called victims of the NKVD. We will discuss this in more detail in a later chapter and point out that this constitutes a tacit admission by Polish authorities that the official version of Katyn has been disproven. The M-alpha-terial evidence discovered at Volodymyr Volynski, the badges and the German shells dated 1941, are the most important kind of evidence we could ask for. They could not have been planted or otherwise faked. In this they are unlike documentary evidence and personal testimony. If we had no other unimpeachable primary evidence indicating that the official version of the Katyn massacre is false, these discoveries would be sufficient to establish that fact. On the basis of the badges and shell casings at Volodymyr Volynski alone, we can conclude that the prisoners shipped out of the Soviet POW camps in April-May 1940 were not being sent to their deaths. This in itself disproves the official version of the Katyn massacre. Chapter 6. What the unimpeachable evidence shows. In chapters 2 through 5 we have examined all of the unimpeachable evidence that we have been able to identify. Document collection A. The German report. Asterisk the German spent shell casings, asterisk the badge from Ostashkov, asterisk a considerable number of bodies found at Katyn of POWs from the Ostashkov and Starobilesk POW camps. Document collection B. The Soviet Burdenko report. Asterisk the receipt from Przemysław Koziatulski, son of Boleslaw. Document collection C. Closed packet number 1. Asterisk the excerpt from protocol number 13 of Politburo that has been altered, probably in 1959. Document collection 0, the archaeological report from Volodymyr Volynski. Asterisk the badges of J.F. Kolegowski and Ludwik Maloyoisky. Asterisk the hundreds of German shell casings dated 194-1. According to the official version of Katyn, the Polish POWs were transferred from Kozaleskie, Ostashkov, and Starobielskie Po 1 camps to the Smolensk, Kalinin, and Kharkov NKVD, who oversaw their murder, and then buried them at Katyn, Medno, and Piotrkatki respectively. The executions took place within a short period after the POWs arrived at the cities in question. There has never been any evidence that the Polish POWs were shot in this way. Guryanov of Memorial, a fervent defender of the official version, admits this in several places in his lengthy analysis in Ubita. He admits that Soviet transfer lists are the only official source containing almost the full list of POWs from Iozaleske, but that they say nothing about any shooting 01 Politburo decision. Translated. The exceptional importance of prescription lists as evidence is due to the fact that this is the only official source containing a practically complete list of names of executed POWs of Kozaleskie camp. However, the prescription lists do not contain any reference to the fact that the persons listed in them are to be shot on the basis of a decision of Politburo of the CC of VKP. Therefore there is no formal connection between the Politburo document of March 5, the Beria letter, and the shooting of POWs. Chapter 6, What the unimpeachable evidence shows. Translated. Consequently, if we restrict ourselves to only the Soviet sources listed, from a formal point of view it is impossible to establish any connection between the decision of the Politburo of March 5, 1940 on the shooting of Polish prisoners of war and the NKVD prescription lists. 97. Guryanov recognizes that the lack of evidence of life after spring 1940 is the weakest link in official version. He 06XOLLI1MOCTBCOCJIATBCHOTCYDCTB he NPH3AKOBNL13HHNOCJIE Beck by 1940 R, H06W, HOCTBCYLLB6BI on 03 AGBX HEN 03 AGBX 00 PE3YJIB Tata M3KCRY Ma, are the remains of prisoners of war from the Kozaleskie camp mentioned in the documents of NKVD. Guryanov points out that Alexei Pamyatnik makes the same assumption, Chapter 6. What the unimpeachable evidence shows. J1 Arab FL. Dlaczego Wazami W Polskich Moghach W. Katyn Najda JSISZCZTKI Oficero tylko z Obozu Hypotesia ta jest gloni wyniki. J. Percy. Already in 2005 Alexei Pamyatnik came to the conclusion that in the Polish graves in Katyn there are remains of officers only from the Kozaleskie camp. Therefore, one believed that in Polish graves at Katyn there are remains only of officers from the Kozaleskie camp. This hypothesis is the main result of my work. 99. This hypothesis, really a pretense, is false. One suspect that Guryanov and Pamyatnik know it is false. Evidently, they hope that their readers will not know it. Their omission of these facts, which dismantle the official version of Katyn, is essential if they wish to continue to uphold the official Soviet stated version. Guryanov admits that no shooting lists have been discovered, though he insists that they did exist. TR Alpha NSL Alpha TED 100 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. As N.S. Lebedeva has shown, along with the instruction list that were sent to the three camps by the head of the division of Polish POWs or his deputy, lists with the same names of PL1ers of war, but signed by Deputy People's Commissar of NKVD Merkulov and containing an order to carry out the executions of the persons listed in them, were to be sent to the heads of relevant regional NKVD directorate. Not a single one of these lists has yet been found. What Lebedeva and Guryanov really mean is that the CIAL version is to be S alpha VED. Such list must H alpha VE existed. For Guryanov, Imoria L and anti-communist researchers and writers generally, the official version is to be considered true beyond any legitimate doubt, meaning questioned only by biased, pro-communist, and therefore immoral people. This is not history. It is anti-communist ideology masquerading as history, disguised as history to fool the majority of people who rely on experts like these. The conspiracy to defend the official version of Katyn. You, the reader, should be wondering, if the solution to the Katyn murders is as obvious as this book makes it seem, why haven't one heard about it? What can account for the fact that the only version of Katyn that we ever hear about is the one that blames Stalin and the NKVD for murdering the Poles? The answer is that there is a worldwide anti-communist conspiracy to ignore the truth about Katyn, as about many other alleged crimes of Stalin. The Russian researchers who have been critiquing the official version for more than 2 decades are completely ignored. None of their work is available in any language other than Russian. They. Chapter 6. What the unimpeachable evidence shows. 101. Are seldom mentioned even in the Russian media, and almost never mentioned outside Russia. The recent 470-page book by German research Claudia Weber Krieg der Täter, Die Massenerschießungen von Katyn. Hamburg, Hamburger Edition, His Verlagsgesellschaft, 2015. ISBN 978-386-854-2868 does not mention any of them. Plus neither does the authoritative English language study by Tenjacek Matersky and Anna Ciancilla. Yale University Press, 2008. Clergyman. In reality, only one ecclesiastic is listed. Unter den identifizierten Ermordeten befinden sich 2 Brigade General 12 Obersaint, 50 Oberstleutnant, und 10 Titerenar sowie ein Feldgeistlicher. Tr Alpha enslated. Among the murder victims that have been identified, the 1 are 2 brigadier generals, 12 colonels, 50 lieutenant colonels and 10 veterinarians as well as 1 military clergyman. 2 Nebenzwe Brigadegeneral and werden unter den Mordopfern 2250 Offizier Verschiedenster Range, 156 und Veterinar, 406 Offizier ohne erkennbaren Rang, Vonrike und Manskaften sowie ein Feldgeistlicher sofort an Ort und Stelle identifiziert. 108 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Translo Alpha Ted. In addition to 2 brigadier generals, among the murder victims 2,250 officers of various ranks, 156 doctors and veterinarians, 406 officers whose rank could not be determined, ensigns and personnel as well as 1 military clergyman were immediately identified on the spot. Several witnesses testified that the woods around the mass graves were closed off by the NKVD in 193-1. Das Waldgelände Kosygori durfte bis 1931, when nicht gerade Erschießungen stattfanden, von jedermann betreten wurden. Kinder, welch dort Pils suchten, erzählten immer von F1 Grabhügeln. Translated. Until 1931 the forest area of Kosygori was accessible to anyone, as long as executions were not taking place. Children who were looking for mushrooms there always talks about fresh grave mounds. Bis zum Jahr 1931 konnten wir, die Dorfbewohner, in dieses Gelände gehen, dort Pils und Beeren zu sammeln, und auch ich habe als Jung in Kosygori Pils gesucht. 1 Jahr 1931 wurde das Gelände von Kosygori insgesamt, das Betreten durch Warntafeln, die von der OGPU. Unterschrieben waren, verboten. Translated. Until 1931 we, the villagers, were able to go to this area to gather mushrooms and berries, and one too, as a. Chapter 7, The German Report. Boy, collected mushrooms in Kosgoy in 1931. The area of Kosygori was fenced off and entry was prohibited by warning sign issued by the OGPU. Seit ungefähr 10 Ahrn wurde das Schloss im Wald als Sanatorium für hohe NKWD beamt benutzt. Das ganze Waldgelände war durch einen 2 Meter hohen Stacheldraht eingezogen. Translated. For about 10 years, the castle in the forest has been used as a sanatorium for higher NKVD officials. The whole forest area was fenced off by barbed wire 2 meters in height. 109. This was contradicted by the testimony of witness Gregor Silvestrov. Die Ihnen behaupteten, es waren Polen, manch aber, es waren Finnen Joasen, ebenfalls nergerictweise hort man, die gefangenen seen zu dem etwa 4 Kilometers von hier entfernt sogenannten Ruhehaus der Kollektiven Geschaft und dort erschossen wurden, dies Namauchichen, des Urzeit dieser Transpote das in der Ugebung des Haus sublik Piltes am Elm verboten war. Translated. Some said it was Poles, but many said it had been Finns. It was also rumored that the prisoners had been taken to the so-called rest house oft collectives, some 4 kilometers from here, and shot there. One to assume this, because at the time of these transports the usual mushroom gathering in the vicinity oft house was forbidden. 110 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Kiselev testified that the local people thought there were about 10,000 Poles killed by the NKVD at Kozygori. Die Luther Ortschaften Erzählten, dass es sich circa 10,000 Polen gehandelt haben soll 1. Tr Alpha NSL Alpha TED. The local people used to say that it was a matter of about 10,000 Poles. This is the same wildly inaccurate figure that the German report gives. Für die Gesamtzahl können die endgültigen Ergebnisse untersuchen und Zählung abgewartet werden, ein Versichtigkeitsschätzung last aber mit mind estens 10,000. 12,000 Opfern der Bolschewistischen Mordgier rechnen. Tr Alpha NSL Alpha TED. For the total number we must await the final results of the gruesome investigation and census. However, a cautious estimate would be that of at least 10,000 victims of Bolshevik murder. The only place the local people could have gotten this figure is from the Germans. Former Polish officer Glaser told the Germans that the Kozaleski transits began on March 20, 1940, and ended May 9, 1940. This is false. According to Tucholsky's book, which prints all the Soviet transit lists, there is no list earlier than April 1. The report claims that some Starobileski POWs were transferred to Katyn via Kozalske. Chapter 7. The German report. Bekannt ist, dass ein Geringanzahl von Starobielsk über Kozielsk nach Katyn gebracht worden ist. It is known that a small number of Starobileski prison ERS were brought to Katyn via Kozalske. 111. This is an interesting remark. The Germans did not identify any bodies as being of men who had been transferred from Starobielsk. Evidently the Germans must have known that some POWs had been in Starobielsk. There is no evidence for any small number having been transported from Starobielsk to Kozaleski before April-May 1940. The Soviet NKVD transit lists, reproduced in Tucholsky, record nothing like this. As we have seen, a number of Starobielsk and Ostashkov POWs were indeed killed at Katyn. But these men had first been transferred to Kharkov and Kalinin and only then to Kozaleski. In einem Fall, UND's war M4. For 1940, werden 2,402 Offizier of Transportier T. Tr Alpha NSL Alpha TED. In one case, on April 4, 1940, 2,402 officers were shipped out. Not all the Soviet transfer lists in Tucholsky are dated. But it appears that there was never anything like 2,400 prisoners sent on a single day. He insect question. The German report, and proponents of the official version since then, have emphasized that the Germans found no insects in the mass graves from the time of burial. They have used this fact to allege that the murders must have taken place in the spring, April and May and so must have been committed by the Soviets. They assert that, had the murders 112 The mystery of the Katyn massacre taken place in the fall, and been committed by the Germans, there would have been insects. Nirgends fanden sich in den Leichen oder deren Kleidungsspuren von Insektenfraß oder ihrer Ablagerung, die aus der Zeit der Einschärung stammen könnten. Die nach der Auflegung der Leichen relativ häufig angetroffenen Lederlaufläufer, die von Insekten maiden leben, sind erst nach der Bergung der Leichen, also sekundar, angewandert. Translated. No here on the corpses or their garments were there any signs of insect feeding. 01 Their deposits which might have come from the time of burial. The leather beetles, which are found frequently after the laying out of the corpses, and which live on maggots, have only arrived after the bodies have been salvaged, that is, secondarily. Hierausser gibt sich, dass die Erschießungen und die Einsgerungen in einer kalten, insektenfreien Jahreszeit stattgefunden haben müssen. Tr alpha nsl alpha ted. From this it follows that the shootings and the burials must have taken place in a cold, insect-free season. Es fehlen ganz lichen den Leichen Insekten und die Insekten rest, die Auster Zeit der Einsgerung stammen könnten. Hierausser gibt sich, dass die Erschießungen und die Einsgerungen in einer kalten, insektenfreien Jahreszeit geschehen sein müssen. Tr alpha enslated. Chapter 7. The German Report. Insects and insect remains on the corpses that could have come from the time of burial are entirely lacking. From this it follows that the shootings and the burials must have taken place in a cold, insect f. 113. AM admits that beetles were found that live off maggots. Maggots hatch from eggs which are laid by flies. Dr. Ors, the openly pro-German medical expert, wrote that he found no evidence of insects in one of the corpses he examined. Insekten oder Insektenteile wie auch andere niedere Tiere ließen sich weder in der Leiche selbst noch in der Kleidung nachweisen. Translated. Insects, insect parts, and other lower animals, could 110 be detected either 011 the corpses themselves or 011 the clothing. But Dr. Palmieri, an Italian member of the medical team brought to Katyn by the Germans, did find evidence of insects. In der Kleidung in ganz Mensch toter Larven. Tr alpha enslated. In the clothing a large number of dead larvae. Die Zunge ist flach. 1 Rachen in gross Mensch toter Larven. Tr alpha nsl alpha t theta d. The tongue is flat. In the throat a large number of dead larvae. 114 The mystery of Katyn massacre. Larvae develop from maggots, which hatch from eggs laid by flies. So there had been F1IES after all. During this testimony at Nuremberg, Dr. Markov noted this contradiction in the AM. As to the insects and their larvae, the assertion of the general report that none were discovered is in F1 a grand contradiction to the conclusions of Professor Palmieri C, which are recorded in his personal minutes concerning the corpse which he himself dissected. In this protocol, which is published in the same German Light 800 K1, it is said that there were traces of remains of insects and their larvae in the mouths of the corpses. Failure to recognize the T theta minus rho ost theta m. Dr. Miloslavic, a member of the expert team called to Katyn by the Germans, wrote, Der Tod de Obengenannten Erfolgt im Frühjahr 1940, wie dies aus den der Leiche und den vielen Umliegenden Leichen vorgefunden Privatdokumenten ersichtlich ist. The death of the above-mentioned person occurred in the spring of 1940, as can be seen from the private documents found on the body and on many surrounding corpses. The Polish Red Cross team made the same logical error in their telegram to the International Red Cross of April 21, 1943. Forjugent d'aprs les papiers et documents trouvés sur les cadavres, l'assassinat a dû avoir l'environ auxiliary mois mars, avril 1940. 1 This I Sam. Chapter S. Ven. The German Report. Translated. For judging from the papers and documents found on the corpses, the murder must have taken place around the months March-April 1940. 115. In reality, the latest date of documents found in the mass graves could only establish that the victims were shot after that date. This apparent error in logic, ignorance of the elementary concept of terminus post quem, is made multiple times in the German reportee. It defies credulity to believe that 11 the Germans, Alpha 11 the foreign experts, and Alpha 11 the Poles, could have made this error. Therefore this must be a deliberate effort to deceive 01 at least, to deceive those who wanted to be deceived, who wanted to believe that the Soviets shot the Poles. Denial of Polish collaboration with the Germans while the Poles were collaborating. The German report quotes the Soviet charge that some of the Poles were working hand in glove with the Germans in this propaganda campaign. It also quotes the response of the Polish government, an exile in London to the Soviet charges. Jed Zusammenarbeit mit den Deutschen ist Verschmott worden. 1 Licht dieser in der gesamten Welt bekannten Tatsachen haben die polnische Regierung und die polnische Nation es nicht nötig, sich gegen irgendeine Vermutung hinsichtlich einer Vollnahme oder einer Verständigung mit Hitler zu verteidigen. Translated. All collaboration with the Germans has been scorned. In the light of this fact, known throughout the world, the Polish government and the Polish nation have no need to defend themselves against any presumption regarding a meeting 01 and understanding with Hitler. 116 Mr. The Katyn Massacre. This statement was made while the Polish Red Cross team was in fact working as closely as possible with the Germans at Katyn. In fact, we know that, after Stalingrad made it obvious that Germany would almost certainly lose the war, the Polish Home Army began to collaborate with the Germans against their mutual enemy, the Soviet Union. One well-documented example of the collaboration is discussed in a recent German collection. 2. We will return briefly to this important point in the conclusion. Chapter 8. The German Report. Continue D. Sakharov's article Ts. Ts of Kakt. He research of Valentin A. Sakharov. Since 2010, Professor Valentin Sakharov of Moscow State University has published several very important research articles on the subject of the German report at Katyn. One have never seen any of them acknowledged, much less studied 01 critiqued, by any of the advocates of the official VE1 Zion of Katyn. The 1 Eason FO1 This silence about Sakha1 OV's research appears to be that it deals yet another 1 SE1 ES blow to the C1 edibility of AM. We will examine 2 off ISA 1 Titles He 1 E. Asterisk Tani Katyn I. Svobodne Alpha MYSL 1, 133 to 146. Online, http://svom.info/ent1y/319 Technikatinage. Asterisk Germanskie Dokumenti ob Exkomatii Identifikacji 1 TV Katyn. Online at https://jjkp1f.rajarisjoi79589.html. In this Chapter 1 we will examine Sakharov's first article. We will study his second article in the chapter that follows. Secrets of Katyn. In this article Sakharov examines some of the documents allegedly found in the mass graves by the Germans. He provides evidence that the GE1 mans falsified some of these documents. 118 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. In a number of cases one do not agree with Sakharov's determination that a document was falsified. Here one will only discuss those cases where one believe that falsification can be reliably established. 1 Lemberg. Lemberg was the German name of the city of Lwów, in Russian Lvov, Ukrainian Lv4. Lvov was taken by Poland F10M Soviet Russia in the Polish-Soviet War of 1919–1921 and ceded to Poland in the Treaty of Riga of March 1921. It was occupied by the Red A1 on September 22, 1939 and won everted to the Ukrainian SSR in October 1939 as a result of the T1 Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the USSR, commonly called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. It was renamed Lemberg by the Germans after they captured it in June 1941 due warning they won invasion of the Soviet Union. According to the official version and the German report, the Polish POWs were murdered by the Soviet NKVD more than a year earlier, in April and May 1940. Therefore there should not have been any documents found in the mass graves with the name Lemberg on them. But according to AM such documents we found. Here we will examine some examples of these documents. The number represents the number assigned in AM to the corpse exhumed by the Germans in April-June 1943. 892 Uniformierter. 1 Photo MIT Anschrift, Hananagajoska, Lemberg, Zizianska 24. 1 Medaillon. Anschri, inscription, means that these were the actual Wo1ds on the photo. If genuine, this proves that the body and document were from after June, 1941, and therefore that the victim was murdered by the Germans. If the inscription really read Lwów and some German, in an excess of patriotism 01 political correctness, changed the name T. Lemberg, the name in use at the time of the exhumations in Chapter 80. The German report, continued, Secrets of Katyn 119. 1943, then that would mean that the Germans were altering the documents they found. And that would compromise the Bonn Alpha to off German AM. One entry in AM does contain the word Lwau. 1824 Gondik, Zgislaw, HPTM, Geb. 26-9. 08, Lwau. 1 Aufsausweis, 1 RGT Abzeichen Postsparbuk, Postkarten. If this one mention of Lwau was an oversight and the Germans were changing Lwau to Lemberg wherever they found it, that would mean that the Germans were altering the documents whenever they saw fit to do. If that were the case, it would mean that we cannot trust any of these documents in AM, because the Germans might have ALTE1 at 01 even invented them. At first glance it appears that the Germans did change Lwau to Lemberg in at least one case. 867 Terpiek, Joseph, HPTM. Diplom de Kadettenkorps Lemberg, 1 Offiziersausweis, 4 Postka 110, 1 Tagebuch. This man could not have graduated from the Cadet Corps after the GE one-man occupation. But this example is different from the others. The German entry does not claim that these are the words on the diploma. Rather, they are a translation into German of the words on the diploma. 1776 Chmielewski, Kazimierz, Fliegerhütten. Aufsausweis, Waffenschein, Gestellungsbefehl, Versch. Militi. Befehl. 2 Fliegerabzeichen, 2 Briefe. Namen, Irina Schmidt, Lemberg, UL. Bulwerska 1, Adressierten, Uet Schmidt, Kozielsk. 120 The Mister the Katyn Massacre. The letter could not have been sent from Lemberg before June 1941 at the earliest. 78-1. K. Bolslaw, Sondesigmunti. 1 Photo mit Anschrift, Delia Sichsen and Frau, Lemberg, Den 13. 2 1940, Impfschein, Brief, BL Fumschlag. Once again, Anschrift means inscription, the actual words on the photo. But here the inscription is in German rather than Polish, the date given is February 13, 1940, and the name of the city is Lemberg. This cannot be accurate. Therefore, the Germans translated, that is, lied about, the inscription on the photograph, which in 1940 would have either Vov the Russian name, 01 Lwau, the Polish name, 01 conceivably Viv the Ukrainian name, but never Lemberg. In addition, it would have been written in Polish. Conclusion about Lemberg. Either the documents cited above really read Lwau, Lviv, 01 Lvov, and the Germans altered them to read Lemberg even in those cases where they said these were the Anschriften, the inscriptions on photographs, 01 the documents really did read Lemberg as stated in AM. In the first case the Bonn Alpha of the German AM are desloyed because the Germans were making changes on the materials they found. Who knows what other changes, inventions, forgeries, etc., they may have been making that have gone undetected. In the second case the Germans have provided proof of life for a number of Polish POWs who lived after the German occupation in June-July 1941, and also provided evidence that these men were murdered by the Germans, not by the Soviets. Since these men were buried among all the rest of the prisoners, this is also evidence that the Germans shot the other Polish POWs at Katyn too. Chapter 80. The German report, continued, Secrets of Katyn 121. Whichever is the case, the appearance of the word Lemberg in AMP1 proves that it cannot be considered any kind of honest repartee. 2 German language materials. 3708 Pufel, Roman, Kopiten, Geb. 26.1 1894, Won, Warschau, Strasse de 6. August 58 M2. Aufsausweis, Führerschein, 3 Brief, 1 Postcard, 1 Taschenmesser, Bescheinigung über Militärdienstzeit in deutscher Sprache. Why would a Polish captain be carrying a certificate of military service written in the German language? According to the Katyn cemetery book, Pupil had fought in the First World War. But he would have fought in the Russian army, since Poland was part of Tsarist Russia at that time. If by some chance he had SE1 VED with the Austro-Hungarian EN01 the German army in WW1, he might have had German language papers. But why would he carry them when fighting against Germany in 1939? It is possible that he was given this certificate in a German POW camp after the German occupation of 1941. 4120 Joseph HPTM, Liebena, Schlossstrasse 6. 1 Lebenslauf in Deutsche 1 Sprache, 3 Brief. There were a number of towns named Liebena. None were in pre-war Poland. One of them is in Lower Silesia, which between 1919 and 1945 was in Germany, not Poland. Why would a Polish captain, a resident of Germany, have a curriculum vitae in German on his person while fighting against Germany in the Polish army? Such documentation would leave him vulnerable to being charged with treason against Germany, where his residence was. It seems likely that these papers were taken from a dead German. This may be the case with the certificate of military service under Pupil's name too. In the next chapter we will see that the Germans mixed up a lot of documents, including many documents not found associated with any specific corps. 122 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Krutosylski, another piece of evidence that cannot be impugned. 439 Lieutenant Brief in Deutscher Sprachen den Kommandanten des Lagers, de Tvam 4. 2 1940. Duchalski says this is the following person. Krutosylski. Per. Z Warzawi. PCKNR 0439. PCK means the Polish Red Cross. Its members at Katyn made this identification. There is no other information about this person. It is not credible that a Polish POW would write the commandant of a Soviet POW camp in German. 01 have in his possession a letter in German from another prisoner to the commandant of a Soviet POW camp. So this prisoner must almost certainly have written to the commandant of a German POW camp. That means that this soldier was taken prisoner by the Germans. It would also mean that the Germans falsified the date on the letter. We have already shown that the Germans falsified documents in AM. 1 have not found any evidence that the Soviets accepted prisoners captured by the Germans in 1939. Certainly there was no reason for the Soviets to accept from the Germans any POWs whose homes were in the part of Poland occupied by Germany, as Warsaw was. Therefore this soldier must have been captured by the Germans after the German invasion of the USSR in June 194-1. And that means that he was shot by the Germans. Another important and ignored fact, the only Krutosylski in the Soviet transit lists was an Ostashkov PL1er. This man is listed on Volume 1. Chapter 8. The German Report, continued, Secrets of Katyn 123. Page 449 of the Polish Medno Cemetery 800K. Komis. PP Mikza Wanaje li Styn Krutosynsi is. Helanima I Justini Ziagopsaucho, ul. 15-3 1878 W. Cherkoi. Emeritoani IMDT PEL. KO10L11A. W 1939 Zamias Lo YW Iolamai. L 2630. Cemetery book entry recreated based upon original entry. In the latest study of the Katyn victims, UBITV/80 no prisoner named either Krutosylski or Chchcich is mentioned at LL. If the Polish Red Cross was correct in identifying this corpse, he would be the 16th POW from either Ostashkov or Starobileski that we have identified. One think that entry number 439 should be considered to be another piece of unimpeachable evidence. The Germans would hardly have fabricated a false claim that a Polish POW had written to the commander of a Soviet POW camp in German. As such, it would be evidence of life after May 1940 of another Katyn POW. However, one have thought it simpler to consider this evidence here, where it may be studied in the context of other doubtful statements in the German AM, rather than trying to deal with it in chapters 1 and 2. 3. Litzmannstadt. The Polish city of Lodz was renamed Litzmannstadt by the Germans on April 11, 1940. 1. Lodz, we will use the English. 1. The Germans named it after General Karl Litzmann, whose troops captured Lodz during the Stwolld Wall and who later joined the Nazi Party. 124. The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Spelling, occurs 19 times in the German report, including the letter mentioned in this entry. 3294.0 Berleutnant. Brief AUS Lodz v24. 1940 Lieber Jurku, 1 Crucifix. Here the salutation is translated into German but not the name of the city. Litzmannstadt occurs 3 times in AM. 678 Schreier, Joachim, LTN, Litzmannstadt, Narrow Toaza 48 M2. 1 Ausweis, Mobilmachungskarte, Impfschein, 3 Brief, Photos. 1300. Frekuwich, Josef, LTN 2 Brief, 1 Karte, Absender, Frekuwich, Litzmannstadt, Adolf Hitler STR 104A. 2870. Krokmalski, Jan, Uniformiert, Won. Litzmannstadt, Ali Uni 18 M32. Notice book, Medaillon. Checking these names in Tucholsky we find the following. Schreier was transferred from Kozaleski on April 9, 1940. Lodz, in the German-occupied area of Poland, was not renamed Litzmannstadt until April 11, 1940. Chapter 80. The German report, continued, Secrets of Katyn 125. Schreier could only have had identification with the name Litzmannstadt on his person if he had been in Jenin captivity after April 11, 1940. That means he was captured and killed by the Germans, not by the Soviets. Krokmalski was transferred from the Kozaleski camp 3 days after Lodz was renamed Litzmannstadt, his place of residence to him. No Pole would make this error. 126 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Therefore the Germans must have transliterated this from the Russian list T. The Russian letters spawned S to the Polish IE. In transliterating the name from Russian, the Germans got the soft one correct, the Russian jib makes the gamma soft. But the Germans did not know that the correct Polish spelling was Ki, not K, because they had only the Russian transit list T. According to the Soviet transit list in Tucholsky, Frolkiowicz was transferred in Convoy 035/1 on April 16, 1940. He could not have received a card from a sender in Litzmannstadt in the 4 days between the renaming of the town and the departure of his convoy. In fact, the Polish Po-ones had been forbidden to receive mail after sometime in March, 1940. Their mail privileges were not restored until sometime in September, 1940. Therefore Frolkiowicz could not have received a letter from a sender in Litzmannstadt. Therefore Frolkiowicz received the letters and card after the Polish POW's mailing privileges had been restored sometime in September, 1940. Therefore, this document is proof of life of a Kozaleski POW. Frolkiowicz was alive long after May 1940. He had not been shipped out of Kozaleski on April 16, 1940 in order to be shot. Instead, he had been sent to some other camp where he received these letters and card in September 1940 or afterwards. That means he murdered by the Germans, not by the Soviets. But it is also possible that the Germans fabricated all of this information about Frolkiowicz. If genuine, the 2 letters and the 1 card would have used the key Polish spelling. Since the Germans transliterated his name from the Soviet NKVD transit list, they may well have fabricated all the information under number 1300. And if they did so in this case, they could have done likewise in many other cases as WELL. This would further undermine the validity of the German AM as evidence. Chapter 8. The German report, continued, Secrets of Katyn 127. Conclusion. We have studied Sakharov's article, looked a little more carefully into his results, and identified 9 entries in the AM list that can demonstrate were either partially falsified or entirely faked. AM numbers 892, 1776, 781, 4120, 439, 3294, 678, 1300, 2870. Either we have here a lot of evidence in the German AM that these men were alive months after the official version claims they had been killed and buried by the Soviets, which would prove that the official Soviets did it version of Katyn is incorrect. T01 We have a lot of evidence that the Germans were falsifying the documents that they were supposedly recording as they took them from the mass graves. In either case the German report is dishonest and the evidence it supposedly contains is invalid and cannot not be used in any honest effort to prove that the Soviets murdered the Polish sinners. Chapter 9. The German report, continued, Sakharov's article T. German documents. In the present chapter we review the results of Valentin A. Sakharov's second RDCIE Germanskie Dokumenti ob Exhumacji I Identifikacji Jerdvkatyn. In it Professor Sakharov makes and examines a number of important discoveries relevant to the Katyn issue and the German repartee. Most of them supported by archival documents, some of which Saka 1OV publishes he EFO the first time. We will take them up in turn. They 1 reports of Soviet partisans giving details about GE1 man falsification off Katyn exhumation site. 2 evidence supporting the testimony of Iokal 1 incidents that they EFO1 said by the GE1 mans to sign statements W1 itten in the GE1 man language that they did not on day 1 stand. 3 evidence that the Polish P1 Ison ones who transfer 11 ed F1 OM Kozaleski to Smolensk were sentenced to VA1 ESP1 Ison terms, not sentenced to execution. 4 The statement of GE1 man tree exp1 T that he did not PE1 sonoli collect the treelings sent to him by the GE1 mans at Katyn, but only reported on what had been sent to him. 1 German documents concerning the exhumation and identification of IATN victims. Chapter 9. The German report, continual, German documents 129. 5 Evidence that the Germans captured and possessed the Soviet transfer lists of POWs. 6 Unpublished documents which show that both the Poles and the Germans at Katyn acknowledge that the identifications made there were falsified because the documents were often not found associated with individual corpses. 7 Evidence that the names assigned to bodies in the German list are not based on real identifications but on the haphazard association of unidentified corpses with documents not necessarily found on those corpses. 1 Reports of Soviet partisans giving details about German falsifications at the Katyn exhumation site. Soviet partisans testified that the Germans had dug up bodies from the Smolensk civilian cemetery and bodies of Red Army officers and men killed during the 1941 defense of Smolensk against the German invasion, and transported them to Katyn. Sakharov publishes excerpts from 5 such reports. We have obtained a copy of one of them from GANISO, the State Archive of Contemporary History of Smolensk Oblast. 2. English translation. Information of the Western Staff of the Partisan Movement to the Central Staff of the Partisan Movement to the Chief. July 27, 1943. Chapter 9. The German report, continued, German Document TS 131. Section How the Germans fabricated the Katyn escapade. Prisoners of war who fled the Smolensk camp on July 20, 1943 recounted as eyewitnesses. In order to create graves in the Katyn woods supposedly of Polish citizens shot by Soviet authorities, the Germans disinterred a large number of bodies at the Smolensk civilian cemetery and transferred these bodies to the Katyn woods, which enraged the local population very much. In addition, there were disinterred and transferred to the Katyn woods bodies of Red Army soldiers and commanders who had perished in defense of the approaches of the city against the German invaders in 1941, and Ofthos who had been killed during the first days of the Patriotic War by the treacherous attack on Smolensk of the fascist aviation. The military belts, insignia, raincoats and other items of the uniform of the Red Army serve as evidence of this. This provocative concoction of fascist crooks is not denied even by the fascist doctors who are part of this commission of inquiry. The doctors, who are part of group of experts in the examination of the corpses, said in the presence of the prisoners of war who were working at the hospital that, despite all their efforts, they could not in fact determine the time of burial of the corpses, where they came from, 1 their nationality, because of their decomposition. 8 Below we reproduce a photocopy of the original, obtained from this archive by my colleague Vladimir Ladbrov. 132 The Mystery of Katyn Massacre. R. 111. 1M Alpha GE 9.1 How the Germans fabricated the Katyn escapade photocopy. The other 4 documents from partisan reports tell a similar story. These documents might be considered among the unimpeachable evidence. It seems to be almost impossible that they were fabricated in order to support the Soviet version. On July 20, 1943, the German report had not yet been published. The partisans could not have known that the Soviet leadership would take the chapter line. The German report, continued, German documents 133. German allegations seriously enough to mount a full-scale Soviet investigation commission. Moreover, the partisan documents about the Germans bringing other bodies to Katyn and so falsifying their whole investigation occur in the middle of much longer written reports about the partisans' activity. The Katyn materials, like the one above, are mentioned almost incidentally, rather than being featured as part of any effort to advocate Soviet innocence in the murders. 2 Evidence supporting the testimony of local residents that they were forced by the Germans to sign statements written in the German language that they did not understand. Sakharov reproduces photographic copies of longer statements from 5 local residents who gave testimony to the Germans that the Soviets had killed the Poles, and short affidavits from 11 other similar witnesses in which they certify that their statements previously given were truthful. Ivanov, one of the witnesses, testified to the Burdenko Commission that the Germans had forced him to sign a statement in German and would not give him that statement in Russian. One again refused to give false testimony to the German official. He started shouting at me, threatened me with beating and shooting, and said one did not understand what was good for me. However, one stood my ground. The interpreter then drew up a short protocol in German on 1 page, and gave me a free translation of its contents. This protocol recorded, as the interpreter told me, only the fact of the arrival of the Polish war prisoners at Gnezdovo station. When one asl that my testimony be recorded not only in German but also in Russian, the officer finally beside himself fury, beat me up with a rubber club and drove me off the premises. Another witness, Savitiev, said something similar. 134 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. After threatening and cajoling me for a long time, the office one consulted with the interpreter about something in German, and then the interpreter wrote a short protocol and gave it to me to sign. He explained that it was a record of my testimony. I asked the Intel editor to let me IEAD the protocol myself, but he interrupted me with abuse, ordering me to sign it immediately and get out. One hesitated a minute. The interpreter seized a rubber club hanging on the wall and made to stl like me. After that I signed the protocol shoved at me. The INTE1 praetor told me to get out and go home, and not to talk to anyone. 1 foot 1 inch would be shoti. The documents published by Sakharov confirm that 11 the witnesses signed statements in German, which none of them could one EAD. Sakharov also notes that none of the witnesses in the GE1 man report who testified that the Soviets had shot the Poles in April, May 1941 marked on the smell. Sakharov logically suggests that there would have been a considered one able odor of decaying flesh, as the graves would have been left open for many days. This argument is consistent with the Kant 1 addictions in the witnesses' statements that we noted in a previous chapter. It is negative evidence, however. It confirms other evidence, but it cannot stand as evidence by itself because it is indirect and the one of weak. 3. Evidence that the Polish prisoners that were transferred from Kozaleski to Smolensk were sentenced not to execution but to various prison term. In his 1991 book Alpha Ensky Labyrinth, Vladimir K. Baranov, a proponent of the official Soviet Stidit VE1 Zion, noted that he found records indicating that it was the 136th Battalion that had convoyed the P1 Isoners from Kozaleski to Smolensk. Chapter 9, The German Report, continued, German Documents 135. In the Russian State Military Archive RGVA in Russian, Sakharov 1 on the schedule of Trans 1 ERS carried out by Convoy Units 01 the NKVD for the second quarter 01 foot 1940 inches. The document is titled, Translated. In one Information on the nature and length 01 sentence of convicted prisoners Trans 1 erred by escorted trains and by direct and planned convoy escort units and one Informations 01 convoy troops off NKVD for the second quarter of 1940. This schedule includes the information about the 136th Battalion of the 22 LD Division of Convoy Troops, commanded by Major Mezhov. According to Sakharov and Baranov, this was the unit that transferred the Polish officer Paus from the Kozaleski camp to the Smolensk Oblast NKVD. Here is the information F10M, the schedule about this specific battalion's activity for the second quarter of 1940. 3 to 1314 FI7 LJ7. According to the schedule, in the second quarter of 1940 this battalion convoyed 10,916 persons. Of these, 5,769 had been sentences to various terms of imprisonment, 1 3-year, 4,300, 3 to 5 years, 858, 5 8 years, 443, 8 to 10 years, 134, 10. 15 years, 34, more than 15 years, 0. In addition, this NKVD unit convoyed 2,512 persons under investigation and 2,635 persons sentenced to exile and special settlements. The whole schedule may be seen as Appendix number 13 at the end of Sakharov's article. This evidence too is confirmatory only. It is not unimpeachable itself. It might be argued that the convoy troops had not been informed of the true fates of the prisoners they were transferring from Kozaleski to Smolensk and Gnezdovo. But it is consistent with the unimpeachable evidence we have analyzed previously. For the statement of the German tree exp that he did not collect the tree lings sent to him by the Germans at Katyn, but only repo-ed on what had been sent to him. The German report stated that small pine tree lings had been planted over the mass graves. 3. Ender Boden bewachsen war ersichtlich, dass dies Hügel von Menschenhand aufgeworfen und mit jungen Kiefern bepflanzt worden waren. Translated. It was evident from the ground cover that these hills had been raised by human hands and planted with young trees. 3. Perhaps in order to conceal them, in time. Chapter 9, The German Report, continued, German Documents 137. Dies Graber befanden sich nahe beieinander in größeren, mit einem auffallenden Kiefernbestand BEPF1 Ansten, nach Südwesten zu abfallenden Waldlichtungen. Tr Alpha Enslated. These graves were located near each other in larger forest clearings planted with a conspicuous young pine grove and falling away towards the southwest. The German report states that the tree lings were submitted to a master forester, von Herf, who concluded that they were at least 5 years old, that had been transplanted to their present location 3 years previously, that is, in 1940, before the German invasion of the USSR. Die Massengraber befinden sich in Waldlichtungen, sie sind vollkommen geebnet und mit jungen Kiefernbaumchen BEPF1 Anst. Nach dem eigenen Augenschein der Kommissionsmitglieder und der Aussicht als Sachverständigen zugezogenen Forstmeisters von Herf handelt es sich wenigstens 5-jährige, im Schatten grosser Baume schlecht entwickelt Kiefern F1 Ansen, die vor 3 Jahren an dies Stelljep F1 Ans werden. Translated. The mass graves are located in forest clearings, they are completely leveled and planted with young pine trees, According to the commission members' own opinion and the statement by the forestry master von Herf, who had been brought as an expert, they were pine plantings poorly developed from the shade of larger trees that had been planted at this place 3 years earlier. Sakharov located a transcription of von Herf's report in which he states that he did not collect the 6 tree ling samples himself but 138 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Received them from Dr. Burkle and Dr. Burtz. This transcription is photographically reproduced as Appendix 14 of Sakharov's article. This means that there is no chain of evidence here. The tree lings could have been collected somewhere else before being given to von Herf. Unless we are going to simply believe the Germans, von Herf's conclusions concerning the tree lings are no good as evidence. In the 4th week of August 1943, Dr. Burdenko wrote a letter to Nikolai Shvernik, the chairman of the Extraordinary State Commission on Establishing and Investigating the Crimes of the German and Fascist Occupiers. For in his letter Burdenko described something of what he had learned in investigating a number of German mass murder sites, most recently in Orel, Russia. Burdenko described A.L. in his July 1945 told to the Czech Medical Society František Hajek, one of the medical team that the Germans had brought to Katyn to certify their claims that the bodies had been buried for about 3 years and thus had been killed by the Soviets, testified that the German Forest One had told him, Hajek, that the tree lings might not have been transplanted at all. Tr Alpha and slated. 6. The evidence of 5-year-old pines. 140 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. As evidence, the Germans also pointed to the 5-year-old young pines that were planted on the mounds. We did not see them, because the graves were already opened. They showed us only one-off pines. It was established that it was at least 5 years old and that in the cut closer to the center there was visible a scarcely noticeable little dark band. The master forester von Herf said that such a dark stripe occurs when something stops the growth of tree ling, for example as a result of a transplant, and believed that the pine was transplanted 3 years ago. However, he conceded that the little pine was poorly developed from growing in the shade of other trees, and this band could thus be the result of other influences, not only as a result of a transplant. Von Herf also stated that he was given the tree lings and did not collect them himself from the graves. Meer worden von der Delegation Ausländisker Gerichtsmsichskiefern Pflanzen zur Untersuchung vorgelegt, die von Herr Burkle aus Bukarest und Herrn Professor Burtz aus Breslau in nächsten Umgebung der Massengraber von Katyn persönlich nahmen worden sind. Tr Alpha and slated. One was presented with 6 pine plants by the delegation of foreign forensic medical doctors for the purpose of examination. They had been taken from the area close to the mass graves at Katyn by D1 Burkle of Bucharest and Dr. Burtz of Breslau personally. Chapter 9. The German report, continued, German documents 141. 5 Evidence that the Germans captured and possessed the Soviet transfer lists of POWs. German possession of these lists explains the occasional agreement between the order of bodies listed as found and identified at Katyn and the Soviet transfer lists. Defenders of the official version have assumed that THL's agreement, occasional, not consistent, but still striking when encountered, was evidence that the prisoners were shot convoy by convoy as they arrived from Kozaleske. Vladislav Shved, among others, has set transfer lists side by side with the lists of disinterred bodies in AM, presumably given in the order in which they were exhumed. He has shown that, at least in the case that he examined, there is no consistent pattern of agreement between the 2 lists. However, Sakharov's article has made this line of inquiry moot. He discovered documents that prove that the Germans had the lists of POWs sent from Kozaleske to the Smolensk NKVD. These are the same lists that are reproduced in Tucholsky's book. We have confirmed this by obtaining from the Russian State Military Archive the documents cited by Sakharov here and from which he quotes some passages in Russian translation. The original documents are, of course, in German. Facsimiles of these documents may be found on the Images web page of this volume. They are We saw in Chapter 8 that Joseph Frolkio's name was copied from the Soviet list of Kozaleski POWs. There is at least one more entry in AM that shows that the Germans were using the Soviet list rather than documents from the graves. Impfzettel, one brief MIT Stempel, New York, Brooklyn, one Zettel MIT Notizen. In Duchalski, p. 153 Kernel 1, we read, Lakowski Brzuzek, but on the Soviet transit list we read, the Soviet list uses transliterates the name GL plus Ya, but the name in Polish begins with La, not Lia. The Germans could not have obtained this name from any letter or other document on this body, or found in a grave or anywhere else. Therefore the Germans transliterated this name from the Russian language Soviet list T. So we have the documentary evidence that the Germans had the Russian list of Kozaleski prisoners. But if we did not have it, the examples of Frolkio's and Lachowski would be sufficient proof of it. 6 unpublished documents show that both the Poles and the Germans at Katyn acknowledge that the identifications made there were falsified because the documents were often not found on individual bodies. Sakharov quotes from a meeting in Krakow of June 10, 1943, in which the main Directorate of Propaganda of the German General/government stated that the identifications of bodies at Katyn that had been published in Polish newspapers were unreliable since they were accurate in only a few instances. Chapter 9. The German Report, continued, German Documents 143. For example, at a meeting that took place on July 10, 1943 in Krakow, it was affirmed by the main Directorate of Propaganda of the Government of the General Government. The lists of bodies identified at Katyn that have been presented up to this point and published in the Polish press are unreliable, since they correspond to reality in only a few cases. According to Sakharov, representatives of the Polish Red Cross also participated in this meeting. TR Alpha NSL Alpha TED. In particular, one oft letters oft PRC states, of the lists available to this point we can only in a few cases consider the data a sufficient basis for informing relatives, since for a large number of names we lack personal data that would permit us to identify the dead with certainty. 144 Th Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. 7 Evidence that the names assigned to bodies in the German list are hot based on real identifications but on the haphazard association of unidentified corpses with documents not necessarily found on those corpses. In a letter of July 27, 1943 to the German Red Cross, the propaganda section of the German General Alpha 19 Overnehmen admitted that the documents from different bodies were often mixed up and the documents of a single person were scattered among 12 different envelopes. Andererseits werden durch die verschiedenen 8 Eskektigen Gender-Dokument die Papier durcheinander gebracht und die Zudem die zu einer Leichgehörigen Dokument bei Verpacken auf verschieden Umschlag verteilt. So fanden sich z.8. Die Papier 1 OFFIZers in 12 verschiedenen Umschlagen. TR Alpha enslated. Also, through the different layerings of the documents, the papers have been mixed up, and in addition the documents belonging to one corpse have been divided in the packing up process among different envelopes. So for example, the papers of a single officer were located in 12 different envelopes. Sakharov reproduces a photographic copy of this document as AP Appendix 16. It is also attached as an appendix to the present chapter. The documents were all mixed up, names either false or entstelt geschrieben, written in a disfigured, inaccurate manner. The Polish Red Cross agreed. On October 12, 1943, the Technical Commission of the Polish Red Cross sent a lengthy letter to the International Committee of the Red Cross in Geneva, in which they reported, among other things, the following. Andererseits selbst wenn das PRK samt like Ergebnis der Exhumation und Identifikationsarbeiten. Chapter 9. The German Report, continued, German Documents 145. Einschließender Dokument und Andenken Besuchend es offiziell und in endgültiger Form nicht bescheinigen dass der betreffende Offizier in Katyn gestorben ist. Der unerkennbare Zustand der Leichen, die Tatsache, dass in vielen Fallen bei zu Leichen Dokument vorgefunden worden sind, die Zweifellos einer einziger Person angehörten, die minimals Alter Kennmarken, der einzigen wanfreien Beweisstück, die auf den Leichen gefunden wurden, Endlichter der Mordtat Vorngangen Zustand, das die in Katyn ermorderten Militarpersonen nicht auf dem Schlachtfeld, sondern nach einer Zeit Raumfehlen, in welcher der Wechsel der Uniform, das Verkleiden und die Fluchtversuche der Tagesordnung waren, alle diese Stande das die Arkaner bescheinigen zu können, das die betreffenden Leichen, gewisse Dokument getragen hatte. Translated. On the other hand, even if the PRC were in possession of all the results of the exhumation and identification work of the documents and memorabilia, it could not officially and definitively certify that the officer in question died in Katyn. The unrecognizable state of the corpses, the fact that, in many cases, documents were found on two corpses that doubtless belonged to a single person, the very few distinguishing marks, the only flawless evidence, found on the corpses, and finally the state of affairs preceding the murder, that the soldiers killed at Katyn did not fall on the battlefield, but after a period of time during which changes of uniform, dress, and attempts at escape were the order of the day, all these circumstances entitle the PRC only to certify that the corpses in question carried certain documents. FAP.5.7021 00.114 Point 23 Point 3138 at 1. 38. 146 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. The entire document is also replaced in the original German in the volume NemCVK Alpha. Dokument TY0 R Alpha Stril Polkik vo Enaplenik Osen IU 1941 God Alpha. Moscow, is Dadelst vo ITRK, 2010, 106-117. In a previous letter of August 16, 1943, to the International Committee of the Red Cross, the leadership of the Polish Red Cross admitted that, a part of the documents found which belonged to a single individual were found in the pockets of the uniform of one corpse, and others either in the sand of the grave 01 on other corpses. Therefore, the PRC leadership considered that the list of names of Polish victims should be regarded as provisional, subject to follow-up activity in connection with the official results of the forensic medical expert examination underway in Krakow. The report of the Technical Commission of the Polish Red Cross was published long ago. But it does not mention either of these letters at all. Nor are they mentioned in the 4-volume official Polish collection K Alpha Tyn. Dolumen Ty Zbrodni. They are simply omitted. This omission conceals the unreliable nature of the identification of bodies and of the documents in the German report, but AM is the central evidentiary document that sustains the official version of Katyn, that the Soviet killed the Poles. Sakharov draws the following conclusion. Tr alpha NSL alpha T theta D. On the basis of the aforementioned evidence we can affirm that some documents, papers, and even objects in the hands of the German police were utilized in place of bodies that in reality did not exist, and for the identification of bodies which had originally been classed as unidentified. This implies that some of the documents found on bodies M alpha Y have really belonged to that person, but we have no idea which do and which do not. We do not know how the Germans determined the nationality of bodies dressed in civilian clothes. Some AIE listed as in uniform without specifying WH alpha T uniform. In light of the statements by Soviet partisans recorded in the summer of 1943, these could have been bodies not of Polish but of Soviet soldiers. Appendices 2 through 5 of Sakharov's article reproduce these accounts of partisans. All accuse the Germans of disinterring bodies of Soviet soldiers as well as of civilians. There is no basis to question the genuine nature of these documents. We have obtained one of these documents and reproduced it above. Conclusion. Sakharov concludes his article with the following remarks. The manipulation cited above of the corpses and materials by the German authorities who had researched the Katyn affair exclude any taking on faith of any fact, taken by itself, of establishing a connection between them. Sakharov's research, the contradictions internal to AM, and the identification of many of the corpses found at Katyn as POWs who were shipped to Kalinin 01 Kharkov but clearly not. 148 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Shot there, All these results dia fata I blow to the bona fides of the German report as an objective body of evidence. These results AISO mean that, because it relies heavily upon the German report, the official version of Katyn IOSes its evidentiary foundation. Chapter 10, THBUIDENKO Commission. Report. In this chapter we begin to consider the accounts of the Katyn massacre that appeared between the German AM of 1943 and the emergence of CP in 1992, and in which new evidence was set forth. These are, the report of the Burdenko Commission of January, 1944, the Nuremberg Trial of 1946, and the Madden Committee of 1952. We begin with the report of the Burdenko Kommission. The Burdenko Report. The works that set forth the official version of Katyn say little about the Burdenko Commission and refer the reader to other critiques. In several cases they assert that these other critiques are devastating to the Burdenko Commission's findings. Here we examine the two major studies by Cianciola and Sanford, and the critiques of Bulletin to which they refer, an essay by Miu Sorokina, an essay by Natalia Lebedeva, a chapter in a book by Henry de Montfort, and the chapter on Bulletin in the book therefore decided to maintain that the documents collected by the investigators of April and May 1941 were all, without exception, falsified documents. As evidence for this statement he cites his own translation of Bulletin. They removed from the Polish officers' clothing, killed by them, all documents bearing a date after April 1940, the date on which, according to the provocative thesis of the Germans, the Poles were killed by the Bolsheviks. Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report 153. Here, in de Montfort's own translation, we read that Bulletin accuses the Germans of removing all documents dated after April 1940. But then de Montfort says this. Comment les Allemands auraient lspu faire fabriquer à l'avance de documents aussi divers, aussi variés, que se trouvent sur les cadavres. Tr alpha nsl alpha ted. How could the Germans have produced in advance documents as diverse and varied as those found 011 corpses? Translated. If, by mere hypothesis, one were to admit for a moment the veracity of the thesis presented by the Soviet Commission of Inquiry, that is to say the execution by the Germans of Polish prisoners of war between September and December 1941, then the exhumation of the corpses of these prisoners in March 1943 to substitute false papers bearing dates before April 1940 for their real papers bearing dates after April 1940. 154 The Mystery of Katyn Massacre. Les Russes ont formellement accusé les Allemands d'avoir fabriqué ces documents. Tr alpha enslated. The Russians formally accused the Germans of having fabricated these documents. De Montfort accuses Bulletin of claiming that the Germans falsified in alpha advance the documents found on the corpses. Chapter 11 of his book is titled Impossibilité d'introduire de faux documents sur les cadavres. But Bulletin never states any such thing. Even in de Montfort's own translation Bulletin states that the Germans removed documents later than 1940, retirent de vêtements de officiers polonais, tous les documents portant en date postérieure à avril 1940. De Montfort goes on to accept the claim in AM that no insects were found on the corpses. Translated. The absence on a corpse of what Professor Lacassan calls the workers of death is an indication as valuable as their presence and makes it possible to establish that death took place during the winter. Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report. It will be remembered that the Commission of Representatives of the Institutes of Forensic Medicine and Criminology certified in its report that it had not found on the bodies of the graves which it had visited, any trace of these insects that Professor Lacassan calls the workers of death. 155. De Montfort is in error. In our discussion of AM we have seen that there was clear evidence of insects in the corpses examined by two of the doctors. As a critique of Bulletin de Montfort's chapter is both dishonest and incompetent. That Sanford believes it to be very convincing shows that he has been blinded by his own bias. Cianciola, to whose study we turn next, does not mention de Montfort's book at all. Cianciola. Anna M. Cianciola, N.S. Lebedeva, Wojciech Materski, p. 299. This is a more popular one, Polish VE1 Zion of the later Russian work by Inisa S. 3 Cianciola's note 55, on p. 500, contains no evidence for this statement that the NKVD investigators formulated, composed, fabricated, the testimony of the witnesses they called. 160 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Yazborovskaya, Anatoly I.U. Yablokov, Valentina S. Parsadanova, title J. Let's check this story. FAN, Zbrodni Alpha Kron Iona, p. 299. Sam Burdenko, Ciko Kori, Wiesnal po EGNKWD Svolzoolo Documenti, mi dzy inemi datis Zbrodni Katyńskich. Pochwierdzila to Sinała Burdenki w Rozmoizi Jurajem Zori. Burdenko himself, seriously ill, confessed later that the NKVD falsified documents, including the date of the Katyn massacre. This was confirmed by Burdenko's daughter-in-law in an interview with Yuri Zoria. No source is cited for this rumor. Moreover, we know that it is false. As we have seen, Sorokina shows that Burdenko himself was firmly convinced of German guilty. Natalia Lebedeva too concludes that Burdenko believed the Germans were guilty. Translated. The first session of Commission opened on January 13 at 1300 hours in the building of Neurosurgical Institute in Moscow. It was chaired by Nikolai Burdenko who, from all appearances, believed that the crime of Katyn had been perpetrated by the Hitlerites. Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report 161. 8 Burdenko himself said none of 8 Burdenko Commission members had any doubts of German guilt. Translated. The same day 8 Burdenko sent a letter to Merkulov in which he explained Kolesnikov's words, spoken a few days before in conversation with the People's Commissar. Kolesnikov then stated that the version of the Germans that the Poles were killed by the Russians in the spring of 1940 is fully refuted by the documents we have already found from the end of 1940. 8 Burdenko wrote that therefore he said to the Tite was very important to find documents dated from a later period. Fortunately, such documents have been found. Not a single one of members of the Commission received a false impression. For another account of Soviet group and its problems, see Yazborovskaya, Yablokov, and Parsadanova, Cianciola again. The Polish media now increased their pressure for the truth about Katyn. The Polish party historians' devastating critique of Burdenko Commission report of 1944, handed to their Soviet colleagues in May 1988, was summarized in the August 19, 1989 issue of Poly. 1m. Here, Polish historians related the known history of the Katyn CI. Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report. Kamel 11 Ishin findings were undoubtedly false, and Klail 11 ed that the NKVD bore full responsibility for the external elimination of the Kozulsk prisoners at Katyn, as well as the extermination of the prisoners of Starobielske and Ostashkov, even though their burial sites could not be established without access to Russian documents. 113. The footnote to this passage. Sanford states the same thing. The weaknesses and inconsistencies in the Burdenko report were dissected in full in the April 1989 report of Polish Mel 11 bears ointment Polish-Soviet Historical Commission established to examine blank spots in their relationship. 96. Cianciola and Sanford cite the same issue article in Polityka. Cianciola says we can use the Russian text in one also calls this a devastating critique of Bulletin. This statement is false. As we shall demonstrate, what Cianciola calls the Polish historian's expert assessment offers no valid critique of Bulletin at all. It does make some interesting statements. M21.4, KD 184. Zwłoki z grob 6 Wi7 Ubrain Bili W Ajis Zimo. 4. The corpses from grave 7 were dressed in winter clothing. That means the Polish POWs had been provided with winter clothing by the Polish army when captured in September 1939. They would also have had it whether they were shot in April-May 1940, as the Germans claimed, or in September-December 1941, as the Soviets concluded. No one captured in Russia, or, for that matter, Western Ukraine 01 Western 8 Russia would ever abandon winter clothing, no matter what time of year it was. When they were transferred from any camp to any other camp or place, say, to execution at Kozai Gori, they would have taken their winter clothing with them. If they had no baggage, no account, German, Soviet, or Polish, says anything about baggage, they would have worn what they had. Chapter 10. The Bird NKO Commission Report. Tr Alpha Enslated. In the graves at Katyn were personal documents which made it possible to identify 2,730 oft remains out of a total of 415. The Soviet Special Commission, when it carried out a second exhumation, did not find any other personal documents. 167. That this statement is false is obvious to us today, since we now have a list of documents found by Burdunko Commission investigators and published by Pamiatnik. It was recognizably false in 1989 too. The final section of bulletin is titled Documents Found on the Bodies. This section refers to letters, postcards, a Catholic prayer book, and receipts found. These are personal documents. M23.12, KD 186. KT Urusha W Egzakukja Komunikji Produkji Niemi Ekioi. Ko potem wajasnyano meso im exportum tejamunikji du ZSRR. Oraz du Polski I krajo nadbahakich. Translated. The fact oft use in the executions of bullets of German manufacture, which was later explained by a massive export of these bullets to the USSR as well as to Poland and the Baltic countries. This too is a false claim. What's more, the writers of this chapter had to know that it is false. At the Madden Commission hearings in 1952, Gustav Jenschow, president of the company that manufactured the GKO ammunition that the Germans found at Katyn, said that there had been only very small sales of GKO ammunition to the USSR after 1928. 168. The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. MIOTA-FL. Do you know what caliber of ammunition was used and what kind of pistol was used by the NKVD or the GPU from the year 1933 until the end of the war? Mr. N0, 1 Do not know that also, because since 1928 we did not export large quantities of pistol ammunition to Soviet Russia. Mr. FI. Did you export any quantities of 7.65 pistol ammunition to Soviet Russia? Mr. Jenschow. Yes, before 1928, somewhat larger amounts. But one wished to point out that at that time the stamp on the bottom of cartridge was different from the one stated before, and after 1928 he quantities which were exported were small. Mr. FL1. But there were some quantities shipped to Soviet Russia after 1928, of 7.65 ammunition bearing the GKO trademark? Mr. Q. Yes. 1. Wish to point out that the trademark which was used before 1933-34, when the latest trademark was introduced, also had the word eco in it and 7.65. There was only the addition of 2D slightly underneath the right and left end of the word GKO. On page 35 of AM we read: Außerhater Graber werden in Ansel beschossener Pistolen Halsen mit dem Boden auf Druck GKO DD 7.65 gefunden. TR Alpha NSL Alpha TED. Outside the graves were found a number of fused pistol shell casings with the head stamp GKO DD 7.65. Chapter 10. The Erdunko Commission Report 169. The shells mentioned in AM were the 1928 to 1931 type shown in the middle drawing. Jenschow said that the larger exports to the USSR were before 1928, when the word GKO did not appear on the shells, and were small after that, when the GKO DD 7.65 shells were made. The authors of the Polish historian's expert assessment knew this. They also knew that very few, if indeed any, of those who read their work in 1988 would have had the ability to check the Modern Commission hearings, which were at that time available only in very large libraries in the United States and which must have been much scarcer than that in Eastern Europe. The Vetoshnikov question. A Major Vetoshnikov testified to the Burdenko Commission about the unsuccessful evacuation of Comp 1-0N in July 194-1. Drama repeatedly suggests that there was no one named Vetoshnikov. Among the men in authority named by them, the name of Major Vetoshnikov, presented as the commander of Camp No 1 on, is not mentioned. 170 The Misterov the Iadin Massacre. Oft personnel presented there was only the witness Major Vetoshnikov, with whom not a single oft Polish officers imprisoned in the camps, had ever come into contact. As confirmation oft these were to serve the statements of a Major Vetoshnikov, commander of Camp No 1-0N, who was not known to anyone. Writing years later, Lebedeva also claims that Vetoshnikov never existed, translated. One more falsified document was the report supposedly by the commander of Camps No 1-0N Major of State Security V.M. Vetoshnikov of August 12, 1941, sent, so it was said, to the commander of the UPVI Major of State Security Supruninko. Vetoshnikov himself does not figure in a single one of the documents of the UPVI-01 of any other directorate oft NKVD. Any Rurthelis in the report of the Special Commission there is a reference to the statements of this mythical Major of State Security. 32. But in footnote 32 Lebedeva says something different. Chapter 10. The Bird NKO Commission Report. TR Alpha NSL Alpha TED. In the report by Merkulov and Kobylov he, it is true, figures as a lieutenant of state security. 171. Here is that citation, from Vo en Olstorisches Jadizern Alpha 111, p.29. TR Alpha NSL Alpha TED. The commander of Camp No 1-0N Lieutenant of State Security Vetoshnikov VM, explaining the fate of the camp entrusted to him, in his report to the Chief of the Directorate of POW and Interni Affairs of the NKVD of the USSR of August 12, 1941, writes, after one received from you the Ord 1 to prepare the Camp FO1 evacuation, one took the essential measures. This is good evidence that Vetoshnikov did exist and was indeed the commander of Camp 1-0N in July 194-1. It is not likely that, in this document marked top secret, Merkulov and Kobylov would have fabricated the existence of this man, called him a lieutenant rather than a major, mentioned this fictional person once, and never agam. 172 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. It is only necessary to assume that Vetoshnikov did not exist if one has previously also assumed that no camps 1-2- and 3-0N existed. The Polish official version does make this assumption. 8 UT The existence of these camps is documented in the list of documents found on the corpses by the 8 Burdenko Commission investigators and published on the internet by Alexei Pamyatnik, a fervent advocate of the official Soviet stated version. 3JL, UELO. L. Images 10.1 and 10.2 Burdenko Commission excerpts. B. Receipt from Camp 1-0N of 6 April 1941 FO1 accepting from Erashkevich of money in the sum of Rub. C. Receipt from Camp 1-0N of May 6, 1941 for accepting from Erashkevich of money in the sum of 102 rubles. B. Receipt from Camp 1-0N of May 18, 1941 for accepting from Lewandowski money in the sum of 175 rubles. Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report 173. The account of Adr Menshagin. Boris Menshagin was a lawyer in Smolensk who was appointed mayor by the Germans and served in that post until captured by the Soviets. According to the bulletin, Menshagin's notebook was found after the Soviets liberated Smolensk in September 1943. Some strategic passages from it are reproduced in the bulletin. At the end of this Merkulov-Kobylov document we read the following. Translated. Photocopies with Menshagil 1's notes from his notebook are attached herewith. Most of these notations deal with the persecution and impending murder of Jews. Only one concerns the Polish POWs. Translated. 13a1e the 1e anyone umo ones among the population concerning the Shuti L1G of Polish WA1 Prizone ones in Kozy Go 1y. Mężczyzn did not write shooting. By the GE1 mans. Perhaps someone could argue that Mężczyzn might have been asking about shootings of Poles by the Soviets. The context, the rest of the note has to do with German actions, makes this very unlikely. But it speaks to the authenticity of this note by Mężczyzn. If the Soviets had faked a note by Mężczyzn, would they have made it so short and so laconic that it did not directly implicate the GER mans? Why would the Soviets have fabricated a lengthy account of shooting of Jews by the Germans and left the question of who shot the Polish POWs to a very brief and ambiguous mention at the end? Concerning Umnov, Bulletin continues as follows. Umnov, who is mentioned in the note, was the chief of the Russian police in Smolensk during the early months of its occupation. After serving a 25-year sentence for collaboration, Mężczyzn was released from a Soviet prison and wrote his memoirs, which were published by the YMCA Press in Paris in 1988. If Mężczyzn had affirmed what his Fermi 1 assistant Mayo 1 Basilevsky had testified at New 1 Mbe 1G, that Mężczyzn knew that the Germans had killed the Polish Prizone ones, there would be no Katyn mystery. Instead, Mężczyzn says that Basilevsky's Rema 1Ks completely do not correspond to 1 Elity. But Mężczyzn does say that Basilevsky's 1 remarks about Mężczyzn's wanting to get a friend off his released F10M the Russian camp were accurate. Basilevsky, in the camp F01 Russian Prizone ones of war known as Gulag 126, the 1E prevailed such a severe regime that prisoners of war were dying by the hundreds every day. For this reason one tried to free all those from this camp for whose release a reason could be given. One learned that in this camp there was also a very well-known pedagogue named Zhiglinski. One asked Mężczyzn to make representations to the German Kommandantur of Smolensk, and in particular to von Schwie, and to plead for the release of Zhiglinski from this camp. Mężczyzn answered my request with, "What is the use? We can save one, but hundreds will die." However, one insisted, and Mężczyzn, after Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report 175. Some hesitation, agreed to put this request to the German Kommandantur. Basilevsky testified that Mężczyzn told him that the Germans had told him that the Polish POWs would be killed. 2 weeks later, at the end of September, Mężczyzn told him that the Germans had now killed the Poles. In his memoirs, Mężczyzn responded strangely. Translated. And this Basilevsky said that he learned about the murder of Poles from me, that in 1941 he learned that his acquaintance Koziakowski was taken pre-war and was in the German camp in Smolensk. And he asked me if one could request his release. He said that one willingly agreed to this, wrote a petition and took it to the commandant's office. Returning from the commandant's office, one said, nothing will come of it, because in the commandant's office one was told that Ali Poles would be shot. A few days later, having come from there, one again told him, they have already been shot. These are the facts that Basilevsky had. This information, reported by Basilevsky, is completely untrue. The case of his petition for Koziakowski Rea did take place in August 1941. And one filed a petition for his release, and 3014 days after this petition, Koziakowski personally appeared, released, and was in Smolensk after that, running his bakery Ali during the time of German occupation of city, and subsequently one saw him in Minsk in 44, where he also had a confectionery. One knew this Koziakowski personally, as he had been a witness in the case of Bakery NO2, which the Smolensk Regional Court had examined in March 1939. The editors of Mężczyzn's memoirs note that there is no record of any Koziakowski, whereas Jeglinski, the name cited by Basilevsky, is known. Jeglinski was released from the German camp undoubtedly through the efforts of Mężczyzn. Jeglinski became involved in the pro-Soviet underground, was found out by the Germans, and killed in September 1942. Either Menshichen's memory about these events was not good or he was dissimulating for some reason. Chapter 10, The Burdenko Commission Report 177. For our main interest, the deaths of the Polish POWs, Menshichen claimed that, when he was interrogated by NKVD investigators during his imprisonment first in Smolensk and later in the Lubyanka prison, he had told them that he did not know who had killed the Poles. But the editors of his memoirs set forth evidence that this is not the full story either. In 1970 Menshichen, while still in a Soviet prison, was called as a witness in the case of a certain Svyatoslav Karavansky, who was charged with anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda. Karavansky had written a testament and farewell in Menshichen's name, but without telling Menshichen about this. In them he had stated that the Soviets had murdered the Poles. At Karavansky's trial Menshichen testified as follows. Tr Alpha NSL Alpha Ted. Witness Menshichen BG testified that he had no connection to the prisoner Karavansky and did not ask Karavansky to write in his of which was Stanislaw Kuczily. Ski. In fact, a colonel of cavalry with this first and last name, the nephew of a Polish emigrant, one of organizers of Turkish army, really was in the Starobielske camp, but he had been sent out of it in November 1939 to an unknown destination, after which nothing is known about him. Chapter 10. The Burdenko Commission Report 179. This is another deliberate deception. For indeed there is Alpha another Stanislaw Kuczily. Ski listed as killed in the Katyn murders. He was a prisoner at Ostashkov. In his Ostashkov list Tucholsky records the following. Massasoski's book is early, perhaps he did not know this. But Ciancilla had to be aware that the Stanislaw Kuczily Ski was a prisoner at Ostashkov and that the finding of this 1941 document of his at Katyn constitutes a serious blow to the official version, according to which all Ostashkov prisoners were shot at Kalinin and buried at Medno. No doubt this is the reason that she withholds this information from her readers. Tucholsky also records the Turkish Stanislaw Kuczily Ski mentioned in drama at Starobielske. This was a different man. 1414 KY1HCKI1I1I1CKI1HLJ. EP6EI1C THHCJIABC TH.1903. It appears that like Ciancilla the authors of drama wanted to conceal the fact that the body of an Ostashkov prisoner was found at Katyn, and therefore had not been shot by the Soviets NKVD at Kalinin, as the official version demands. Jan Zaluska. Massasoski writes. Translo Alpha Ted. In the said list the 1 roars or falsifications. In PA Articula 1, in the German list there occur, one person living today and several men idled in occupied Poland. However, this does not undermine the reliability of basic list of victims' names. For the sake of space we will not examine the case of Remigius Bieranike. Everyone agrees that he was put on the list of Katyn victims when in fact he was alive and well in Poland. 9. But we will concede 1 the case of Jan Zaluska. The text mentions Seve Al killed in occupied Poland. He is cited in Tucholsky as a Kozaleski prisoner. Chapter 10, The Burdenko Commission Report 181. Post Sparbuk, Visitenkarton, Orden Virtudi Military. The author of this 1988 document, Yurima Massasoski, says that he knows not only about Biernek and Zaluska but about several men who are on the German list but were not killed at Katyn but, rather, in occupied Poland. Unfortunately he identifies only Zaluska. After the publication of Massasoski's book Zaluska goes unmentioned in the accounts of the official version of Katyn. He is listed in the official Katyn cemetery book without any indication that he was not shot at Katyn. Cemetery book entry recreated based upon original entry. Koel. Zaluska is also in Guryanov, Ubidovij on p. 338. There is no mention here either of his being killed in occupied Poland, as stated in the text recommended by Ciancilla. Ciancilla and Sanford certainly knew about this claim of Massasoski's that Koel. Zaluska and other men named in the German AM list were in fact not killed at Katyn but in occupied Poland. But they do not mention it. Why? Why, for example, don't they contest it? They could have claimed that Massacre was mistaken, and explained what they believed the real situation to be. Certainly the Polish proponents of the official Soviet stated version must have discussed this potentially embarrassing statement by Massacre. But they pass over it in silence. This suggests that they do not want anyone to notice it. That is quite likely. An admission that Massacre was mistaken would require investigation into what the basis of his statement was. It is yet another admission that the German AM list is not correct. But the whole official version rests upon the reliability of the German AM. Logically, a reader would conclude that if Zaluska and several others on the German AM list, including Remigius Bierneck, were not shot at Katyn, others on the German AM list might not have been shot there either. Such an admission would threaten to dismantle the official version of Katyn. Alternatively, Ciancilla and Sanford could suggest that Massacre's statement is incorrect. But that would call into question Ciancilla's repeated claim that Massacre's document is a devastating critique of Bulletin. Chapter 10, The Burdenko Commission Report 183. In either case, Ciancilla's and Sanford's silence about the statement by Massacre, which counters their claims, is intriguing. It is certainly a sign that they wish to hide something. False charge of falsification. Massacre states. CZY document etc sciafire mogli zosti generalni sfilzoane, jak mogla bywyniki z komunikatun komisji spekjalnech. Translated. Was it possible to falsify the documents of thousands of victims, as that can be inferred from the report of the Special Commission? De Montfort made the same false accusation. As we have already shown, Bulletin does not at all imply that the Germans falsified documents of thousands of victims. Rather, Bulletin implies that the Germans took from the corpses all the documents they could find that were dated after April 1940. Moskovskaya's U statement. Burdenko Commission witness A.M. Moskovskaya stated that she hid an escaped Soviet POW named Nikolai Yegorov in her shed and fed him. Yegorov told Moskovskaya that he and other Soviet POWs were assigned to take all the documents out of the pockets of the corpses at Katyn and then replace them. Yegorov was captured by the Germans. When interrogated by them, Moskovskaya told the Germans that she knew nothing of the Soviet POW's presence in her shed and was released. Drama states the following about Moskovskaya's testimony. Zeznani A.M. Moskowskioi Powtarzaj ce relak jqm, Jegorowa, Radziecki Gojenko Wykorzystanego Rzekamo Przzy Obrob Strupał, Nigest. 184 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Pierzekaniwaj cei ni ma pochwiergenia w inik zeznanayak. Tr Alpha Enslated. The testimony of A.M. Moskovskaya, which repeated the account of M. Igorov, a Soviet prisoner, who was allegedly employed in work with the corpses, is unconvincing and is not confirmed by other testimony. It is true that Moskovskaya's story is not directly confirmed. But that does not mean it is false. Rather, it suggests an important question: can anything in the Burdenko Commission testimony be independently confirmed? The answer is, yes. Testimony that the Germans trucked in bodies from elsewhere. Testimony that the Germans had trucked towards Katyn corpses from other sites is given in Bulletin by 3 witnesses: P.F. Sukakev, Vladimir Afanasievich Yegorov, and Frol Maximovich Yakovlev Sokolov. This is confirmed by 4 archival documents cited by Valentin Sakharov from Soviet partisan groups attesting to reports by escaped Red Army POWs that the Germans had dug up bodies from a Smolensk cemetery, including bodies of Red Army soldiers killed in the defense of Smolensk in 1941, and trucked them to Katyn. 3 reports are dated late July 1943. All 4 documents report the same thing. In a previous chapter we examined a document that we independently verified by obtaining a photocopy directly from the State Library of Smolensk Oblast. Evaluating this evidence, The partisan reports do confirm the testimony of the 3 witnesses recorded in the bulletin. No objective student would conclude that the partisan reports are a fabrication, concocted by the Soviets in a far-sighted attempt to provide documentation for a future attempt to counter the German AM. The paragraph cited occupy. Chapter 10. The Serdenko Commission Report 185. Less than a page in a 10-page long report of partisan activities. In July 1943 the Genins were still in Smolensk and also in Katyn, which is about 25 miles to the west of Smolensk. The partisans were still engaged in fighting the German occupation. Smolensk was not liberated until September 25, 1943. Yet if one does not take the position, unsupported by any evidence, that the partisan reports are fabrications, the genuineness of the German AM is destroyed. And this confirms other evidence that negates any claim to evidentiary validity of German AM. Therefore, the partisan reports are confirmatory evidence that the German AM has been seriously falsified and is not valid evidence for the official version of Katyn. At the same time, the partisan reports are confirmatory evidence in favor of credibility of bulletin. Conclusion about Massacre and the Polish historian's expert assessment. Cianciula calls this essay a devastating critique of the Serdenko Commission report. Sanford echoes this claim. But this claim is entirely without validity. It is hard to believe that Cianciula and Sanford Seould really have believed that this document was any kind of critique of the bulletin, let alone a devastating one. A powerful desire to believe and remain loyal to a preconceived idea, in this case, the official version of Katyn, can cloud the reason of otherwise intelligent persons. If one's bias dictates that the official version must be true, has to be true, then it follows that the bulletin must be false. It appears that Cianciula and Sanford were deliberately deceiving their readers, counting on the fact that not 1 in 1,000 would study this essay, whether in Massacre's book, in Polity Lug, in Dram Alpha Tj. Some oft corpses had been dug up by the Germans in the spring of 43 after they'd first launched their version of the story. These were laid in neat orderly rows, from 6 to 8 bodies deep. The bodies in the remaining graves had been tossed in every which way. All the time we were there, the regular work of exhuming continued by men in army uniform. Somehow one didn't envy them. The most interesting thing, and the most convincing bit of evidence, was that every Pole had been shot through the back of the head with a single bullet. Some of the bodies had their hands tied behind their backs, all of which is typically German. Next on the program we were taken into post-mortem. Chapter 10. THIRD-WORLDISM Commission Report. Tense. These were hot and stuff and smelled to high heaven. Numerous post-mortems were going on, each and every body is given a thorough going over, and we witnessed several. Personally, one was amazed at how whole the corpses were. Most still had hair. Even one could recognize their internal organs, and they still had a good quantity of one-colored firm meat on their thighs. You see, the Germans say that the Russians killed the Poles back in 40, whereas the Russians say the Poles weren't killed until the fall of 41, so there's quite a discrepancy in time. Though the Germans had ripped open the Poles' pockets, they'd missed written documents. While I was watching, they found one letter dated the 10th of 41, which is damned good evidence. She must be referring to the Stanislaw Okuzinski letter. 9 on body number 53, an unmailed postcard in the Polish language addressed Warsaw Bagatelia 15, apartment 47, to Irene Kuczynska, and dated June 20, 194 1. The sender is Stanislaw Kuczynski. 187. Kathleen Harriman repeated this in the formal report she made after visiting Katyn. Despite the thoroughness of the pocket ripping by the Germans, out of 700 corpses the Commission have so far investigated, 146 items have been found. The earliest date was found on a postcard March 1940, and the latest an unmailed postcard dated June 20, 194 1. Averil Harriman confirmed this in his memoirs published in 1975.11. At the Congressional Madden Committee All-1 hearings held in 1952, a blatantly anti-communist affair that set out to prove the Soviets guilty, Kathleen Harriman did not admit that she had personally seen the document in question removed from the corpse. Mr. MZ. But these exhibits that you referred to as having been found on the corpses, were not taken from the corpses in your presence, they were in a museum at the time. M.Mor. That is right, in Smolensk, which was some distance away. There is no reason to think that Kathleen Harriman lied in the letter to her sister and to Pamela Churchill of January 1944. Rather, there is every reason to suppose that at the Madden Committee she bent her testimony to the winds of the Cold War, which were blowing hard in 1952. Herf at her does not men 11 his doggle 1 ter Madden Commission testimony in his memoir account. Sanford states. The silly Harriman girl, however, allowed herself to be used by Roosevelt and the State Department, subsequently, in support of the thesis of German guilty. To call Harriman's report silly is a dishonest attempt at an ad hominem argument. Kathleen Harriman's report of January 1944 is quite critical of the Soviet attempt to persuade the correspondents and others present, and rather skeptical of the Soviet performance in general. She was certainly no dupe. Neither Ciancilla nor Sanford can explain the documents found on the corpses except to suggest that they were planted. We have demonstrated that the Koziatulski documents could not have been planted, and that this fact strongly suggests that the rest of the documents found on the bodies by the Burdenko Commission investigators are also genuine. Conclusion on the Burdenko Commission. Both Ciancilla and Sanford claim that the bulletin has been refuted. This is a false claim. There have been several attempts to refute it. All are incompetent, dishonest, 01 both, and can be shown to falsify and prevaricate, as we have done here. In reality, bulletin has never been disproven on any essential points. LT remains the single most accurate account to date of the mass murders of Polish prisoners at the Katyn site. Chapter 11 Nuremberg. The Madden Commission. Nuremberg. Dr. Marko Markov of Bulgaria had been one of the medical experts in the team assembled by the Germans to go to Katyn and endorse their version of events. He testified at the Nuremberg trials on July 1, 1946. Ciancilla. 3 witnesses were heard for the prosecution: the former deputy mayor of Smolensk, Boris Bazylevsky, a professor of astronomy, the Bulgarian forensic medicine expert Professor Anton Markov, who had testified in support of Soviet guilt in 1943 but now testified in support of German guilt, and Viktor Prozorovsky, a Soviet professor of forensic medicine and a member of the Burdenko Commission. The statement in boldface above is false. Markov did not testify in support of Soviet guilt in 1943. Here is everything that Markov stated in the German report. Translated from the witness testimony and the correspondence, diaries, newspapers, etc. found on the corpses, it follows that the shootings took place in the months of March and April 1940. Chapter 11. 1 Juelenberg. The Madden Commission 191. This is 110t testimony of any kind, let alone scientific testimony based on examination of any of the corpses. At Nuremberg, Markov stated that he neither spoke to any of the witnesses nor read any of documents. Here he and the other scientists simply repeated what the GE1 mans clearly demanded from them. Here is Markov's only conclusion in the German report based on his examination of a Co-1 PSE. Wegen de 1 Teilweisen VE1 Seefunger Leiche muss man annehmen, dass der Tod mehr als 1 Jahr zurückliegt. Translated. Because of the partial saponification of the corpse, one must assume that death had occurred more than 1 year earlier. More than 1 year could indicate either 1 GE1 man 01 Soviet guilt. We shall see below that Markov only thought that the body could not have been BLD for MO1 than 18 months. He could ha one daily W1 I this when he was at the Me1 side of the Germans. And even if, careless of his own safety, he had done so, the Germans certainly would not have P1 int it. Ciancilla had to know all this. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that she was deliberately lying here. She had studied the German report, so she knew that Markov had never testified in Suppo 1T of Soviet guilty. But Ciancilla says nothing about the testimony of any of the 3 Nuremberg witnesses who supported German guilt at Katyn. In particular, she has nothing to say about Markov's testimony, which is indeed devastating, but to the official version, not the Soviet, case. 192 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Markov's Nuremberg testimonial. In his Nuremberg testimony, Markov dispelled any illusions about the supposedly scientific evidence given in the report by the medical experts called to Katyn by the Germans. Only 8 corpses in all were examined. The only part of our activity which could be characterized as a scientific, medico-legal examination were the autopsies carried out by certain members of the commission who were themselves medico-legal experts, but there were only 7 or 8 of us who could lay claim to that qualification, and as far as one recall only 8 corpses were opened. Each of us operated on 1 corpse, except Professor Hatch, who dissected 2 corpses. Our further activity during these 2 days consist of a hasty inspection under the guidance of Germans. It was like a tourist's walk during which we saw the open graves. The scientific team never examined any of the documents from the graves. The documents which we saw in the glass cases had already been removed from the bodies before we arrived. We did 110T carry out any scientific examination of these papers. As one have already told you, these papers were exhibited in glass cases and we did not even touch them. 3 Markov concluded that the bodies had been buried for no more than 18 months. 1 Markov's testimony is in Trial of Major War Criminals Volume XVLLT is available online, http://avalon.law.edu/imt/001-46.asp and hp://lavalon.law.edu.imt/07-0246.asp. Chapter L. Nuremberg, the Madden Commissie All 1. Mr. Counselor SMIRFOV, one would like you to answer the following question. Did the medico-legal investigations testify to the fact that the corpses had been in the graves already for 3 years? Markov, as to that question one could judge only from the corpse on which one myself had held a post-mortem. The condition of this corpse, as one have already stated, was typical of the average condition of the Katyn corpses. These corpses were far removed from the stage of disintegration of soft parts, since the fat was only beginning to turn into wax. In my opinion, these corpses were buried for a shorter period of time than 3 years. One considered that the corpse which one dissected had been buried for not more than 1 year 1 foot 18 inches months. Yes, quite right. One had the impression that they had been buried for not more than a year and a half. 193. 4 Markov could not say this while at Katyn because it would have contradicted the German version. Mr. Counselor Smiriovi, was a deduction contained in the record you made regarding the autopsy. Markov, my record of autopsy contained only a desk 1 option without any conclusion. Mr. Counselor Smirnov, why? Markov, because F10M the papers which we want given to us there one understood that they wanted us to say that the corpses had been in the ground for 1 foot 3 inches years. Inasmuch as the objective deduction 1 ega 1 ding the autopsy 1 perfo 1 med was in contradiction with this version, I did not make any deductions. 194 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Mr. Counselor Smirlovi, consequently you did not make any deduction because the objective data of the autopsy testified to the fact that the corpses had been in the ground, not 3 years, but only 18 months? Markov, yes, that is quite correct. Markov, most of members of delegation who performed the autopsies in the Katyn would made their deductions without answering the essential question regarding the time the corpses had been buried. The only one who gave a definite statement in regard to the time the corpses had been buried was Professor Miloslavic from Zagreb, and he said it was 3 years. However, when the German book regarding Katyn was published, one read the result of his impartial statement regarding the corpse on which he had performed the autopsy. One had the impression that the corpse on which he had performed the autopsy did not differ in its stage of decomposition from the other corpses. This led me to think that his statement that the corpses had been in the ground for 3 years did not coincide with the facts of his description. Dr. Ferenc Orsos and his notion of pseudoclus. Dr. Ferenc Orsos was the only medical expert whom the Germans called both to Katyn and to Vinnytsia, the Ukrainian city where the Germans staged a similar exhumation with expert witnesses and a repartee. We noted above THAT0 R so SWAS Pro 0 GER Ma and Pro NA's a fanatic. According to Istvan Dayok, himself a very anti-communist historian, Orsos was not only a medical expert but also an outright fascist and an anti-Semite, who demanded that there be no Jewish doctors at all in a profession about 1/2 of whose members were Jews. Nor was Professor Orsos satisfied with fighting the Jewish triad. Chapter E1 even. 1 Luimberg the Madden Commission. On July 18, 1941, during a debate in the Hungarian upper house on the third anti-Jewish law forbidding marriage as well as sexual intercourse between Jews and Christians, Orsos demanded that the ban be extended to marriage and intercourse between Gypsies and Hungarians. In presenting his case, O1SOS used the typical National Socialist argument that while pure Gypsies were A1 and the 1FO1E members of an acceptable 1ACE, Gypsies of mixed blood turned out to be the worst criminals, and the 1F4 they 1P10C1 must be stopped. As we know, the SS deported and killed due wanting the WA1 mostly such Gypsies whom it judged to be of mixed racial He1 Unfo 1 Tunatelli FO101 SOS, the La 1 Gelia 1 Istok 1 Attic members oft upper house made fun of is a 1 gument, and did not take action against Gypsy Hungarian love of a ones. Nor was the anti-Nazi Minister of Interior Furr. Incurists Fischer amenable to Orsos's call that Jewish doctors be kept away from Christian patients. Jewish doctors remained free to treat Christian patients until after the German occupation of Hungary on March 19, 1944. Orsos and the Mohn then submitted to the Gestapo a list of Jewish doctors, many of whom died as a result. As in Nazi Germany, the Hungarian medical profession was heavily Nazified, whereas the legal profession, for instance, remained considerably more independent throughout the war. One might think that Professor Orsos deserved some punishment for his deeds, perhaps even the execution that, according to Professor Thurachi, was his regrettable fate. In fact, however, Orsos was not executed. On December 6, 1944, he left Budapest with the retreating German army and settled in Halle am Saale, from where he moved to the University of Mainz in West Germany in 1946. There he lived as a respected 195. 196 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Professor of Artistic Anatomy until his retirement in 1955. Orsos died in Mainz on July 25, 1962. This criminal history did not prevent the Madden Commission from calling the Nazi Orsos as a witness. And either Ciancula, 110 R. Sanford, nor, to my knowledge Alpha NY of the other works that set forth the official Soviets did it version of Katyn even mention Or's Nazi collaboration. To do so would comp one omiss the supposed objectivity of the conclusions of the Medical Commission, headed by O1s which was called by the Nazis to Katyn. It is a year from AM that Orsos was summoned because of a single article he had published in a Hungarian medical journal in 194-1. In it he concluded that the presence in the skull of a corpse of a hard substance he called pseudoclus, formed from the decomposition of brain matter, proved that the skull had been buried for at least 3 years. 3. This fact, and even the word pseudoclus itself, was unknown to Markov and, Markov believed, to all the other scientists as Well. Smirnov, were there many skulls with signs of so-called pseudoclus shown to the members of commission? Will please give an exact explanation of this term of Professor Orsos. Markov, Professor Orsos spoke to us regarding pseudoclase at a general conference of the delegates. That took place on April 30th, in the afternoon, in the 2LER to the editor, New York Review O. TR Alpha NSL Alpha TED. I did not see this diary Michel F. The last page of it, reproduced above, was published in the German report. Its contents are rather suspicious. Chapter 11. Nuremberg, the Madden Commission, and are in contradiction to the testimony of witnesses and other circumstances. 9/4 states that they arrived in the woods at 8:30 a.m., although according to the confessions of the witness Silvestrov they were carried off into the woods in the evening and at night. It is also suspicious that the diary could have been written in, so to speak, until the last moments before execution. No year is given, only the day and month. One date is entered twice, despite the fact that diaries are normally written in the evening about the events of the past day. There is also no evidence that it was written in the hand of the author. Translated. While acknowledging that because of smaller amounts of atmospheric oxygen the oxidation process was slowed in the Katyn corpses, one cannot concede that they were lying in the graves for 3 years. The condition of the corpses would suggest that they had lain there a few months and, due to the reduced amount of oxygen in the air and the slower process of oxidation, that they had lain there 1.5 years at most. Rasa adiposarurovnsvit im right vali le alivhro basi 1.5 roku. Nalez na itztvua na kovovic saukast kach I cigaretich mluvi rovn proti tomui bim right vali bili by valley leslie v zemi 3 lita. 205. 206 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Translo Alpha TED. The extent of adipocere also indicates that the Kowanses lay in the grave FO1 about 1.5 years. Analysis of GA1 meant and of metal PA1 TS and cigarettes also speak against the Kowanses having lain in the earth for TH1EE1s. Hajek 2 rejected Dr. Urso's idea of pseudoclase as evidence that a corpse had been buried for at least 3 years. P1 of O1 SOSZ Budape Ti Aposornoval Na2 EV Lebs Jednim right Vali Nalezel NAPOV1 Chu Moskov Ka Et Verdu, Jakova Penatu, Verstefnatu Inc. 1 Ustasi, Darapodal Jahoziku Nosti Je Posarovanita Per Po 3 Ledak Pabitum right Vali VH1OBE. Translated. Professor Orsos from Budapest pointed out that in the skull of one corpse he found on the surface a brain much hard as a calcium deposit, which in his experience is observed only after the corpse has lain 3 years in the grave. Tomavisak nebiva az po 3 ledak, nybd nekdi inohem drive, nebat zail ina nost via consent 1 aci kaisalin, der zpusabyaji od vapnini azimi nudi kostva concentrace ta jer site ruzna. Professor Orsos P1 Aledal Radu Libeka Genvi Jedni Nalezel Podobni Zimini v Nipatranum Stupni, Eugenic Nikolov. Translated. But this happens not just after 3 years, but sometimes much early one, since it depends 0.11 the amount and concentration of acids that cause decalcification and softening of bones and this concentration var. Chapter L even. Nuremberg, the Madden Commission. IES. Professor Ursos looked at a series of skulls and in only one of them found such changes in a slight degree, and not in others. Hajek testified that his real opinion was censored. KDY Jasum se vradile uridni byl uvirgin and Katyn slow protocol, dustavili sekmne redactory tadihsik denfku ipoldni list a veserni sesk slovo pravili e dustali pokin, abias iumne vy odali razavor emi od povdi budu uvirginini vev sikdenik listek. Zid povdal jasum jim jehik ot kiarikal popravd. Ko jasum vkd no vidal aslyl nasli dujasai ho dne jasum byl velmi rajdrapsan, kdyz jasum setlnikos asilagin o akdi mi bili dani du ust viraki, jich jasum vuebek nosinala osinitai nema l. Tr alpha nsl alpha TED. When I returned and the Katyn protocol was officially published, the editors of the dailies Poldny List and Veserny Sesk Slovo came to me. They said they had been instructed to interview me and that my answers would be published in all daily papers. I answered their questions and told the truth about what I had seen and heard at Katyn, but the next day I was very embittered when one read something totally different and when remarks were put into my mouth which one had not made and could not make. Zianikolik dino jasum byl podantiskavim sifum pro tzv. Protect ol wolframem von Walmerum, avich 0 svychz kuznostek prednasal predzastupsitiskuvi preseklubu. Osinal jasum tak, ale opet gen objective na popred cevytkl jasum dusty ostrazi minanim redactorum jehik zepus subsani, jak take nynf constato valaseska canceller. Z du raznovel jasum teddy e lecker nema. 207. 208 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Provido tikati se vini nebo nevini obvinanik, nybr podavidi vekni posudek, spadagisai du lekarsko obru. Redactori pokazovala na centuru. Translo alpha ted. Several days later one was asked by the press chief of so-called protectorate, Wolfram von Walmer, to lecture about my experiences before the press in the press club. One did so, but again only objectively, and after the lecture one criticized the editors rather sharply for their way of writing, as the Czech news agency has recently confirmed. One pointed out then that a doctor has no right to judge the guilt 01 innocence of defendants but give an objective judgment within the medical field. The editors referred to the censorship. Hajek was forced to sign the German report. Na treti otazku, proc jasum podepsal Katyns 1 protoko 1 jasum od pobdal. Kadamuzi nas bilo jasno, kdibicham protoko l, dari viperkovala prof. Berts z vratus 1 avia professor ursos z budapesti, nepodepsali, ze by se letidlo s nami ursite nebi 10 vratilo. Tr alpha enslated. To the third question, why one had signed the Katyn Protocol one answered. It was clear to all of us that if we did not sign the protocol composed by Professor Berts of Bratislava and Professor Ursos of Budapest, our airplane would certainly not return. In his 1952 article Hajek added that when he trd to beg off the trip to Katyn on grounds of illness he was threatened by the minis. Chapter L even. Nuremberg, the Madden Commission 209. Try of Internal Affairs of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, the puppet state under German occupation, with being accused of sabotage and sent to a concentration camp. Hajek also stated that a number of the medical experts called to Katyn by the Germans did not know German very well. Berts, the German professor, wrote the report, read it out loud, and the rest of the scientists signed it. Polish observers at Katyn who retracted their testimony. Sanford claims in one sentence that Dr. Adam Zabesta and Edmund Seyfried, who had been members of Polish delegations at Katyn, retracted their testimony after the war. Seyfried was imprisoned by the post-war PR communist government for collaboration. The article concerning Seyfried by Stanislaw Ankowski, to which Cianciola refers, states that he had made some kind of statement at the request of the Germans. Edmund Seyfried Pierzesnagi Pierzd opozicini mijska ikshamakji uxest nisa delegakji L1 apro Niemkau Pauidzieli Swodrenia. Translo alpha t theta d. Edmund Seyfried admits that before leaving the place of exhumation the members of the delegation stated their opinions at the request of the Germans. A document of the Polish underground reproduced in translation in Volume 4 of the Madden Commission hearings states the following. Seyfried, AER inspecting the graves, with the Permzion off Germans, made the following speech, whose contents were affirmed by another delegate: one call upon you gentlemen to take off our hats, bow your heads, and pay tribute to these heroes who gave their lives that Poland might live. The Germans saluted. The entire proceedings were filmed, photographed, and sound recorded. The participants have expressed ***** a sound recording was also made. Neither Cianciola nor Sanford give any indication where Seyfried's retraction can be found. It would be interesting to read both what Seyfried said or reported in 1943 and what he said in his retraction, evidently in 1945. Seyfried was apparently jailed in 1948. We do not know whether his role at Katyn was the only charge against him. 1 Whether he was charged with other instances of collaboration with the Germans. We do know that the Polish delegations that visited Katyn at German invitation in April 1943 could not have had any more evidence of Soviet guilt than the Germans did. As we have seen, even months later, when the German report was published, the Germans did not have any such evidence either. Sanford helpfully identifies Dr. Zabesta's retraction. Sanford claims that Zabesta was forced to recant his wartime testimony. Sanford gives no evidence that this testimony was forced. But he does identify an interview with Zabesta in the Polish communist newspaper Trybun Alpha Ludu of March 20, 1952, which I have obtained. In this interview Zabesta said that the Germans had obviously demanded and staged the visit of the Polish officials as a propaganda stunt. Chapter L. Even. Nuremberg, the Madden Commission 211. Zabesta claimed that he was sent by the German authorities straight to the airport, without being able even to say goodbye to his wife. He stated that they were always accompanied by some Germans, always under guard, and had no freedom of action at LL. In fact, he said that they were at Katyn for only 1 hour. They were continually told by the Germans that only the Soviets could have done such a terrible thing. Zabesta thought it particularly ironic that the GE1 mans told him that GE1 mans could never have committed such a massacre. He says that the German doctor who accompanied them told him that the cartridge shells found at Katyn were of the caliber of weapons used by the Soviets. Oprowadzaj nas lekarts niemiecki pokazywał 1 foot 6 inches nep1 zestras lonzyski tlumak z kaliber broni odpowiada tej, jaka jest uiwana wzsrr. Tr alpha nsl alpha ted. The German Doctor 1 who accompanied us showed us VA1 ES used shells and explained that the caliber of weapons corresponded to that used in the USSR. This is evidence that the GE1 mans had initially planned to claim that Soviet guns W1E used to shoot the Polish P1 ISON 1s at Katyn. Zabesta and the other Polish delegates W1E at Katyn in early April. It was not until the end of the month that the GE1 mans decided that they had to admit that GE1 man shells had been found at Katyn. Goebbels thought that the presence of German shells in the Katyn G1 AVs should have been enough to convince the Allies that the Germans had shot the Poles at Katyn. But Goebbels was mistaken. The issue of the German shells has been blithely passed over by all those eager to blame the Soviets, beginning with the Polish GIE. Goebbels underestimated the Allies' anti-communist ZAL. Like other witnesses, Zabesta was convinced that the Kowances and the other materials in the G1 AVs were far too well preserved to 212 The mystery of the Katyn massacre have been buried 3 years earlier, in 1940. Zabesta's remarks about the corpses are similar to those of Markov and Hajek. Cianciola and Sanford are bluffing, in plain language, lying about Seyfried and Zabesta. Did the Germans, or the Soviets, or both, T1 force Seyfried and Zabesta to make whatever statements they made? Were their retractions compelled by the Nazis, or the Communists? Or were made voluntarily and out of conviction? An objective study would identify and examine the circumstances surrounding them, in an attempt to determine which, if any, of their statements were valid, and if unsuccessful, would say as much. But neither Sanford nor Cianciola does. The Filimery Note. LTCOL Harry Filimery was secretary of the British War Crimes Executive at Nuremberg. He reported to Patrick Dean, legal advisor to the Foreign Office. His report is available online. 8. Neither Cianciola nor Sanford mention Filimery's note of July 6, 1946. This omission is probably due to the fact that Filimery considered that the Soviet case set forth at Nuremberg was a convincing one, particularly as set forth by Professor Przorovsky of the Burdenko Commission. The third witness was the principal member of Soviet investigation. He was undoubtedly a most effective witness and testified to having personally exhumed some 5,000 bodies at Kiev, Kharkov, Smolensk and other places. He spoke in great detail of the condition of the bodies and of the SS1 have put the preliminary report online at very careful investigation made. IL's commission had made a most careful autopsy of 925 bodies, only 3 of which had apparently been perfunctorily examined previously. IE explained the condition of clothing, which had been searched, and gave details of a few documents found. They included receipts dated April and May 1941 and a letter from a wife to the Soviet Red C-10 OSS, bearing a Warsaw and Moscow postmark in September 1940, as well as postmark with the stamp of Tarnopol Post Office dated November 13, 1940. IE has personally discovered a letter dated June 20. IL's mastery of the details of these documents was complete, and his evidence delivered confidently and quickly, but obviously not parrot-wise. IE went on to deal with the bullet cases, which were found in the graves, which were those of a caliber which the German witnesses had admitted applied to the GE one-man pistols, and which, he stated, bore the initials of a German firm GECO. This evidence was greatly fortified by a captured document produced by the Americans, being a telegram dated May 1943 from an official of the government general to the defendant Frank's office in Poland, stating that members of the Polish Red Cross who had been visiting Katyn at the invitation of the Germans had been very much disturbed at finding bullet cases marked GECO, a well-known German firm. The conjunction between this document showing German bullet cases found in the graves in May 1943 by the Poles and by the Soviet Commission a year later in January 1944, was most convincing. IE went on to give reasons why the bodies could not have been buried as early as 1940, and concluded by comparing the method of killing with that in the many other cases which he had personally investigated where German action was not disputed. Altogether, although not of course conclusive, the evidence emerged strongly in favor of the Soviet case and the German report. 213. 214. The mystery of Katyn massacre was largely discredited, and their evidence unimpressive. V. Sanford. The most important Soviet witness, or Markov, the 8 Bulgarian member of the International Commission, agreed to all prosecutor Smirnov's leading questions. 109. His evidence that the International Commission had been presented with already exhumed bodies and had signed only under German pressure was to be refuted later by NRS Navali and Tramzin. This statement by Sanford is a lie. It is a reference to Nevil's and Tramzin's testimony to the U.S. Madden Commission in 1952. There they did not refute anything that Markov said. We discuss their testimony below. The Madden Commission. Ciancilla says little about the Madden Commission and nothing about the testimony given there. In particular, she does not point out the following testimony. Gustav Jens Chow, whose armaments firm manufactured the GECO 7.6500 ammunition found at Katyn, testified that only small amounts of this ammunition were exported to the USSR, only 2,000 to 3,000 rounds after 1928, a truly insignificant quantity. Or. François Navali of Switzerland, the only medical expert at Katyn who was from a neutral country, discounted or. Ferenc Orsos's theory of pseudoclus. This was the sole medical evidence set forth by the Germans that the bodies had been buried for 3 years, and even Orsos claimed to have found it in only one corpse. Kathleen Mortimer, Avril Harriman's daughter, had been at Katyn. As we have seen, she had attended the 8 Erdunko Commission investigation and had written a private letter in Chapter 11. Nuremberg, the Madden Commission 215. Which she stated that she had witnessed a document dated the summer of 1941 as it was taken from the pocket of a corpse. It is notable that in her testimony to the Madden Commission she did not deny this. She was not directly asked about it because this detail was not in her 1944 report from Katyn. Nor did she volunteer it. She did insist that she had been present at postmortems, and that the documents she saw at a museum in Smolensk had been taken from bodies that had been buried a considerable length of time. This partially corroborates what she wrote to her sister. The importance of this, once again, is that the presence of documents dated in the second half of 19,401 any time in 1941 proves that the Soviets did not shoot the Poles, regardless of any other evidence. The official Soviets did it ve1. Zion assumes that all the Polish POWs were shot shortly after they were transferred from the 3 POW camps to the NKVD in Smolensk, Kalinin, and Kharkov in April and May, 1940. Sanford. Dr. Palmieri confirmed that all the signs indicated that the Poles had been killed between Ma 1ch and May 1940. Sanford is lying again. In reality, Palmieri said he based his conclusion on Ursos's conclusion alone. Mr. M.I. Was Dr. O1's conclusion that the deaths occurred not late 1 than April 01 May 1940? Dr. Palmieri. Yes. Mr. Macroas. Did you agree? R. Pali. Yes, based on the researches that Dr. Orsos had made. 216 The Mystery of Katyn Massacre. Palmieri specifically declined to reach any conclusion based on his own experience. Mr. H.R. From your own experiences and experiments at Katyn, did you come to any conclusion as to the time of death of persons found in these graves? Dr. Piiri. One can say 110 more than when a person is buried between 18 and 30 months. To establish the exact time of burial is difficulty. The Germans claim, now the official version, is that the Poles POWs had been shot and buried in April and May, 1940, between 35 and 37 months prior to the April-on German excavation. That means that here Dr. Palmieri explicitly refused to confirm that, as Sanford claims, the signs indicated that the Poles had been killed between March and May 1940. On the contrary, Palmieri's statements support the Soviet account. But the Maidan Commission members failed to mention this fact. Sanford. Dr. Tramzin testified that the mummification of bodies caused by the pressure of sand and of other bodies on them confirmed beyond a doubt that the Poles had been buried in the winter clothing in which they had been killed. Tramzin did say that. But it proves nothing. The Poles had been captured in September, 1939. Therefore, they had their winter clothing with them at that time. Therefore they could have been wearing it in the fall September to December 1941, as in April 01 May 1940. The fact that some of the Poles whose corpses were disinterred at Katyn were dressed in winter clothes says nothing about the time of fire they were murdered. Off Maidan Committee Report. Sanford states. Chapter 11, Nuremberg, the Maidan Commission. The British FO deprecated the inconclusive, one-sided and contradictory evidence on which it was based. The committee had an obvious political bias and has not been drawn up in an exclusively judicial fashion. The Republicans used Roosevelt's conspiracy of silence, and worse, over Katyn as part of their 1952 election campaign designed to win over East European ethnic voters away from the Democrats. Cianciolo more or less agrees. The Maidan Committee failed to achieve its main goal, a trial of Katyn case by the United Nations or some other international tribunal. The Maidan Committee was unpopular in Democratic circles not only because it seemed to align itself with McCarthy, but also because many prominent members of Roosevelt and Truman administrations were charged with suppressing information on Katyn. The same circles also had a generally negative attitude toward the exiled Polish government in London, which was pushing for a trial of the Katyn case. For all these reasons, the hearings received wide publicity in Polish American but not in mainstream American media. Conclusion. 217. Bulletin has not been called into doubt in any way by the defenders of the official version of Katyn 01 in any of the critiques they have cited. Much less has it been refuted. Bulletin remains the most accurate account of the killings at Katyn. Cianciolo and Sanford have been blinded by their anti-communist bias, are deliberately lying, 01 both. Despite their repeated claims, none of the documents they cite refute the Bulletin 01 the Soviet case as it was set forth at Nuremberg. Chapter 12 The Excavations at. On August 27, 2014, the following story appeared in the Telegraph of London, UK. Stalin-era mass grave found in Ukrainian castle. Polish and Ukrainian scientists have unearthed a mass grave containing up to 1,000 victims of Stalinist terror in a castle once used as a secret police prison. Among the victims found in the grave are Polish soldiers, and the Polish press has already called the find a new Katyn in reference to a massacre of thousands of Poles by Stalin in 1940. The Katyn massacre still clouds Polish-Russian relations. The grave was found in the grounds of Kazimierz the Great Castle in the town of Volodymyr-Volynski in western Ukraine, close to the Polish border. Although the NKVD had a base on the remains of the 13th-century castle from 1939–1956, except when it was occupied by the Germans, scientists say the victims were killed between 1940 and 194.
http://www.telegraph.co.uk/news/Europe/UK-110592224 J Stalin-era mass grave found in Ukrainian castle.html.
Chapter 12 The excavations at Volodymyr-Volynski 219. In the fall of 2013, a few months after my article in Socialism and Democracy Alpha Sil was published, the end of the excavations at Volodymyr Volynski was announced. According to newspaper reports, the chief Polish archaeologist, Dr. Dominika Siemiska, said that 57 bodies had been exhumed and reburied. In a video interview of Dr. Siemiska, 2 additional badges of Polish policemen are shown. They are badges 1154 JIII and 639 JVII. The first is from the Kiel Police District, the second from the Pomorsk District T. The Polish language video interview is here. The important issues here are the following. * Polish and Ukrainian media accounts continue to identify this as a Soviet NKVD mass shooting. The fact that 96%, 98.67% of all the shell casings found there are German and manufactured in 1941 is no longer mentioned. Instead, the claim is made that shell casings from the Soviet Tokarev pistol have been found, though no evidence 01 even numbers are given to substantiate this claim. The claim that Soviet pistol shells were found at VV, translated. Shells from the TT2 pistol found at this place show that they were killed by the NKVD in 1940 and 194. 80th The Polish and the Ukrainian archaeological reports from VV state that the shells found in the mass graves were overwhelmingly from 9mm weapons. In the video interview given as the excavations were being completed, Dr. Siemiska stated that the ammunition found in grave number 4 is smaller than 8mm. W. Pierzabatanik du Tejpori, po adwustuzaskach, z mogei numersteri, jest oko 10 stopi gcciu, no, slado, bulleto, po posiskake, no, I swiach 10 time e immunikgia, to te osobizo sta 1y rosters lane to jest kaliberni oi ni ojim millimetro, bo te otwori mak oko 10, bulletau, akolo. 1 iu millimetro wic zo sta 1y zirabian, Munich J pony J osmiu millimetro. Tr alpha nsl alpha ted. In the more than 200 skulls examined up till this time, from grave number 4, there are about 150, traces, entry holes, after missiles, and they testify to the fact that the ammunition with which these people were shot is of a caliber less than 8mm, because these openings have entry holes of about 8mm, and so they were made by ammunition of less than 8mm. https://www.youtube.com/watch VGPGFCVE1G1Q 1 He Tokarev 1 foot 1 inch pistol takes a 7.62mm cartridge. 1 His is clearly an attempt to place the blame on the Soviets. She says that few shell casings were found in this grave. They are not identified. 1 His 2 is a false statement. As we have already seen, the Polish archaeologists' report counts several hundred shell casings, more than 96% of them German and dated 194. As late as September, 2013 Polish reports were still admitting that the victims were shot by Germans in 1941, although the archaeologists were expecting to find NKVD victims. Znaleziono W6 Uzasich TKI 343 OS6B, a podzispruk W roku collagenim, 512 OS6B. By Litujako WWIKZO Simij Skowiziji, Pravdepodobny zamerdunani Pierzes Nyem 6W Latum 19411 Po Wejsiu Miasta. Generalny Posoldwalizmi W Time Mijskuafire NKWD, Jednik Podzes Oglejin SZCZ Trkau Olmzalo Si Spaz of Mordowania Uskazui N Nyemkau. Tampogerzabane Kale Rajana, WWIKZO Si Kabiati IGSI, Chigo NKWD Jednik Razejnai Rob Ho, Wisilaj C Ichswald Na Sibarai. SZCZ TKI Bilin Yemelpaz Baayan Ubran I Pierzedmi at 6W Osobistic. Uskazai Walabi to Na Nyem 6W, KT6RZY Rostras Lawali Luji WP Zonik du Dololirkai. Sprostwo Hidelros Loda Widaj Sit Pochwier G Odnalizian on Yemi Eka Immunic Gaz 1941 R. Pau Idol Naxelnik Wijalu Zagranas Nigo Radi Okrani Pami Ci Wak Im Chinstwe Mashij Danswiz. J. Thriljki SZCZ TKI Odglet Wiolajamir Zuwolenskim. Zamaldowani SDL Zalem W Glow at http://www.tvn24.pl/wiadomosai-z-klaj3/1 Ujkazazatki Odk Elatwila Ziawolenskim Zamaldowani SDL Zalem W Glow 354815.html 222 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Tr Alpha Enslated. They found at that time the remains of 343 people, and during the work in the next year 512 people. They were, as we believe, mostly local Jews, probably murdered by the Germans in the summer of 1941 when they entered the city. Generally we were looking for the victims of the NKVD at this site, but during the examination of the remains it turned out that the manner of killing points to the Germans. There are buried entire families, mostly women and children. What the NKVD did not do, they usually sent them to Siberia. The remains were almost devoid of clothes and personal items. This would point to the GERDRO to the death PT Nazi perpetration also seems to be confirmed by German ammunition from 1941 that has been found. Said the head of the Foreign Department of the Council for Protection of Memory of Combat and Martyrdom Mashij Danswiz. In N Alpha SZGNIC of September 24, 2013 Dr. Siemanska is STIL1 talking about the identification of a person on the Medno list and that most shell cases are also of German production. 2 Rauna Izudalo SIs identifico we osobktarabila na lishi z Mednochs naza dr Dominica Simiska. Iuikazos la sek Rauna is production yemiekioi, z tej samej serii, ko papir zednio. Tr Alpha NSL Alpha TED. Here we also managed to identify a person who is on the Medno list, says Dr. Dominika Siemanska. Most oft shells are also of German production, from the same series as before. J. I. Mesafiri z Olajamirtsa. NSGN accept T24 2013. At http://www.naszdzinnik. PL/Polskakraj/54675. Chapter 12 He Excavations at Volodymyr Volensky 223. Research published by Professor Ivan Kachanovsky that these victims were shot by the Germans and by their Ukrainian nationalist allies is ignored. Katyn in reverse in Ukraine, Nazi-Eid massacres turned into Soviet massacres. http://www.opednews.com/articles JKA in reverse in Ukraine by 1 Van Kachanovsky 121212-435.html. Owning a Massacre, Ukraine Katyn. Open Democracy 10.26.2011. https://www.opendemocracy.net Jodrushij Ivan Kachanovsky Owning Massacre Ukraina Katyn. The Polish archaeologists report, written and signed by Dr. Dominika Siemanska herself in November 2011, is simply not mentioned. That report concluded that the mass murders at Volodymyr Volynskiy were committed by the GE1 not by the Soviets. * 2 more badges of Polish policemen were found before the excavations shut down. Znaleźliśmy polskie guziki wojskowe, znaleźli my fragmenty mundu policyjnych, no, ale najważniej znalezisko znaki wydańczyjan Polak janto polskich. DWAS zachowane W kolosai I wimi ejidan nail aldu, funk janariasa z komen, z olngu, pomorskiego adrugi z ok1gu, kilekigo. T1zc, ni steady. Zachowl s italko we agmensi I jest ulameni W10 sposoby zachowl s italko F1 agment. 224 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Numeru, WIC ni moimi na et powiedzmy z jakiego okrugu. We have found Polish Milita 1Y buttons, we found fragments of police uniform 1MS, but the most important finds a 1E, 1E just 1 Asian ma 1 KS of Polish policemen. The 2 a 1E preserved in their entirety, and we know that one belonged to, an officer oft Pomo 1 she dist 1 ICT and the other one F1OM the dist 1 ICT, of Kiels. The T1D, alas, is P1SA1VED only in a fragment and is, chipped in such a way that only a agment of the number has been preserved, so we cannot even say from which district one is, U1 the one from the, Pomorze district, it is number 639, the one from the Kiels district is 1154, and this preserved in fragments is 836. But the owners of these badges have not been publicly identified by Polish authorities. Earlier, before the significance of the Volodymyr Volynskiy excavations FO1 the Katyn issue was fully recognized, Ludwik Maloyski's and J.F. Kolegowski's badges were quickly associated with their owners. We should remember that the badges of Kolegowski and Maloyski were found in the same mass graves in 2010 and 2011. According to the official version, these 2 Polish policemen were shot at Kalinin and buried nearby at Mi-10E. Memorial plaques BEA1ing their names are displayed at the memorial graveyard at Medno along with more than 6,300 other such plaques. The discovery of their badges at Volodymyr Volynskiy, Ukraine, 700 miles away, led to some publicity. This in turn led to the initial article by Sergei Strygin, in Russian, and my own more detailed article in English, pointing out that this discovery undermines the official version of Katyn. Today a CU1 of silence has descended over these discoveries. There are many more than 57 bodies in these mass graves, hundreds, in FACT. But the excavations have been ended. The evidence that the victims were murdered by the Germans and Ukrainian and P415 Co-1. 2. So, according to the official version, Hananzak was murdered at Kharkov and buried at Piotrkatka. The Polish Wikipedia article on him also claims that he was killed in the spring of 1940. ttps://jjpl. Wikipedia.org Wikizulajimierz_Hananzak. This is another example of how dishonest the whole official version of Katyn is. There is no evidence that Hananzak was executed at all. Quite the contrary, page 100 of the archival document states that there was an investigative file on Hananzak dated February 24, 1941, which has been destroyed. This suggests that Hananzak was still alive as of about that date. We know that Turoski, who is discussed on the same page, was not shot at all. Moreover, there is no evidence that New York of the persons on this list were executed. This is simply assumed by defenders of the FFICHL version. Persons on the archival list arrested long after the Syria letter. At least 9 prisoners on this archival list, and on the Ukrainian list, were arrested in late 1940-01 in 194-1. They are UK list number 285 Philemon Bohar, this list P171 number 312. Arrested October 20, 1940 as a Polish spy. UK. List number 286, Warzyniak Brake, this list P202 number 286. Arrested December 21, 1940 as a former officer of the Tide Army. UK. List number 3089 Victor Chages, this list P203 number 295, arrested November 15, 1940 as a member of an organization of Zionists. UK. List number 2329, Edward Podgorski, this list P205 number 6. Arrested October 10, 1940 as a Polish policeman. Chapter 13. The Ukrainian Trail of Katyn 239. UK. List number 3292. Karol Zinkowski, this list P206 number 12. Arrested December 3, 1940 as a former white émigré. UK. List number 2441 Stanislaw Ratajczak, this list P223 number 149. Arrested September 18, 1940 as a Polish policeman. U1. List number 2502, Kazimierz Radziwiłł, this list P232 number 224. Arrested September 26, 1940 as an agent of the Polish police. U1. List number 930 Joseph Daldniak, this list P144 number 37. Arrested April 211,941 as a Polish policeman. U1. List missing, Mieczyslaw Kulianda, this list P236 number 258, arrested November 30, 1940 as a large-scale merchant and member of the OZN party. All the men listed above were arrested much later than March 5, 1940. 1. Joseph Daldniak was not even arrested until April 1941. Obviously none of them could have had nothing to do with any decision taken on March 5, 1940, even if the area letter were genuine. In addition, one prisoner, arrested in 1939, was charged with a criminal offense, Bolesław Janicki, this list P207 number 19. Arrested on October 7, 1939 as a participant in a counter-revolutionary Polish organization, a police agent, who committed a murder for revolutionary activity, transferred to the NKVD of USSR on May 28, 1940. US does not mention the reason for Janicki's arrest. It just states that he was a gymnasium teacher in Tarnopol. This appears to be a cover-up, an attempt to make an accused Mulderer look like an innocent victim. List numbers. Bolesław Janicki is number 46 in on list 64/1. He was arrested on October 7, 1939. Stanislaw Ratajczak is number 60 on the same list. 240 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. 64/1. He was arrested on September 26, 1940, almost a year after Janicki. Since these numbers are those of the NKVD convoys the defenders of the official version say they are, and it is logical to assume this, that means that 11,100 of the men on this list were alive as of late September/early October 1940. Edward Podgorski is number 98 on list 66/2. He was arrested on October 10, 1940. Joseph Daldniak is number 20 in list 66/2. He was arrested on April 21, 1941, more than 6 months later than Podgorski. They were both in the same convoy, therefore, and this convoy did not depart until May 1941 or later. That also means that everyone on the list, 100 men, was alive as of May 194. The same conclusion must be drawn for everyone whose name is on a list with one of the men above who was arrested long after March 1940. What's more, there is no evidence that any of these men were executed at any time. Naturally, these lists of names could not have had any relation to the 8 area letter, which complains about anti-Soviet sentiments among prisoners as of early March 1940. We know from other evidence that the 8 area letter is a fake. Other matters of interest. The Polish Wikipedia page on him, http://plwikipediaorg/wiki/Wladyslaw_Jerzejewski_, claims he either died in Pion in Lwów in March 1940 or was shot in 1939. This is simply a lie. The Poles have no information. Chapter 13. The Ukrainian Trail of Katyn 241. About any of this. It is part of the fictional official version of Katyn. *UK. List number 2184. Abrazim Paulka, this list P208 number 28 UK. Slad P135 number 3, former UN organizer, took part in Jewish pogroms. Neither LK nor US say anything about him. Not only viciously anti-Semitic, the UN was murderously anti-Polish. In 1943 UN forces murdered about 100,000 Polish civilians in western Ukraine in order to ethnically cleanse it of non-Ukrainians. This little-known mass murder, an instance of true genocide, as it was an attempt to wipe out the Polish population, is called the Volhynia Massacre. To this day the Ukrainian nationalists prefer to call this the Volhynian tragedy, as though it were some unfortunate event other than Ukrainian nationalist mass murder. The forces that committed this genocide are officially declared heroes of the Ukrainian nation today. This appears to be another cover-up. Simon Petliura was leader of an anti-Bolshevik nationalist army during the Civil War. His forces organized a number of pogroms against Jews. He was assassinated by a Jewish man whose family had been killed in anti-Jewish pogroms and who considered Petliura responsible. Ukrainian nationalists consider him a hero. The Bolsheviks considered him a criminal. They would naturally have considered Pismieni a criminal too. 242. The Mystery of Katyn Massacre. Who are the people on this list? My study of the 901 so entries on the archival list published online by Romanov shows that the following are the most common identifications of the persons arrested. Policemen, Polish Army Office 101 FO1 Mayor Army Officers, members of Polish nationalist groups, Polish General Staff, employees of Polish judicial system, jailers, border crossers, members of other CL groups, business and facto 1Y owners, Landdown ones, Me One Chance, Polish intelligence, Polish government employees, FO1 Mayor White officers, Zionists, people who were actively anti-Soviet, Ostniki, Polish politi clans. Plus, 1 Russian nationalist, 1 German spy. The Osadniki, 01 Etlers were persons, often military men, sent to settle western Belorussia and western Ukraine after they had been taken from Soviet Russia in the Polish-Soviet War of 1918-192-1. These areas had a minority Polish population. These settlers constituted the imperialist infrastructure sent to Polonize, make more Polish, these areas. They were in charge of the intense cultural and political oppression conducted by the pre-war Polish government against the native Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Jewish populations. After the Soviets retook these areas in September 1939 and reunited Belorussia and Ukraine, they deported the settlers and their families. Conclusion. This so-called Ukrainian list of Katyn list is a fraud. It has nothing to do with Katyn. It is not a list of persons executed or to be executed. It is just a list of persons who were convoyed from one place to another. It is not comprised only of Poles. There are many non-Poles, Ukrainians and Jews on it, including anti-Polish persons and anti-Semites. The occupations given on this list suggest that this is largely a partial list of the many Poles residents who were considered to be part of the Polish imperialist infrastructure within western Ukraine. This is the kind of people the Soviets arrested and deported after they retook possession of the western Ukraine in September 1939. Forged Ukrainian documents of Katyn. In the summer of 2009 on the official internet site of the Ukrainian State Security there appeared 3 documents that purport to be letters of high officials of the 1960s Ukrainian KGB. These were published by the Memorial Society, a ferociously anti-communist organization whose officials have been involved in a number of falsifications. http://memorialkiev.ua/images/stories/2009/06/05 001_arayevna_sprava.pdf http://memorialkiev.ua/images/stories/2009/06/0502_Kharkiv_1969.pdf http://memorialkiev.ua/images/stories/2009/06/050005 Andropov_Kharkiv.pdf http://memorialkiev.ua/images/stols/2009/06/050008 Andropov_Zenishnaya_Slidiv.pdf 244 The Mystery of Katyn Massacre. In 2 of the letters, under the stamp Top Secret, Eyes Only, the chairman of the KGB of the Ukrainian SSR Nikitchenko informs Petro Shelist, first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Ukraine and the chairman of the KGB of the USSR Yuri Andropov, that in the woods near the village of Pyatykatka children had accidentally discovered mass grave. Nikitchenko also states that it had been determined that in this place in 1940 the UNKVD of Kharkov Oblast had buried a considerable number several thousand officers and generals of bourgeois Poland who had been shot. 11. In the third letter, also marked Top Secret, dated June 1959, General Major P. Feshchenko, Chief of the Directorate of State Security of Kharkov Oblast, informs Nikitchenko about the destruction of the graves at Pyatykatka by means of caustic soda, capable of completely dissolving human remains, clothing, and documents. However, during exhumations in the 1990s at the special cemetery of the UNKVD at Pyatykatka, Polish archaeologists did not find any traces of caustic soda. Moreover, they remarked on the amazingly good preservation of the remains of uniforms and of paper documents found in the graves. Nevertheless, supporters of the official version judged these letters to be evidence of traces of the Katyn killings in Ukraine. Evidently none of them noticed that in the left corner of Feshchenko's letter there is the following handwritten resolution of Nikitchenko's, reported to Comrade Shelist P.E. and dated, in the same handwriting, 2008. Chapter 13. The Ukrainian Trail of Katyn 245. Images 13.1 Alpha and D13.2 Ukrainian Documents of Katyn. The date reads 2008 GD, the year 2008. These documents are definitely a fraud. Perhaps one of the forgers had a guilty conscience over this fabrication and deliberately made an error to embarrass the falsifiers. These letters are a good example of how easily a modern state, with all its resources, can LSIR official documents. If it were not for this obviously bogus date, these documents would still be cited by supporters of the official version as evidence of the Ukrainian trace of Katyn. Chapter 14 Conclusion, the Katyn Forest Mystery Solved. The primary source evidence is unambiguous. The Germans, not the Soviets, shot the Polish POWs in the various mass murders known to history as Katyn. The reader who knows little about Katyn may suspect that one have biased this study by omission. Bias by omission involves leaving zero remaining silent about, ignoring, not informing the reader of, evidence that does not support the writer's preconceived conclusion. That reader may suspect that one have simply omitted the evidence that the Soviets were guilty, 1 that the Germans were innocent. To such a leader one say, inform yourself. Start with the Wikipedia page on Katyn, read the mainstream books on Katyn. Read Cianciola and Sanford. If you can find better, more complete, more recent studies that assert the official version, one don't know of any, read them. Only then you will be an informed reader. And only then will you know that one have not omitted any evidence that supports the 11-0 official Soviets did T version. Readers who come to this book with some knowledge of Katyn, but why, and this is essential, are able to question what they have heard and to be objective, what is often called open-minded, will see that one have discussed the evidence they have heard about, and a lot of material that they probably did not know existed. But they will still wonder, how is it possible that so many people could have been so mistaken for so long? Everybody knows that a murder mystery requires a careful, objective investigation during which the investigator gathers all the facts, identifies and collects all the evidence, studies it in a science. Chapter 14, Conc. Yuzhin, The Katyn Forest Mystery Solved 247. Scientific manner, and draws conclusions based on the evidence. The Katyn Forest murder mystery is no different. The first prerequisite for any investigator of this or any other mystery is objectivity. It is inevitable that anyone who seriously approaches the Katyn mystery will not only have heard about it but will also have formed some idea about it. Almost inevitably, that idea will be that the Soviets are guilty, because that is the version of Katyn that has dominated scholarly, political, and public discourse about it since at least 1992. Since there is no way to erase one's preconceived biases and ideas from one's brain, a serious investigator has to consciously adopt an attitude of objectivity. She must recognize that she inevitably has a bias. This can only be done by clearly articulating, stating, that bias, first of all, to herself. Then she has to adopt an attitude of constant mindfulness. She has to employ a strategy of compensating for her bias by giving alpha and especially generous reading to any evidence that seems to go counter to what she already believes about the case, for she does already believe something. Likewise, she must develop a strategy of giving an especi alpha LLY skeptic alpha 1 reading to evidence that tends to support her bias 01 preconceived idea. Historian Michael Scudson has said, "Objectivity is an ideology of the distrust of the self. This is vita L. It is no use to claim to be objective without operationalizing that determination to be objective in the way one identifies, gathers, studies, and draws logical conclusions from the evidence. If one is not determined to do everything in one's power to be objective, then one will not be objective, and then what you discover will not be the truth." The history of the official version of Katyn illustrates this clearly. 80th The Germans and the Polish government in Zile were interested only in a conclusion that indicted the Soviets, neither made any effort to be objective, and neither were. The Nuremberg trial produced some testimony that contra. 248 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. Dick the GE one man am but little else. The Madden Committee he one ings we one e nave one a serious attempt to be objective. The Gorbachev regime believed that blaming the Stalin-era USSR would help to improve relations with the still F1-endly Poland. Today's anti-communists embrace the notion of Soviet guilt at Katyn as good P10PA. Ganda FO1 they one cause. For Polish nationalists, Katyn is one of the foundation stones. FO1 they one a construction of a one-right-wing version of nationalism and a cover-up for at one obvious actions of the P1 Ava 1 Polish 1 Egemies, the WA1 Time Home Army, and the post-WA1 Lee underground anti-communist THIRD-1 Orists. Why the official version of Katyn is wrong. Some readers will wonder how it can be that the official Soviets did it version is false. The scholarly world and the governments of all the countries involved assert just the opposite, that the Soviets, not the GE1 mans, are the guilty party. In the spheres of Skola 1 Lee, political, and public discourse, the official version of Katyn is a closed case. Soviet guilty Stalin Sally Tits almost nave 1 questioned. Our analysis of the definitive accounts of the official version, Ciancilla/Mate 1 Ski and Sanford, reveals that they nave 1 attempted to solve the mystery to determine just who it was who murdered one at the Polish P1 Isone ones. Instead, they committed the logical fallacy of petitio principii 01, begging the question they alpha sum th alpha t, which they should h alpha ve ben alpha, attempting to prove. In effect, they assumed that someone else had already done the job of examining all the evidence and, on that basis, P1 oved Soviet guilty. Having assumed rather than demonstrated that the German report was truthful and that the 8 Erdenko Commission report had been refuted, they and all other accounts that support the official version have simply declared the Soviet case to be false and the evidence supporting it to be fraudulent. Asterisk, they ignored the contradictions in the German report. Likewise they ignored 01 slandered, but never analyzed, all the evidence not contained in the German report that proves how invalid it is. Chapter 14. Conclusion: the Katyn Forest Mystery solved. 249. Asterisk, they assumed that the Soviet citizens who testified for the Germans told the truth while those who testified for the Soviets had been forced to lie. Asterisk, they dismissed or ignored altogether the testimony of Drs. Markov and Hajek, both of whom denounced the German report after the war. Asterisk, they ignored or distorted the testimony given at Nuremberg and at the Madden Committee that undermined the case for Soviet guilty. Asterisk, they declared that the critiques of Bulletin by defenders of the official version are devastating. In reality, these critiques are not only invalid but dishonest. There is still no evidence that Bulletin investigation is faulty, let alone fraudulent in any way. Asterisk, they ignored the fact that a number of Ostashkov and Starobileski POWs were killed at Katyn, including a number of those named in the German report itself. They had A11 the evidence necessary to uncover this fact, A11 the evidence we have today. But they either never investigated this question at A11, or they hushed it IIP. Asterisk, they knew about the suspicious origins of closed packet number 1 and about the arguments of some researchers that these documents are forgeries. But they never seriously investigated the possibility of forgery. They failed to acknowledge the obvious fact that alpha hoc the documents cannot be proven phi alpha lse by an alpha lysis 0 / the documents alone, neither C alpha and they be proven genuine. Much less ought they be alpha sum to be genuine. Cianciola and Sanford committed these offenses against responsible scholarly practice because they did not set out to discover who had murdered the Poles in the first place. They never made any attempt to be objective. From the outset they chose to believe the Polish anti-communist version, which means they believed the German Nazi version. Then they set out to collect all the arguments they could to support this preconceived idea and to ignore any and A11 evidence inconsistent with it. This is called see Harry Picking 01. 250 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. The FA11 AC of incomplete evidence, similar to confirmation bias 1, and they did it with a vengeance. After that it was A11 downhill. They continued to look with special favor upon everything that seemed to be evidence supporting Soviet guilty. They distorted, belittled, dismissed, 01 ignored anything that appeared to be evidence pointing away from Soviet guilty. Given their determination to abandon objectivity and their strong anti-Soviet and anti-communist bias, it was impossible for Cianciola and Sanford to arrive at the truth in this mystery. They refused to understand that it is a mystery in the first place. Once a researcher commits the cardinal error of deciding the result of the investigation in advance, she is trapped. All recent books on Katyn, including all of those mentioned in this book, contain a great deal more information than is in the present bouquet. In particular, the works by Shved, Prudnikova, and Chigir and Mukin, and the X11 Ant website formerly maintained by the late Sergei Strigin, http://www.ktn.ru, have detailed comparisons and criticisms of documents in closed packet number 1. One have argued that it is not possible through internal analysis alone to tell whether these documents are forgeries 01 are genuine. However, now that we know that the version of Katyn reflected in them is a false one, the contradictions in them that careful internal examination reveals confirm that which, without that external evidence, we could only suspect that these documents are fabrications. This analysis is interesting, and some of it is brilliant. For the person unable to read the Russian works, one have cited a page from the Mythcracker website. One do not agree with all of the points made there, but it gives an idea of the kind of analysis that has been carried out. One have omitted this kind of analysis here. One see the Wikipedia article at https://fen.wikipedia.org/wikifchalre_picken. Chapter 14. Conclusion: The Katyn Forest Mystery solved. 251. Cause it is not essential one to identifying the guilty party. This book is a whodunit. The mystery had to be solved and the guilty party identified through the collection and study of other evidence. This book does not offer a point-by-point examination and critique of every Fa1se assertion in Ciencia 1 Ajmitersky's and Sanford's books. One have inc. one ud on one why the amount of criticism of these works that one think is necessary for the purpose of solving the mystery of Katyn. 80th of these books contain a great many more Fa1se statements, lies, and fallacious conclusions than can be examined here. A detailed critique of either of these works while 1d be of some interest in it se 1f since they enjoy a high reputation that is utterly undeserved. 8 ut such a detailed critique is beyond the limits of this bouquet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 100k forward to reading the reactions, positive and CIICA1 from SCO1Rs who, like MIJ1F, have been fascinated by what one have irreverent 1y called the but in arraigning Stalin and the Soviets we condemn and attack me. This is called to shooting the messenger, an all too common fallacy among those who do not wish their illusions shattered. 8 ut shattering our illusions is what honest research is all about. For this reason one anticipates such attacks as indirect recognition of the research one have done and we come criticism from all readers. Appendix 1. Testimony of Sapruninko. Syromyatnikov, Tokarev. During 1990-1992 the Soviet prosecutor's office located 3 aged and long retired NKVD men who were involved in some way with the Polish POWs. They were Petr Karpovich Sapruninko, in 1940 Chief of Office for Prisoners of War and Internees. Mitrofan Vasilievich Syromyatnikov, in 1940 Senior Supervisor in the block of the inner prison of the Directorate of the NKVD of Kharkov District with the rank of Lieutenant. Dmitry Istpanovich Tokarev, in 1940 Acting Chief of the Directorate of the NKVD of Kalinin Region. Before the publication of Closed Packet No. 1 these confessions were the only evidence that the Soviets had shot the Polish POWs, aside from the German report. In 1990-1992 each of these men were questioned by representatives of the Soviet, and then of the Ukrainian, investigative services. In addition Syromyatnikov was interviewed by Polish writer Jerzy Morawski. 1e do not have the former NKVD men's exact words. Although the interrogations were all conducted in Russian they are available only in Polish translation. The Russian originals have never been made public. 1 In addition, the Polish transcript was made from sound recordings, and the Polish text there are several lacunae where the sound recording was indecipherable to the persons who transcribed the interrogations. In Tokarev's case there was at least one interrogation that took place before the one we have, no transcript 01 any information about that interrogation has been published, we do not know whether there are, 01 were, unpublished interrogations of Sapruninko and Syromyatnikov, however, the sole interrogation we have of Sapruninko bears the subtitle Piruze Pierzasluchani First Interrogation. This suggests that other interrogations of Sapruninko did take place, but we do not have them. These confessions are very contradictory in ways that often do not reinforce the official version. None of these men was at Katyn where the 4,000+ bodies of Polish POWs were unearthed by the Germans in 1943. And none of them has anything to say about this, the most famous of the execution burial sites subsumed under the rubric the Katyn Massacre. All 3 men were threatened repeatedly with criminal prosecution if they failed to tell the truth. In addition, they were told that Soviet guilt had already been established. In reality, this was a lie. In 1990 to 1991 there was no evidence other than the German AM report alleging Soviet guilty. The documents from closed packet No. 1 had not yet been published. 2. It is therefore possible that out of fear of prosecution the former NKVD men gave answers they believed their interrogators wanted, so it does appear that the confessions of these three old men were not entirely voluntary. Many of the interrogators' questions were leading questions. Of course this is common in criminal investigations, but it would have been obvious what answers the investigators wanted to hear. That kind of atmosphere is fatal to obtaining trustworthy testimony. The Polish translations of the interrogations of Sapruninko, Syromyatnikov, and Tokarev were published in Polish journals and then republished in the official Polish government collections ZES LTYK Alfatinskie and /Alfatin. Dokumenty Zbrodni Volume 2. One additional interrogation of Syromyatnikov was published by Jerzy Morawski, a director of documentary films, in one of his books. These interrogations are seldom referred to any lunge r. Perhaps this is due to the problems that we identify in this chapter. Sapruninko, October 25, 1990. Sapruninko, who was in overall charge of the Office of POWs and Internees, should certainly have been one of those who knew about the executions, if they had taken place. Many documents signed by him relating to the Polish POWs survive. They are reprinted in the Polish language KDZ series and in a similar Russian language collection. None of these documents mention anything about Poles being executed. Sapruninko's testimony is very contradictory. On the one hand he claimed that he knew nothing about any NKVD orders to shoot the Poles and knew nothing about any shootings. In fact he claimed that he only heard about the Katyn shootings in April 1990, when Polish President General Jaruzelski visited Moscow. On the other hand Sapruninko also said that in 1940 he had heard rumors about a Central Committee decision signed by Stalin that had been the basis for shooting the Poles. The sole interrogation that we have of Sapruninko is titled I Piroze Pierzaslichani, First Interrogation. This suggests that there were more of them. But only this one, dated October 25, 1990, has been published. Appendix 1. Testimony of Sapruninko, Syromyatnikov, Tokarev 255. Syromyatnikov. There are 6 interrogations of Syromyatnikov. He used the 5 from KAZ Volume 2, and the 6th from Jerzy Morawski's book Slad/Uli. In the following, page numbers preceded by the letter M denote pages in Morawski's book, numbers alone denote pages in KAZ Volume 2. Syromyatnikov testified that he had just heard about the Katyn massacres from the mass media. He said that, when the Poles were brought down to the cellar of the NKVO building, there was always a procureur present. Syromyatnikov also said that the Polish prisoners whom he accompanied were interrogated. The procureur and interrogations imply the charge of a criminal offense, an investigation, and an attempt to make sure that the individual being executed was the person against whom a sentence had been passed. It does not fit the notion of a mass killing of all POWs. Syromyatnikov stated several times that he was told that the Polish prisoners had been involved in a rebellion in a Soviet camp. Syromyatnikov stated repeatedly that only about 201 foot 300 inches prisoners were shot while he was working at the prison. Thereafter he fell sick, and when he returned the Poles were no longer there. When 2 of the Russian interrogators, Snezko and Tretetsky, insisted that 4,000 Poles were killed at Kharkov, Syromyatnikov said that he did not know how many Poles were involved in all, but thought that neither the Kharkov NKVO prison nor, more to the point, the burial site at Piotrkatka could hold 4,000. In an interesting contradiction, Syromyatnikov first testified that one woman was among the Polish prisoners and that she was certainly shot. In the later interview with Morawski, Syromyatnikov retracted the statement and claimed that he did not know whether the woman was a Pole 01 a Russian. 256 The Mysterov, the Katyn massacre. Syromyatnikov's testimony is consistent with the idea that some Poles were tried and executed for some anti-Soviet crimes or other. He claimed to know about executions of only 200 to 300 Poles. In short, Syromyatnikov's testimony does not confirm the official version of the Katyn massacre. Tokarev, October 25, 1990. Dmitry S. Tokarev was acting chief of Directorate of NKVD of Kalinin region and directly in charge of the prison in Kalinin to which Polish POWs from Ostashkov camp were sent. Tokarev's interrogation is the longest and most interesting since Tokarev claims that he knew that the Soviets had shot the Polish prisoners. We'll briefly review what he says. Problematic aspects and contradictions in his account include the following issues. Tokarev clearly refers to a previous interrogation that we do not have. Why don't we? In this previous interrogation Tokarev repeatedly says he was told about a Politburo decree, Postanovlenie Politburo. His Soviet interrogators agree with him. This would appear to be impossible. The Politburo decree is in closed packet number 1 which was not even discovered until late in 1991. Yet here is Tokarev stating, and the Soviet interrogators agreeing, that he was told about it in a previous interrogation, i.e. previous to October 25, 1990, when the present interrogation took place. There's no reason to believe that Tokarev is lying here, especially since the Russian interrogators agree with him. This means that somebody knew about the Politburo decree long before Gorbachev 01 his right-hand man Yakovlev supposedly knew about it. It appears that someone knew that the Politburo decree would be forthcoming. Appendix 1. Testimony of Sapruninko, Syromyatnikov, Tokarev 257. How can this be? Unless the forgery was in the process of preparation and would be produced at some point, and that the Soviet investigators knew this. This is further evidence suggesting that closed packet number 1 is a forgery. Tokarev claimed that he did know that 14,000 Polish POWs were to be shot. First he said that Bogdan Kobylov told him this. A few pages later he claimed that Sapruninko told him, but Sapruninko claimed that he did not know anything about any shootings. Tokarev stated twice that he knew that 6,000 Polish policemen were shot at Kalinin. He even argues with Lablokov, one of the Soviet interrogators. Lablokov claimed that 6,287 Poles were shot at Kalinin, but Tokarev said that he remembered the number 6,295. We know that many Ostashkov POWs who were shipped to the NKVD in Kalinin, that is, to Tokarev, were not shot there because their bodies turned up in the German and Soviet exhumations at Katyn and at Volodymyr-Volynski, Ukraine. Therefore Tokarev must have been lying to please his Soviet interrogators who insist that all the Ostashkov POWs were shot at Kalinin and are buried at Medno. Why would Tokarev lie? Probably because he was warned of serious consequences, criminal prosecution, if he did not tell the truth, and because he had been informed that the Soviets were guilty. As we have seen, he was also told that a Politburo decree had ordered that the Poles be shot, even though no such decree was known when Tokarev was interrogated. Therefore something else must have taken place before this interrogation, as a result of which Tokarev had decided to say what his interrogators wanted him to say. We should recall that prior interrogation to which Tokarev refers but which has never been made public. 258 The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre. Tokarev testified that NKVD executioner Tenkin arrived at Kalinin with a ill suitcase full of Walthers. 1T is sometimes stated in books about Katyn that this meant Tenkin did not have confidence in the Soviet pistols, the Tokarev TT and Nagin. 1. In fact it means the opposite. A single pistol of average quality should be capable of shooting 6,000 shots. The Tokarev automatic was famous for being very rugged. In short, there was no reason for an NKVD man to use Walthers at all, much less many of them. However, only German ammunition was found in the mass graves at Katyn. Presumably it was useful to enhance the credibility of the official version that there be at least one more instance of the Soviet NKVD using German weapons. We already know that Tokarev lied about the number of PISH POWs shot at Kalinin. Evidently he lied about the Walthers as WELL. 1 Interrogator 1 Ablokov did not seem to know that in 1940 the Osobosovshchany Jablokov, Dmitryhu Stepanoiju, Zenasitaki Tryb Wykonania Wyrikow, Se Zwikal Odchitiwana Jest Desizgia.
Lausas bila desasgia uchwali collegium specjalnigo. Czym ochdiwano uchwal collegium specjalnigo. Yablokov, Dmitry Stepanovich, please explain who led the investigation of case against the Polish prisoners of war, who chiefly dealt with the matter of Appendix 1. Testimony of Sapruninko, Syromyatnikov, Tokarev 259. Investigation before the decision of the Special Commission? Who could it have been? Yablokov, Dmitry Stepanovich. You know the mode of execution of the judgments that usually is read the decision. Then there was a decision of a resolution of the Special Commission. Did they read the resolution of the Special Commission? Is it possible that Yablokov, a military procurator and lieutenant colonel of justice, did not know that in 1940 the Zero-Sobosovshchany could not sentence defendants to more than 8 years of confinement? Tokarev said that he saw no bodies of anyone who was shot. This would be hard to believe if 6,300 men had in fact been shot at his facility. He said that no officers were shot and that hardly Alpha New York 01 the Poles were in uniform by officers he Alpha Y mean Milit Alpha Re officers, and this was true. The prisoners at Ostashkov were policemen, not military. However, Polish policemen wore uniforms too. All but a few bodies disinterred by the Germans at Katyn were in uniform, while shreds of Polish uniform were found in the mass graves at Volodymyr Volensky. Tokarev was asked whether treelings were planted over the mass graves at Medno. Yablokov asked him, presumably because, according to the Germans, treelings were planted over the mass graves at Katyn. Yablokov probably did not know that Burdenko wrote that the planting of treelings over the mass graves of their victims was a feature of the German mass murders he had investigated. During the interrogation of Tokarev Co-1. Yablokov quoted from a number of case files of Polish POWs who were, according to Yablokov's remarks, charged with criminal offenses. These case files might be important, since they indicate an individualized approach to the Polish POWs that contradicts the notion that all of them were sentences to death. 260 The mystery of the Katyn massacre. With either minimal or no investigation at all. But none of these criminal case files have been published. Conclusion. None of these interrogation confessions can withstand careful scrutiny. The witnesses had been threatened, and either claimed to remember too much 01 hardly anything. There are many unanswered questions about them, previous interrogations that are not published, whereabouts of the transcripts of the Russian originals, and the many contradictions and outright falsifications contained in them. They are seldom cited today. Certainly the official version of Katyn cannot be based on them alone.